Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of NITI, Aayog and GIZ, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this National Conclave on Soil Health Management for Sustainable Farming. May I request you to please be seated? And here's a polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent so that there are no interruptions to the flow of the program. And ladies and gentlemen, a few housekeeping announcements. I would also request you for your consent for photographs and videos that we will be taking during the event. So we are going to be making videos and taking photographs and documenting the same. So we take it that we have consent from everyone here to do the same. In case you have any objection with regards to this, I would request you to please report the same to the organizers. Thank you very much. I request you to please be seated. We're going to be starting very shortly and the program will begin. May I request you to please make sure that you settle in and keep your mobile phones turned to silent mode. Do not switch off the mobile phones, ladies and gentlemen. We need you to spread the message from this conclave far and wide across all social media platforms. So I'm going to request you to please do post and do write about the conclave on Twitter and other social media platforms as well. But for now, I'm going to request you to please be seated. Thank you very much. We're going to be starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please be seated. We're going to be starting now. The Honorable Chief Guest for this National Conclave on Soil Health Management for Sustainable Farming is here at the venue, and he's going to be joining us on the dais in less than a minute. May I request you to please be seated. May I request you to please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, and here's a polite reminder to please keep your mobile phones on silent. Also, let me apprise you of a very important house rule. We have been taking pictures, photographs. We're going to be taking more photographs and making videos, and also documenting the same. And therefore, we take it that we have consent from all of you to do so. In case you have any objections with this, I'm going to request you to please report to the organizers. And thank you very much for giving us your consent at the registration. I request you to please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be graced by the Honorable Cabinet Minister for Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, at this dais very shortly, and then we will begin with the inaugural ceremony of the National Conclave on Soil Health Management for Sustainable Farming. May I request you to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome with a huge round of applause the Honorable Cabinet Minister for Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar ji. There he is. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Namaskar sir, आपका बहुत स्वागत है. Thank you very much for taking the time and coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have gracing the day Shri Suman Berry, Honorable Vice Chairman, NITI Aayog. A big round of applause as we welcome him. Professor Ramesh Chand, Honorable Member, NITI Aayog, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri Parmeshwaran Iyer, CEO, NITI Aayog, a big round of applause as we welcome him. Mr. Dirk Steffensen, Deputy Head of Economic Cooperation and Development Division, German Embassy, New Delhi, warm welcome to you, sir. And gracing the dais, we have Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog. Ladies and gentlemen, to forget how to dig the earth and to tend the soil is to forget ourselves. These words by the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, are even more thought-provoking today, and they precisely set the context for the purpose that we have gathered here for. Indeed, we all know soils are at the foundation of our sustenance, a vital living system that provides humanity with a wide range of ecosystem services and functions such as preserving biodiversity, achieving global food and water security, and mitigating climate change. However, today we are faced with a colossal existential crisis. Around 1.9 billion hectares of land are affected by soil degradation globally, and in India, 147 million hectares are already degraded, with the soil showing severe deficiencies of vital soil organic carbon. In order to realize a viable path towards India's food security and nutrition security, it is extremely crucial that the focus is shifted towards sustainable soils and sustainable farming practices that enable soil building and promote diverse soil ecology. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, in his address at the National Conclave on Natural Farming organized in Gujarat in December 2021 said, and please allow me to quote him, he said, "Everything from seed to soil can be treated in a natural way. This farming costs neither fertilizer nor pesticide." He further reiterated, those who will benefit the most from natural farming constitute about 80% of the farmers of the country. He further said, let's take a pledge to make Ma Bharti's land free from chemical fertilizers and pesticides during the Amrit Mahotsav of independence and show the world the way to a healthy earth and healthy life. NITI Aayog had convened several high-level discussions with global experts on natural farming practices. In persistent effort, the persistent effort, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, resulted in including a project on natural farming in the collaborative work plan of ICAR and World Agroforestry, International Council for Research in Agroforestry, Kenya. NITI Aayog and the BMZ have signed a statement of intent for collaborations, with agroecology being one of the priority sectors. Initiatives under the Indo-German Development Cooperation also focus on enhancing soil health and productivity through agroecology, aiming to strengthen rural livelihoods, enhance soil health, and develop resilience towards food and nutrition security. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav 75 years of independence, the National Conclave on Soil Health Management for Sustainable Farming aims to bring together thought and policy makers, scientific community, and sector advocates to understand key initiatives from India as well as globally. The conclave is being co-hosted by NITI Aayog and GIZ on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Cooperation and Economic Development. With that, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude once again to our chief guest, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, Honorable Cabinet Minister for Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, for gracing us with his presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, our visionary Honorable Minister has spearheaded several path-breaking initiatives to take forward with everyone's cooperation the mission of natural farming in the country. He also truly believes that the farmers of India are worthy of veneration for their priceless contribution to nation building. हमारे दूरदर्शी माननीय मंत्री ने देश में प्राकृतिक खेती के मिशन को सभी के सहयोग से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कई अग्रणी पहल की है। उनका मानना है कि भारत के किसान राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपने अमूल्य योगदान के लिए सर्वोच्च सम्मान के पात्र हैं। Thank you very much once again, sir. And with that, may I request Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, to please present a felicitation to our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare first. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together once again for our Honorable Minister, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. And ma'am, may I request you to please present a shawl and a small plant as part of the Green Initiative. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Dr. Patel, I request you to please present a felicitation to Shri Suman Berry, Honorable Vice Chairman, NITI Aayog. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Shri Suman Berry. Sir, please accept a small token. Thank you very much. And now, ma'am, may I request you to please present to Professor Ramesh Chand, Honorable Member, NITI Aayog. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for accepting this small token. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. May I invite Mr. Rajiv Ahel, Director, NRM and Agroecology, GIZ, to please step forth on stage and thank Shri Parmeshwaran Iyer, CEO, NITI Aayog. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And Mr. Rahel, please welcome Mr. Dirk Steffensen, Deputy Head of Economic Cooperation and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome him. A very warm welcome to you, sir, as well. A big round of applause for all our dignitaries gracing the dais. Thank you very much, Mr. Rahel, for doing the honors. I welcome the Vice Chancellors from Agriculture Universities, senior representatives from ministries and state departments, sector experts, civil society colleagues, and private sector partners. And once again, I extend my heartiest welcome to all of you to this pertinent event and look forward to the proceedings of the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I welcome Mr. Dirk Steffensen, Deputy Head of German Development Cooperation, German Embassy, to the podium to share his thoughts. Please help me welcome him to the podium with a big round of applause.
Honorable Mr. Shri Tomar, Honorable Vice Chairman of NITI Aayog, Shri Beri, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to inaugurate the National Conclave on Soil Health on the occasion of World Soil Day today on behalf of German Development Cooperation. Germany and India have been partnering for decades in development cooperation. Under this framework, we are already working on a challenge of soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change by promoting holistic solutions for resilient agriculture and food systems like agroecology. Our cooperation has experienced a fresh and strong impetus in May this year when the Honorable Prime Minister Modi and the German Chancellor Scholz have established the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership. Conservation, protection, and sustainable use of natural resources, agroecological transformation, and biodiversity protection have been explicitly mentioned as a focus for joint initiatives under this partnership. Consistently, also in May 2022, Honorable Minister Shri Tomar and my Minister Svenja Schulze have signed a joint declaration for the first ever bilateral lighthouse initiative on agroecology and sustainable management of natural resources. Through this, joint research, knowledge sharing, and innovation will be promoted between academic institutions of both countries and practitioners, including farmers. The transfer of technology and scientific knowledge will be promoted by encouraging exchanges, partnerships, and research collaboration with the private sector. Germany has intended to provide up to 300 million euros by the year 2025 for projects under this initiative. And as the moderator has already mentioned, we have also signed between NITI Aayog and the BMZ, the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, a statement of intent for collaboration, with agroecology being one of the priority sectors. Today's event will contribute to these bilateral initiatives by catalyzing transformation towards resilient and sustainable food systems and including nutrition security and improving rural livelihoods through green and inclusive economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, in Christian funerals, we say the words earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This formula reflects the ancient wisdom of our forefathers and spiritual leaders. As human beings, we are descendants of the soil, and that is also where our bodies will return after a rather short period on this planet. Also, the German language has some inherent wisdom. As for native soil, we have the word Mutterboden for the most prolific and fruitful kind of earth. You can translate it into mother soil. So in my opinion, these are clear indications that we have an obligation to cherish the soil in a similar way we cherish our mothers that have been given birth to us. However, there is a tense relationship between the need to feed the now 8 billion people of the planet, to provide farmers with an income that enables them a decent life, and to protect and cherish the soil. So have we paid the soil the respect it deserves? I'm not so sure. In our headlong rush to increase agricultural productions, we have unleashed harmful chemicals, sucked out organic and natural nutrition from the soil, and put very little focus on protecting the soil microbiome. In addition, effects of climate change, as experienced by frequent extreme weather events, are contributing towards soil degradation. All this has not just significantly diminished soil biodiversity, which is what kept soils alive and self-replicating, but it is also affecting the way we are and the way we will live in the future. Soil biodiversity is not just an essential engine for food production, but it is our key towards improved health and nutrition and a transitional pathway towards effective climate action. This conclave brings together a wonderful group of institutions and individuals who are already walking the talk, and I urge everyone to use this platform and find commonalities to increase collaboration. It is important to listen to the voices from India and around the globe and turn them into action going into the next years to keep soil alive and protect biodiversity. In this regard, the impressive participation of the government of India's senior leadership in today's event is a very promising sign. With this, I would like to thank my colleagues of GIZ for organizing this event. I wish all of us lively and fruitful discussions, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now I would request Shri Parameshwaran Iyer, CEO NITI Aayog, to please address us. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome him.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, Vice Chairman NITI Aayog, Mr. Suman Berry, Professor Ramesh Chand, Member NITI Aayog, Mr. Dirk Steffes-N, the Deputy Head of Economic Cooperation, German Embassy, Dr. Neelam Patel, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset of the World Soil Health Day, let me congratulate all of you and wish you the very best on this occasion. I would like to personally acknowledge the leadership of Honorable Minister Shri Narendra Singh Tomar. I have had the privilege of working with the Minister when he was Minister for Drinking Water and Sanitation in addition to Rural Development. And I cannot tell you what a privilege it was to work under his leadership when we were working on the Swachh Bharat mission. So it's a great pleasure again to be back together with the Honorable Minister. Now, there are a lot of experts in the room, so I don't want to get into too much of detail because you will be having deliberations today. But let me just make a few points about the need for sustainable farming. There's a lot of focus on it which has taken place, and perhaps some of the initiatives which the Government of India is taking forward. Now, as we all know, we have come a long way towards food security, ever since the Green Revolution. And in fact, production has hired Professor Ramesh Chand, from whom I've learned a lot about agriculture, who's just telling us that things are, in terms of production, in terms of productivity, we are on a positive trajectory. But again, some of the issues pertaining to soil health will have to be dealt with. And one of them is the indiscriminate use of agrochemicals has created obviously several negative impacts on agriculture and food systems, depletion in soil health, loss of biodiversity, buildup of pesticide resistance, water pollution, and of course chemical residues in food. And as we all know, healthy soils are the basis of healthy food production and of course food security. So it's becoming more and more imperative to focus on resource-intensive farming methods, and which have put our soil under increasing pressure. So production has depleted the soil and the ability to meet the needs of future generations. According to ISRO, about 98 million hectares of the country is undergoing land degradation. This is 2018-19 data. Now, the Government of India has taken several initiatives over the last 6 or 7 years to protect and preserve soil health. One of the schemes, of course, is the Soil Health Card. And as a result of application of fertilizer and micronutrients as per the recommendations on the Soil Health Cards, it has been reported there's been a decrease of the use of chemical fertilizer in the range of 8 to 10%. So there has been positive action and progress on this front. But again, there are some serious challenges ahead, primarily due to our excessive dependence on chemical-based farming. The Honorable Prime Minister has been repeatedly emphasizing the need for natural farming and how do we move to more sustainable farming practices on multiple occasions. This has been a recurrent theme. The Honorable Minister has been emphasizing this as well. And even internationally, natural farming is considered a form of regenerative agriculture, a prominent strategy from a climate point of view as well. How do we avoid further depletion of our water table, biodiversity, land, and soil degradation? The Government of India has been promoting natural farming as Bharatiya Prakritik Krishi Paddhati under the centrally sponsored scheme Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, PKVY, since 2021. And in the Union Budget of 22-23, emphasis was given to sustainable farming relating to promotion of natural farming across the country, starting with the Ganga corridor and even the revision of the syllabus of agriculture universities. NITI Aayog, under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, has been working towards the sustainable transformation of the Indian agriculture sector through multiple initiatives, including in policy, research, collection of best practices, and dissemination of reliable information. And in order to support the implementation of the Union Budget announcement related to promotion of natural farming along the Ganga corridor, NITI Aayog is preparing a strategy document for the same. The mapping of agriculture land in the 5-kilometer area along the either side of the river Ganga from Gomukh to Ganga Sagar, covering 57 districts of Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Bihar, and West Bengal, has been done in collaboration with the NRSA, the National Remote Sensing Agency, Hyderabad. Natural Farming District Priority Index has also been developed based on identified variables which prioritize the districts for phase-wise implementation of natural farming. We need both short-term and long-term solutions to restore soil health in India for sustainable food production. We heard about the Indo-German collaboration. We welcome this collaboration. It could focus on long-term solutions through the use of modern technology, including remote sensing in integrating the available soil data, the type, the quality, etc., and providing real-time recommendations. Digital extension tools integrated with artificial intelligence could also be used to efficiently disseminate the intended information to farmers, who are the most important recipients of soil health information. We look forward to the deliberations of this international conclave, and I thank the organizers for the very timely discussion on sustainable farming on World Soil Health Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. देवियों सज्जनों, अब हम हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय मंत्री महोदय से अनुरोध करेंगे कि वे हमें अपने अमूल्य शब्दों से कृतार्थ करें. I'm going to request the Honorable Minister to now please address us. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me bring him to the podium with a big round of applause.
आज के इस अवसर पर हम सबके मध्य विराजमान नीति आयोग के उपाध्यक्ष आदरणीय सुमन बैरी साहब, आदरणीय रमेश चांद जी, आदरणीय परमेश्वर अय्यर जी, डर्क स्टेफेस जी और नीलम पटेल जी, डॉक्टर ए.के. सिंह जी, नाबार्ड से आए सुखविंदर जी और इस मौके पर उपस्थित सभी वैज्ञानिक गण, नीति निर्माता गण और विषय से जुड़े सभी महानुभाव। आज निश्चित रूप से नीति आयोग और BMZ दोनों ने मिलकर बहुत ही सामायिक विषय पर यह विमर्श आयोजित किया है। मैं इस विमर्श की सफलता के लिए आप सभी लोगों को हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बहुत बधाई देता हूं। हम सभी इस बात से परिचित हैं कि कृषि का क्षेत्र भारत के लिए भी और दुनिया के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है। कृषि के क्षेत्र में चुनौतियां लगभग एक जैसी हैं। किसी जगह कम होगी, किसी की जगह ज़्यादा होंगी, लेकिन यह क्षेत्र चुनौतियों से भरा हुआ है। कृषि के क्षेत्र को मदद करने की दृष्टि से सरकारें समय समय पर काम करती हैं, सहायता भी करती हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बावजूद किसान का परिश्रम तब हार जाता है जब मौसम की मार उसे झेलना पड़ती है। और इसलिए कृषि के क्षेत्र में जो चुनौतियां हैं उनका समाधान निरंतर रूप से करते रहने की आवश्यकता हमेशा प्रतीत होती ही रहती है। ठीक इसी प्रकार से हम देखेंगे तो ध्यान में आएगा कि कृषि के क्षेत्र वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसकी तरफ भविष्य की पीढ़ी आकर्षित हो, यह हम सबकी आवश्यकता है। और इस आवश्यकता को पूर्ण करने के लिए खेती में स्थिरता हो, टिकाऊपन हो, तकनीक का समर्थन हो, निरंतरता हो और किसान को वाजिब मुनाफा भी मिल सके, यह निश्चित रूप से अत्यंत आवश्यक है। एक समय था जब हमारी नीतियां उत्पादन केंद्रित थीं और उस समय अच्छी उत्पादकता के बीच ईजाद हो, रासायनिक खाद का प्रयोग हो, इस पर विचार किया गया और निश्चित रूप से इसके उपयोग से सकारात्मक परिणाम भी आए। हमारे उत्पादन में वृद्धि हुई और जो आवश्यकता खाद्यान्न बागवानी फसलों की थी उसको काफ़ी हद तक दूर करने में हम लोग निश्चित रूप से सफल हुए हैं। लेकिन हम सब इस बात को भलीभांति जानते हैं कि धरती के भी स्थिति ठीक वैसी ही है जैसे मनुष्य की होती है। मनुष्य स्वस्थ रहे, बीमार न पड़े, समय समय पर चेकअप होता रहे और समय समय पर उसको इलाज मिलता रहे, जिससे उसके जीवन की निरंतरता बनी रहे और लगातार वो अपने जीवन का उपयोग समाज और देश के हित में करता रहे। ठीक वैसे ही कल्पना धरती के बारे में है। धरती का हम प्रकृति के अनुसार दोहन तो कर सकते हैं, लेकिन प्रकृति के सिद्धांतों के विपरीत अगर भूमि का शोषण करने की कोशिश की तो इसके निश्चित रूप से परिणाम आने वाले कल में कभी भी खतरनाक हो सकते हैं। जैसी कि परिस्थिति आज दुनिया भर में है, रासायनिक खेती और बाकी सब चीज़ों के कारण निश्चित रूप से मिट्टी की उर्वरा शक्ति का क्षरण हो रहा है। जलवायु परिवर्तन की परिस्थिति का दौर भी है और ऐसी परिस्थितियां भारत को तो चिंतित करती हैं, लेकिन सारी दुनिया को चिंतित करने वाली हैं। मिट्टी में जैविक कार्बन की कमी होना यह निश्चित रूप से हम सबके लिए बहुत गंभीर बात है और इसलिए विश्व स्तर पर भी इन दिनों चिंता हो रही है और विशेष रूप से भारत में प्रधानमंत्री जी इस दिशा में चिंतित भी हैं, सतत विकास के लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध भी हैं और इसलिए समय समय पर वो चिंता भी करते रहते हैं, कार्यक्रमों का सृजन भी करते रहते हैं, योजनाओं पर भी काम करते रहते हैं और उसका सदपरिणाम आने वाले कल में आए, इस बात की भी निश्चित रूप से कोशिश होती रहती है। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि इस दिशा में भारत और जर्मनी दोनों मिलकर इस गंभीर परिस्थिति का हल ढूंढने में सफल होंगे, ऐसा मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। इससे पहले भी जो प्रयत्न हुए हैं और अब जो MOU है उस पर कार्य समूह बनाकर जो निरंतर प्रयत्न होगा उसके सदपरिणाम भी सामने आएंगे। इस परिस्थिति से देश और दुनिया बचे, इसके लिए भारत ने भारतीय प्राकृतिक कृषि पद्धति खेती को फिर से अपनाया है। यद्यपि ये विधा हमारी पुरातनकालीन विधा है, क्योंकि हम प्रकृति के साथ पूरा तालमेल करने वाले लोग रहे हैं और इसलिए ये हमारी पुरानी विधा थी, लेकिन धीरे धीरे ये विधा से हम दूर हुए और आज फिर से प्राकृतिक खेती की ओर भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है। इसके लिए भारत ने योजना भी बनाई है, लगभग 1578 करोड़ रुपया बजट में इसके लिए प्रावधान रखा गया है और इस पर बहुत तेज़ी से काम चल रहा है। फिर हमारे अनुसंधान परिषद हो, कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र हों, हमारे कृषि विश्वविद्यालय हों, महाविद्यालय हों, सभी लोग चौतरफा इस बात की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और नमामि गंगे योजना के अंतर्गत भी कृषि मंत्रालय राज्यों के साथ सहयोग करके इस परियोजना को गंगा जी के किनारे भी बहुत तेज़ी के साथ आगे बढ़ा रहा है और मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि अभी तक लगभग 4,78,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि प्राकृतिक खेती के अंतर्गत लाई गई है। अब देश भर में इस पर काम शुरू हो गया है। फिर आंध्र प्रदेश हो, हिमाचल हो, गुजरात हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, राजस्थान हो, सभी राज्यों में अनेक अनेक नवाचार किए जा रहे हैं प्राकृतिक पद्धति खेती को बढ़ाने के लिए। इसमें लागत भी कम है, मिट्टी की उर्वरा शक्ति को भी हम कायम रख सकते हैं, स्वच्छ उत्पादन भी कर सकते हैं और किसान को भी वाजिब दाम इससे मिल सकता है और निश्चित रूप से जो हमारी पर्यावरणीय जवाबदारियां हैं उन जवाबदारियों का भी निर्वहन करने में निश्चित रूप से हम लोग सफल हो सकते हैं। इस दिशा में भारत सरकार ने पिछले दिनों सॉइल हेल्थ टेस्ट पर बहुत बल दिया और मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निर्देश पर लगभग 22 करोड़ किसानों को 2 चक्र में सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड वितरित किए गए और आज भी देश में सॉइल हेल्थ चेकअप के लिए 500 के लगभग स्थायी लेबोरेटरीज बनाई गई, चलित लेबोरेटरीज बनाई गई, छोटी लैब बनाई गई और गांव स्तर पर भी लैब बनाई गई हैं, जिससे सॉइल हेल्थ टेस्ट की रफ़्त बढ़े और किसान सॉइल हेल्थ की रिकमेंडेशन को माने और अपनी खेती को निश्चित रूप से वो बचाने में सफल हो पाए। इस दिशा में भारत सरकार बहुत ही शिद्दत के साथ काम कर रही है। मैं समझता हूँ कि आने वाले कल में जो आवश्यकता है उसकी पूर्ति की दिशा में हम राज्य सरकारों के माध्यम से, किसानों के माध्यम से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज यह तय हो गया है कि कुल मिला के रासायनिक खेती से जो उत्पाद है वह मनुष्य के जीवन को भी प्रभावित करता है, भूमि को तो प्रभावित करता ही है, और इसलिए ये प्रभाव कम किया जा सके, समय रहते इसका आकलन करके हम अपने रास्ते को सने सने बदल के स्वच्छ उत्पादन की तरफ बढ़ सकें और अपनी पर्यावरणीय जिम्मेवारियां, जल को बचाने के प्रति जिम्मेवारियां, उन सब का भी हम निर्वहन कर सकें। इस दृष्टि से निश्चित रूप से यह बहुत ही उपयुक्त समय है जब हम विचार विमर्श कर रहे हैं, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि नीति आयोग और VMZ मिलकर जो काम कर रहे हैं उसका अच्छा परिणाम सामने आएगा। आज भी एक कार्यशाला प्रारंभ हो रही है, इसमें विमर्श होगा, बहुत सारे सुझाव आएंगे और वो सब सुझाव निश्चित रूप से मिट्टी के क्षरण रोकने में और प्राकृतिक खेती को बढ़ावा देने की दृष्टि से बहुत ही उपयोगी होंगे। मैं पुनः कार्यशाला की सफलता के लिए आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, बधाई देता हूँ।
आदरणीय कृषि मंत्री जी के बहुमूल्य विचार हमें इस दिशा में मार्गदर्शन करते रहेंगे और उनके शब्द हमें हमेशा प्रेरित करते रहेंगे। मैं उनका पुनः अभिनंदन करती हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Agriculture Minister's valuable thoughts shall keep us guiding us in our endeavors, and his words shall always motivate us. Thank you very much, sir, once again. And with that, as we express gratitude to him, I would just like to inform you, we had to make this change only because of a group of ministers' important meeting that the Honorable Minister has to attend, because of which he's going to be leaving us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. बहुत namaskar aapka, sir. Thank you very much. The Chief Guest, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, Honorable Cabinet Minister for Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege really to invite to the podium Professor Ramesh Chand, Honorable Member, NITI Aayog, to please put forward his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for Professor Ramesh Chand.
Honorable Union Minister for Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Shri Narendra Singh Tomar ji, whom we heard just now, and he had to leave because of compelling reasons. Vice Chairman of NITI Aayog, Shri Suman Beri ji, CEO NITI Aayog, Shri Parmeshwaram Iyer ji, Mr. Dirk Steve N. from Germany, Dr. Neelam Patel, distinguished participant in today's conclave. Neelam, should I speak in English or in Hindi? How is the audience? How audience will feel comfortable?
I think out of deference to our general partners.
Okay, thank you. So I go by advice of our Vice Chairman. Since we have foreign guests in this meeting, I will prefer to speak in English. As you all know, soil is part of natural system which includes land, water and air. I do not mention biodiversity, fauna and flora because they are the product of these three elements of natural system. And natural system, you know, it sustain everything on planet, including human life, plant life, except I would say, rather I would not say except that all kind of life on planet is supported by this natural system. This was very well acknowledged in our culture, and since our childhood we have been hearing that soil or earth is a mother, And I think the basis for that recognition was that like mother nourishes her children, it is the soil which nourishes us. So that's why we accorded the status and respect of mother to earth, and we just address it as Mother Earth. We also know that if you look at historically, there was not any serious concern about health of soils, but at the same time, though soil was not heavily exploited, bird has witnessed famines. Bird has witnessed famine where millions of people vanished. So that is one side of the story, that while we always keep talking about exploitation of soil and all those kind of things, so we need to have a balanced kind of view, that over-exploitation of soil and other natural resources started with adoption of modern method of agriculture, modern technology, mechanization, especially adoption of green revolution technology. It has both its pluses as well as minuses. As I mentioned, that after world adopted green revolution technology, the world has not faced famine. So you look at per capita production of food, except in Africa, you find there has been a very big increase. But we are now debating that no doubt we have very impressive achievement in food front, but the way we are growing our food, doing our agriculture, this is not sustainable. And simple definition of sustainability, that whatever is the capacity of natural system which we have inherited, when we will pass it on to the next generation, its capacity will be lower. So if that is the case, then this kind of practice is considered unsustainable, and you will find that you can continue with this unsustainable practice for some time, then suddenly a day will come that it will just entire system may collapse, and the system on which we depend and nourish is no more providing us those services. So there is a need to debate that what are those practices, what are those products which are enriching soils, which are those products and practices which are impoverishing soils, and what are the trade-off if we move from practices which are enriching to practices which are impoverishing, because it is not without trade-off. You do either thing, it has its own consequences. I would simply say that soil being a living organism, and soil being a habitat for very large microorganism, bacteria, etc. So if we keep putting chemical into soils, which is habitat for very large microorganism and lot of other kind of living beings, there is a capacity up to which it can be absorbed. It is not that it can't be absorbed at all. We also take tablet, we also take supplement, we consume capital. So body has a capacity that up to a point it will be absorbed, but if you go beyond a point, then it is going to have adverse effects which may be more harmful than what is its beneficial effect. So this is one property of, one aspect of soils, that biological side, that in soils organic content is continuously declining, organic carbon is continuously declining. At many places it has gone below 0.3, which is not considered healthy for fertility and productivity. But there are two other properties of soils also, physical property, chemical property. They are also indicator of health. But normally we look at we are obsessed with looking at this organic content. So if in today's conclave or subsequently this issue can be taken, let us identify what are the indicators of soil health. Organic carbon is not only the one, though very, very important, but I think there are other kind of things also. I also feel that problem of soil is not like problem of climate change, that it can't be addressed. In fact, if again you look at the historical data, you find two type of trend. One trend which shows that area under problem soil has declined. The soils which were problem soils, many of you belong to North India. So 40 years back when this large part of Karnal, Panipat and that area, in much of that area not even a blade of grass will grow. The soil was so saline, that salinity was so widespread that unless Indian Council of Social Science Research was spread, a new kind of program came. So area was reclaimed through gypsum and other kind of things, sodic soils and all those kind of soils. So millions of hectare area which was not giving anything, we brought it under cultivation. That is positive contribution of modern agriculture. We always look at negative side. This positive contribution that over time we came with technology where we reduced area under problem soil, where we reduced area which was waterlogged through proper drainage. So there are statistics in some state that area under cultivation increased because of these kind of practices. Similarly, these are chemical property when I talk of alkaline and soil. Even in terms of physical property, which mentioned to whether soil is having too much of sand, gravel, calcareous kind of soils. Again, I have seen that once the agriculture became profitable, it provided lot of incentive to people to reclaim that soils, and in Indian villages, it was a common sight to see people taking silt from the ponds, putting it in those kind of problem soils and making them fertile. And I have myself seen that how the soil which were considered sandy, where nothing used to be grow, over time people brought it under cultivation by bringing silt from that, by putting some soil from other field, so like that. So in case of soil, I would say that in terms of improving chemical property, physical property, lot of development has happened. But in case of biological property, really soil have taken a beating because biological properties were maintained through traditional practices. Those traditional practices were lot of application of farmyard manure, decomposition of crop residue, leaves and others, and putting those decomposed material back into soil. Over time, you just find that it has stopped at many places. Farmer often used to go for green manuring, but West now talk of cover crop, etc. It was a common practice. But now, again, I would say that profitability has both dimension. A farmer field doing green manuring means I will be losing growing a crop for production. So why to go for green manuring? So, and one of the reasons, these are documented thing, and I have observed that one factor which sustained biological property of soils in India was that lot of farmyard manure was plowed back into the soils. In winter, it used to be a common practice. Now it is restricted. Somewhere it is still there, that before onset of winter, farm family will bring lot of leaves. They will collect leaves from the field. They will put it in the cattle shed. So for 3-4 months, urine of buffaloes and cow will decompose that biomass, including the crop biomass. That in case of maize, in case of agroforestry species, plash, that you use leaf part which is not used by animal, you put it in the animal shed. So through urine, it used to get decomposed, and by the time you reach month of February or March, you get a layer of 3-4 feet kind of litter, well decomposed farmyard manure. So it was that which was sustaining fertility of the soils, which over time has gone down. I have a statistic which shows that after 1970, the imbalance between use of chemical and inorganic composed material has increased so high that growth rate of chemical fertilizer is 7 times, but is the growth rate of organic manure. There is still increase in overall organic manure in India, but area also increased. So per hectare basis, you find that when you are taking 2 crop, it is not available. So those dimensions are there, that use of chemical increased 7 times, and we disturbed this balance. Now somebody may ask this question, if we disturb this balance and it is such a serious concern, why nowhere in India yield are not declining? After all, yield are increasing. So what is this? If there is so much concern about soils getting overexploited, hell is falling, then somebody may question you, please tell me how come everywhere yield is increasing? We need to look at it. There are 2 dimensions of soils. One is fertility, another is productivity. Often we mix them. They are 2 different concepts. Organic matter help us, rather it is a major factor in maintaining soil fertility. When you apply chemical fertilizer, it does not improve fertility, but it improved productivity. So for same level of soil fertility, if you do not apply chemical fertilizer, yield will be low, and if you apply chemical fertilizer for same level of fertility, the yield will go up. So this is how the 2 trend happens, that we kept increasing the use of productivity enhancing input, and we keep ignoring the use of fertility maintaining or fertility enhancing input. So I can talk about this thing, but this is simple factor because of which we are today finding that our soils are getting impoverished. And it is not that, again, rocket science, it was known to agriculture scientists. If you look at the package of practice of any agriculture university or ICR institute, it says apply 40 kg nitrogen, 20 kg potash, 10 kg phosphorus, like that. Also apply so much of farmyard manure. I have not seen any package of practice which says you apply only NPK, but don't apply farmyard manure. Invariably, it is mentioned, you apply this farmyard manure also. But we ignored farmyard manure aspect, and we kept using more and more of chemical, and whatever reduction in yield was happening because of lesser use of organic matter, which was affecting soil fertility, we were increasing per unit use of chemical to negate that and have more. It has implication. The most serious implication is that real cost of production start increasing, because you are compensating decline in fertility and its effect on yield by increasing more and more of chemical fertilizer. So you are able to increase it, but it comes at a cost. So you will find that real cost of production is increasing, which compel farmers to seek higher and higher prices. So that is the crisis of Indian agriculture, that this complementarity between chemical fertilizer and organic fertilizer, efficiency of fertilizer improves when there is higher organic content in the soils. So over time, this has been, I would say, affected, and that is creating lot of problem, also affecting soil fertility and soil health. Then there are other kind of reasons also why soil are becoming less and less healthy. In fact, I hold groundwater as a bigger factor in affecting soil health than even use of agrochemicals. Because more water you pump out, there are always salt in the groundwater, and at many places there are salt. You keep applying. So many people are telling me that this Karnal, etc., Haryana area, which has become so productive, after long term you will find that again, that those salt accumulation will happen, because we are relying excessively on groundwater than on surface water. So at many places we find that arsenic content is increasing, waterlogging is happening where proper drainage is not there. So not only talking about chemical kind of fertilizer, when we are talking of soil health, we should also talk of this kind of things, indiscriminate use of water, lack of proper drainage, absence of healthy crop sequence, that if you are continuously going for same crop in between not changing, then also it has effect. I give you an example of that. I was releasing a book on soybean last week. So I looked at data for soybean. The surprising thing is that during last 50 years, there is no increase in productivity of soybean. No increase, not even 1 kg increase in productivity of soybean. Rather, it is decaying in the major state of Madhya Pradesh. So why it is happening? Because if you keep producing same thing without paying attention to crop diversity, sometime having other crops, so that it has so many ecological way in which it operates, but that is important. Also, how we can go for green manuring. Some of you might have heard that Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev ji, he started Save Soils, he started advocating cover crops, so he had meeting interaction with us in NITI Aayog that how we can encourage cover crop. Then I looked at green manuring aspects also, meeting with ICR scientists, including ADG Agro, who is looking at it. I feel that we should look more deeper into green manuring, how we can bring back green manuring. It will simply not come if we just tell farmer, you don't grow maize. Instead of that, you grow dencha, or you grow something like that and plow it back. He loses profitability. So how we can bring that back? What are its benefit cost analysis? If you do green manuring for 1 year, for how many years it will maintain the organic matter? All that data is not available. So we need to generate that data, only then we can give push to these healthy kind of practice. So at the end, I would just like to say that there is a genuine concern about soil health, about bringing agroecology, bringing natural farming. But I have been urging this, yes, we need to reduce use of indiscriminate use of agrochemical. We will see where we can find healthy alternative. We must see that, because chemical have their effect. But we should not do it in a knee-jerk manner. We should not do it without fully understanding what are its various kind of implications. As I mentioned to you, that chemical also helped us in reclaiming millions of hectares of land, which was otherwise suitable. So not maligning chemical always. We should malign indiscriminate use of chemical. We should malign imbalanced use of chemical. And I think there is always a balanced use, there is always an optimal use. I still feel that we can take best advantage of fertility, provided we apply little bit of chemical there, you get best results. Similarly, if we keep using only urea and DAP, etc., but soil fertility is very, very poor, that is something which is not healthy. So I hope you will keep all these things in mind and discuss about them. I find that there are real domain experts on this area available, and also practitioners are participating in this conclave. So we look forward to your recommendation coming to us before we process what kind of proposal we should give to government for restoring soil health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us with your address. Soil is indeed host to a rich reserve of biodiversity, and thank you for that analogy that soils are like our mothers, and if it nurtures us, we must nurture it back, and also showing us the path of real productivity. Thank you very much indeed, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor, it is my privilege to invite to the podium Shri Suman Berry, Honorable Vice Chairman, NITI Aayog. Please help me welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
Good morning. I see on the basis of the program that was distributed that I'm standing between you and tea. But I would be failing in my duty if I did not, first of all, acknowledge the kind presence of the Honourable Minister, who had to leave, as you know, but also the Deputy Head of Economic Cooperation and Development at the German Embassy, Mr. Dirk Steffen and his colleagues in the audience, and of course my respected and distinguished NITI Aayog colleagues, the CEO and partner in running NITI, Parmeshwaran Iyer, member Ramesh Chand, who is sort of part of my sort of cabinet, and Dr. Neelam Patel and others who may be in the audience, and the wide range of scholars and experts in the audience today. On this important day, as a part of the celebration of this festival, Azadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, NITI Aayog is pleased to cooperate with BIZ in hosting this discussion on World Soil Day. Much has been said, and I've learned a lot from what the Honourable Minister had to say, from my colleague Dr. Ramesh Chand, about how to think about these issues in an empirical and nuanced fashion. I'm pleased to be at the Pusa Institute, which is associated with so much of the important agricultural research in the country, and from the CEO, Mr. Parmeshwaran Iyer, about the background to NITI's involvement in natural farming and the issue of soil health. I would just like to make a few points about NITI and partnerships, and then, as it were, close so that there's not too much loss in the program. Let me start by making, perhaps an obvious point, but still very important, which is that I'm privileged to be the vice chairman of NITI Aayog, which raises the question, who is the chairman? And many of you would know that the chairman is the Honorable Prime Minister. And in my 6 months or 7 months now in the role, I think both Paramaya and myself have become keenly aware of, as it were, the important responsibility that we carry on behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister to implement his views and vision of India's development path. And as the Honorable Minister, my colleague in the Council of Ministers, has noted, and as I've been advised by my colleague Neelam Patel as well, much of the emphasis and impetus for natural farming comes from the Honorable Prime Minister. And in this year of India's G20, I think you're going to find many resonances about his appeal, which is a Gandhian appeal, to return to, as it were, some of the core values of India, and respect for nature is obviously a very important one of those. So, all of us at NITI Aayog are here spreading, as it were, the word, the knowledge, the learnings, and implementing a vision that stems from the Honorable Prime Minister. A second dimension of NITI's mandate, and here I must acknowledge the leadership that Paramaya has exercised, has been that India is not India. India is a collection of individual states, very diverse and differentiated. I was saying earlier, before the session started, that I had 4 years recently living in Europe, and then 6 years affiliated, I still am in some ways, with a think tank in Brussels called Bruegel. And I mention that because as I look at the issue of India's states, I see a sort of mini EU. I mean, there's so much diversity amongst our states, so much and such size that really one size fits all does not apply. And so, therefore, along the lines of what my colleague Ramesh Chand has said, as it were, through the work that you do and through the vast agricultural establishment in this country, and with the support, of course, of GIZ, if you like, customizing the agenda at the level of individual states is something that, supported by my colleagues under Dr. Neelam Patel, is something that NITI is equipped to do as part of our new state support mission. I think the third point that I would want to make is that reference, I think, has already been made to the important discussion that took place between Chancellor Schulz and Prime Minister Modi when the Prime Minister was an invitee to the G7 meeting at Schloss Elmau, I think, in Bavaria. And one of the follow-up actions to that has been a strategic economic dialogue between myself, representing NITI Aayog, and the Federal Minister for Cooperation. For various reasons, it could not be face-to-face as we'd hoped. It was a virtual meeting. But, and I had the occasion also to meet with the recently appointed German ambassador as well, and he expressed his satisfaction with the breadth of engagement between Germany and India, but which sort of takes place within an overall framework set by NITI Aayog and the German Cooperation Ministry through these strategic economic dialogues. Just to say, and I won't belabor the point too much longer, as has already been mentioned, I think by Dr. Chand, I think the world appreciates the enormous stake that it has in the development path that India chooses or is able to pursue, which, as Ramesh Chand has indicated, has, in a sense, particularly in agriculture, been relatively successful, but where, as it were, a change in tack is now needed. But we must never forget that we are talking of millions of smallholders. Even though they are doing well, they're doing well within a very complex set of policies. They are not at the margins of subsistence, but they are actually, they're exposed to a lot of risk in the way that the minister indicated. But I think those of us who are entrusted with their welfare need to be sure that there's an overall framework for managing risk, and it's a complicated framework. And finally, he's made the point that while we may be talking about the topic at hand within the context of climate change, actually the issues are subtler and deeper. So, I won't speak for too much longer. I'm very grateful to my colleagues and to GIZ for organizing this. I am obviously very supportive of what my colleagues at all levels at NITI Aayog have been doing in the area of natural farming. I was told, though, by NABARD that, to some extent we are still only scratching the surface. I'm sure there are large issues about marketing and certification that this conclave will take up. So without further ado, let me wish you every success, and I'll hand over to the compere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for always inspiring us and always leaving us with a vision. And truly, indeed, the Prime Minister is the key driver of natural farming. And in this year of G20, we will see the Gandhian appeal or back to nature-based solutions. Thank you very much once again, sir, for enshrining that and also for sharing with us your vision. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, to render the word of thanks. May I request you to please welcome the lady with a big round of applause. Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor.
Thank you. Namaskar. Good morning. It is an honor for me to propose a vote of thanks on the behalf of NITI Aayog and my partner GIZ. GIZ is implementing agencies from BMZ in India, and in absentia, I express gratitude to the chief guest of today's function, Honorable Minister, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and for his consent to be here in spite of his busy schedule. And also would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chairman NITI Aayog. Thank you, sir, for coming here and for guiding us for organizing the event. And also you have listened our honorable member, Professor Ramesh Chandji, that he dealt with, he has covered several dimensions of the soil health management. And sir, we are going to discuss in detail in remaining 3 sessions. And with this, my special gratitude to our CEO, because his inputs in organizing the event and supporting the NITI, our vertical, particularly agriculture. Sir, your guidance has always motivated us. And with this, I would like to thank the 3 Vice Chancellors, particularly the Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agriculture University Vice Chancellor Dr. A.K. Singh sir, Vice Chancellor from Rajmata Vijay Rajesh Scindia, A.K. Shukla ji, Haryana Agriculture University Vice Chancellor Professor Kamboj, and also Sanjay Kumar, CSIR Director from Hamirpur, and 3 Joint Director Research from 3 universities, NABARD, and also I can tell you in this audience we are having several researchers, accomplished researchers, and from different field. National Rent Area Authority expert is sitting here, Atari directors, they are sitting here, few students, and also the director from Indian Institute of Sustainability who came from Gujarat with his team. And with this, I would like to thank each one of you for joining, and please deliberate in the remaining 3 sessions and give your own inputs, because your inputs are very much needed to frame the policy and also the further programs. With this, thank you. You are invited for a cup of tea, then we will assemble here again for the first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patel. Thank you, madam. I'd request you to please join us for a group photograph. Shri Ahel, may I request you to also please step forward and be in the group picture for the photographer. Ladies and gentlemen, the translated version of the Honorable Minister's speech will be circulated to all delegates along with the report. And we also have today in our midst Shri Deepak Arora, consultant radiation physicist and visual practitioner, who's going to be conducting a beautiful live graphic recording of the event, images of which will get projected during different sessions, and a final visual summary will be presented at the end of the day. With that, like Madam said, it is now time for a tea coffee break, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be about 10 minutes long. I know we have very little time. So on the ground floor in the main dining area of the AP Shinde Symposium Hall, we have tea coffee organized for all of you. I request you to please proceed for tea coffee and come back here for the panel discussion. The first panel discussion is going to take place 15 minutes from now. It is on the theme of ideas that work, lessons from India, role of academic institutions, research organizations and state governments for soil health management as well as sustainable farming. So I'm going to request you to please come back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just take about 10 minutes and come back after this quick tea coffee break for this panel discussion. Thank you very much. of academic institutions, research organizations, and state governments for soil health management as well as sustainable farming. May I request you to please come and take seats, ladies and gentlemen. I would also request you to please ensure that your mobile phones are turned to the silent mode. However, would request you to not switch them off at all. We must take the message from this national conclave on soil health management for sustainable farming far and wide. So I'm going to request and urge you to please use your social media handles. In fact, if you would spread the message across all your social media platforms, that will really take this message a long way. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to please be seated now. We're going to be starting with our first panel discussion in a minute or two. May I request you to please be seated? Gentlemen, ladies outside, may I request you to please take seats now? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very interesting session because the panel that you will be a witness to has representation which is really excellent, and you know, there's going to be a lot of learning from research, and this research and implementation interface truly is critical for successful transformation of agriculture towards sustainable farming and sustainable soil health. So we're going to be a part of some very, very meaningful deliberations during this panel discussion. May I request you to please be seated? Thank you. Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, I have been signaled to begin with the panel discussion, so I'm going to request and invite the esteemed panelists on stage. We're going to begin by calling on stage the chair for this session, Dr. Ashok Kumar Singh, who's the Vice Chancellor of Rani Lakshmi Bai Central Agricultural University, Jhansi. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, in a loud round of applause, and let's welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Singh. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, he has also been in the past a director at the Agricultural Technology Application Research Institute, Kanpur, Deputy Director General AG Extension and Director of the Indian Agricultural Research Institute in New Delhi, and Agricultural Commissioner with ICAR and Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, and is now working as the Vice Chancellor at RLBCAU, Jhansi. I must say Dr. Singh shows great experience and engagement in teaching, research and extension, and his major work has been in the area of technology application and outreach with a large network of 732 KVKs. Warm welcome once again, sir. Let me now invite our esteemed panelists. May I invite Professor B.R. Kamboj, the Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, of Chaudhry Charan Singh Haryana Agricultural University, Haryana. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, please. Welcome, sir. Dr. Kamboj comes armed with more than 25 years of experience that includes 11 years experience as professor and international exposure to CIMMYT in Mexico. And also, ladies and gentlemen, he has achieved the Best Incubation Award for CCSHAU under the umbrella of Agri-Food Empowering Awards 2021. Dr. Kamboj is also the esteemed president of CCSHAU Agri-Business Incubation Center, and he is also the esteemed president of CCSHAU Agri-Business Incubation Center, and of course, being an agronomist, his main interest areas have been intercropping, laser leveling, zero tillage, paddy transplanter, climate smart technologies, preparation of CDAP, implementation of FPARP, etc. He's taken several initiatives for attaining new heights in research, teaching, as well as extension areas. A very warm welcome once again, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite, and please help me welcome him with a big round of applause, Shri Jigmet Takpa, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Government of Ladakh. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please. And Mr. Jigmet Takpa, ladies and gentlemen, served as the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, heading the Desertification Cell. He was National Focal Point of UNCCD GEF, and Vienna Convention for the Protection of Ozone Layer. He even spearheaded the hosting of UNCCD COP14 in New Delhi in the year 2019 and attended by 6,000 delegates from 197 countries and heads of UN agencies. Mr. Takpa has pioneered biodiversity conservation, rural development, and renewable energy in Ladakh and established a benchmark in the Himalaya. Warm welcome once again, sir. Let me now invite, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Professor Arvind Kumar Shukla, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Chancellor, RVSKVV Gwalior. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. He is a very renowned academician and researcher and works currently as Vice Chancellor of RVSKVV Gwalior. He was also project coordinator, senior scientist, and assistant professor for different ICAR projects and AICRP in soil science. He performed soil health appraisal across the country in 640 districts and developed an e-atlas on micro-secondary nutrient status in India, as also state atlases in vernacular languages, including Madhya Pradesh, providing technical advice and backstopping to Government of India on status. I'd also like to inform all of you, ladies and gentlemen, that Professor Shukla developed a novel concept on linking soil health with animal and human health, and their execution in collaboration with other SAUs, veterinary institution, and medical colleges, including AIIMS Bhopal, for very, very innovative research. Very warm welcome once again to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is now my privilege to invite on stage Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director CSIR IHBT Palampur, Himachal Pradesh. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. He joined CSIR IHBT as Scientist B in 1990, and he's guided 28 MSc PhD students. He holds several international patents and has 205 research review articles. Some of his key contributions have resulted in books and major reviews. He's been recognized as the Fellow of the Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and Crop Improvement Society of India. Also bestowed with prestigious VASVIK Industrial Research Award, R.D. Asana Endowment Lecture Award, Professor G.V. Joshi Memorial Lecture Award, Ultra International Team Award for contribution in essential oils industry. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you for your relentless approach for quality science and technology development. With that, now, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the privilege of inviting Professor Sanjeev Chauhan, Director Research, Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause can be a little better. Thank you very much for the applause. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Chauhan has a vast experience of 29 years in teaching, research and extension in forestry and agroforestry. Moreover, he is associated with 6 summer-winter schools trainings as director and coordinator and member of 2 international symposia committee organized at Beijing, China and Borolo, Italy. Mr. Chauhan has also been IUFRO coordinator of short rotation forestry for the last 7 years and IUFRO task force member on forest and bioenergy. Also, he's a task force member in the Sustainable Forest Biomass Network and has been IFRO deputy coordinator agroforestry for the last 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also a member of many, many technical committees, and of course, he has guided several students for their MSc degree as chairman of their advisory committee. He has evaluated several MScs and PhDs, over 40 theses as external examiner. Thank you very much, sir, once again for gracing this panel discussion. Let me now invite, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. P. Bala Subramaniam, Director, Natural Resource Management, TNAU, Coimbatore. Welcome, sir. He specializes in recycling of organic and industrial wastes for soil fertility and plant nutrition with special reference to silicon and potassium for mitigating the biotic and abiotic stress. He was, ladies and gentlemen, awarded with the Professor Sant Singh Memorial National Award for Excellence in Education and Research in Soil Science, and also the TNAU University Award for Niche Area Award for Organic Waste Recycling for Soil Health and Plant Nutrition. Besides that, the several awards in the past, to name a few: FAI Silver Jubilee Award by Fertilizer Association of India, Gold Medal with Certificate Recognition by TNIU for Best Teacher, Recognition Certificate for obtaining external funded schemes SPI from Government of India, DST, New Delhi. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. I have to say he's visited 6 countries to present research papers, to name a few: Vietnam, Russia, China. Thank you very much once again to you as well, sir, for accepting our invitation for this panel discussion. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to hand over the proceedings to our chair, so I'm going to request him to please take over. Dr. A.K. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Rani Lakshmibai Central Agriculture University, Jhansi. Sir, please.
Thank you very much and good morning to everyone. Esteemed panelists, Professor B.R. Kamboj, Honorable Vice Chancellor from Haryana Agriculture University, Haryana, Dr. A.K. Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor from RVSKVB, Gwalior, Sri Jigmet Takpa, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Government of Ladakh, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director CSIR, IHBT, Palampur, Professor Sanjeev Chauhan, Director Research from Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, and Dr. P. Bala Subramanian, Director Natural Resource Management, and all the esteemed participants here, Dr. Neelam Patel, a Senior Advisor from NITI Aayog, and all the distinguished, those who are here in this hall. Now this session is very important and it talks about the ideas that work and the lessons, particularly the lessons which are emerging from India. And basically the role of academic institutions, organizations, what kind of interventions they have been able to make, and what is the perception level at that level that what needs to be done in future. Soil health management has been an issue for Government of India, and I am happy to say that for last 7-8 years there has been earnest efforts at the level of Government of India, and all the institutions, including the academic institutions, research organizations, and also the development departments have come together to work on the soil health management and also sustainable farming. Today we are here and probably we need to discuss in depth that what are the good practices which has happened in the past in which our institutions have been able to make some mark, and what future they see for those practices which they have been able to pursuing in the past, and what need to be done in the future also. A lot has been said in the inaugural session about the status of soils, how the mining of nutrients is happening, and what was the status of fertilizer use when agriculture basically in 1950s started on a commercial level, and how it has increased. We are also aware that with the use of fertilizers, chemical fertilizers over years, we have been able to gain production and productivity at different fronts, but at the same time we also find that the organic carbon and fertility status of soils have gone down over the years. So there are many questions before us that how this balance can be actually achieved, producing more, having more productivity, and at the same time sustaining soils. Micronutrient deficiencies have been occurring all across the country, and there has been progressive increase in occurrence of deficiencies. That is another factor about which the research findings are putting us on alarm. We also see that there is declining crop response to fertilizers. In 2010, it was, in 1960, it was 12.1 kg per 1 kg of per NPK production of grains, but now it has reduced to 5 kg only per kg of NPK. So this is the kind of response of crops to different fertilizer usage. In the meantime, the interventions like integrated nutrient management, soil health card by the Government of India, conservation agriculture, crop residue management, again a big scheme is going on, and many of the states are being covered under it, and climate resilient agriculture. At the same time, the practices like organic farming, natural farming, all these also being pursued. This puts a lot of, you can say, approaches coming forward on which different agencies are working together. I am sure that the academic institutions, they are also doing a bit in terms of doing research, and also doing a bit in terms of taking all those research findings to the farmers' fields with the help of many stakeholders. So today we are going to discuss on all these aspects. We have not got much time now. Only 1 hour is left. And there are 6 panelists, so time will be very less. So I will invite each one of you to speak maybe 5-6 minutes in one go, and then if time remains, we can again have the responses from all of you. But there are certain issues that what we have been thinking about, that if we have to transform Indian agriculture and also the farming, a kind of balance has to be taken in place for food and nutrition security for growing population while ensuring sustainable farming. Based on your expertise and insights, where is this balance can be actually achieved or not, because you all have been working in this area. What should be the balanced approach and strategy for India to promote the for being claimed natural farming, or you can say the regenerative agriculture, which we have been talking about. There are other options also, that the fertility of soil and soil health has deteriorated. So, and also the fertilizer response is going down. So what needs to be done at the institution level if we have been able to make certain headway, and we have been able to bring certain findings that can also be shared today. The other aspect is that India has a strong network of, you can say, institutions, educational institutions in agriculture, and also a network of Krishi Vigyan Kendras at ground level. There are many FPOs which are coming up. So how these can also be integrated in terms of taking their, you can say, good offices and their networks to popularize these technologies which we have been talking about. Because when we talk of anything in agriculture, it has to be practiced by a farmer. So that practice has to reach to the farmers in totality, the kinds of the scientific integrity related to that technology. And farmers need to be educated so that they could adopt it. So what should be our, you can say, approach in terms of soil health management in this respect also? There are other more questions, but I will take them later on. Let us concentrate on these 3 and then we can have another round of discussions with all of you. So I will start with Professor Kamboj, and will request his ideas that what his university has been able to make in this respect.
Thank you, Chairman Sir. All esteemed panelists, as we know today, we are here to discuss about the soil health management, and in that case, how the academia, research institutes, as well as all other partners, rather than the stakeholders, I should say the partners, how we can just integrate our efforts to manage soil health, and how the different institutes can think of that these are the areas where we have to focus. Much have been talked that over the years the food production has increased, but we are facing some problems of soil health deterioration, environmental issues, climate change, so on, so on. And for that purpose, definitely now we are, there is a need to focus on the nutritional security as well as the food security. And for that purpose, soil health is very much important. And in that case, again, the microbial status of the soil, vis-a-vis organic matter content, as well as the resource use efficiency, which we are talking of, that how we can improve it. And for that purpose, definitely whatsoever produced at the farm, particularly the crop residue, that is the basic concern, how we can recycle it, reuse it, and how best we can use those crop residues so that we can improve our soil health, and that will ultimately add to the microflora as well as the resource use efficiency, maybe the water, maybe the nutrients, and that's the key. And for that purpose, again, what sort of cropping system we have to focus so that we can again sustain the crop productivity vis-a-vis nutritional quality also. And as Professor Singh has rightly said that the different institutions, maybe the Krishi Vigyan Kendra, maybe the State Department of Agriculture or other partners, universities, ICR, everybody as well as the international partner, how we can integrate with the effort that there should be a win-win situation for the farming community. And as you know, that in India, definitely land holding size is again very less. How we can involve maximum number of farmers and how we can aggregate. Aggregation is much more important. So for that purpose, what I feel that in HAU, what we have done, that through our Krishi Vigyan Kendras, we are demonstrating the technology or the best practices, including natural farming, organic farming, at Krishi Vigyan Kendras farms, so that all the stakeholders, maybe State Department of Agriculture, policy maker, or the scientific community, they can come over there, they can interact and they can improve upon for that purpose. And to validation of the technologies, we have established a organic farm, natural farm at CCS HAU, so that we can validate those technologies which have been practiced by the farmers or the innovations made by them, and very good results we have again attained at our farm, that when the organic carbon content is 0.7 and above, because this area has never been cultivated, so we have chosen that area only. We are getting equally good yields from that. So over here, very good thing, or we can say it's a output which has come, that first we have to think about the organic matter content of the soil, and over there which type of cropping systems we can follow, and that will help us in moving forward in this direction. So I think in Bawal farm we are having the, you can say, low organic carbon content. The cereal crops doesn't perform well over there, but the pulse crops coupled with the oil soil crops, they have just wonderfully you can say done well in those situations. So again we have to have the local specific cropping systems, we have to validate the data on that issues, and simultaneously again the microbial consortia on which we are working, that will again be the location specificity will be there. So we have to work on those areas, and I think if we will integrate the efforts of the academia, research station, research centers, as well as the extension system, coupled with the policy makers, we can address these issues and we can move in a way that we can sustain the productivity, profitability, vis-a-vis maintaining the soil health also, and that will help us in addressing the climate change issues which we are facing. So I think we can work in close collaboration and we can address these issues, because I have been given 5-6 minutes. So next, in next round, if I will be given time, I will speak further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamboj, for making it a point. I have also seen your farm, organic farm of 100 acres.
Yeah,
That itself is a good model for, you can say, sustainable farming, and can be promoted elsewhere also. And now I will request Professor A.K. Shukla, Vice Chancellor from RVSKV Jabal Gwalior, for his viewpoint. So, might be having a presentation, 5-6 minutes. Dr. Shukla has been a core scientist working on micronutrients. So he will be bringing a kind of different information before us.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Dr. A.K. Singh Sahab, Honorable Vice Chancellor, RLB CAU Jhansi, and Dr. Kamboj, Honorable Vice Chancellor, CCS HAU Hisar, and Dr. Jigmet Tapka Sahab, Chief Forest Conservator, Dr. Balasubramaniam, Dr. Sanjeev, Dr. Sanjay Sarma Sahab, Director CISH Palampur.
Actually, I have a kind of presentation, particularly how we can move forward. There are definitely some lessons that we had learned from the past. Actually, if you see how agriculture moved in India, so starting from enhancing productivity, now our concern has gone to the soil health, then environment, and now we are more concentrating on the nutritional security, particularly for the human health. And that's why we need more cleaner ecosystem services as compared to the previous. Soil health actually is a term continued from the Vedic era. During Atharved time, it is mentioned that farmers used to put their cow dung and leaves to their fields whenever the fertility of their fields was going down. But now, the soil health concept is gaining popularity more after 1990s, and particularly for the last 10 years, our policymakers has also has concern for the soil health issues, because several ecologists, economists, and policymakers has concern more about the broader role of soil health concept rather than improving the fertility. This is about the sustained plant and animal productivity, enhance and maintain soil and water quality, habitat of diverse microorganisms, controlling soil nutrient cycling, and promote plant and animal human health. Actually, soil should be looked as a part of which is improving the whole society. It is not only that improving the crop productivity, but it is also determine and define the culture of many places. If we look back in the history of Indian agriculture, we made very good progress as far as the productivity enhancement is there, due to green revolution, adoption of the high yielding variety, nutrient management, and pesticide use, fertilizer and machinery use. But that has resulted into declining in soil fertility, on diverse food quality, and dependence on the agrochemicals and pesticide. That has resulted not only in degradation of land and compaction of the soil, but also led to several kind of the soil and water pollutions, and leading to the animal and human health concern. Here, one of my colleague has made one important analysis how the students are selecting their PhD topic for the research. If you see from 1960 to 1980, then most of the topics were concentrated on the N and P dosage standardization. And there were very less topic on the other aspect, particularly on micronutrient and integrated nutrient management. But later on, from 1980 to 2000, the dosage standardization has reduced, and however, the research on integrated nutrient management has increased. This integrated nutrient management includes the balanced fertilization, long-term fertilization, soil test fertilization, all things together. Then certainly in 2000-2010, people have started, talking about the thesis on the organic farming and precision agriculture. This is very, very important. After 2010 to 2020 onwards, actually most of the researches are on integrated nutrient farming and conservation agriculture, precision agriculture, organic farming, and micronutrient. So this is a change in the selection of the topics for the research from 1950 to 2020. This shows that our concept is continuously changing, and we are highly concerned for improving the soil health. We have done a very important work actually along, the government of India has done the soil health card schemes, 2 schemes completed. Honorable Minister has told that we have distributed more than 22 crores cards to the farmers. But still there are many institutions who are involved in the soil analysis and mapping of those, particularly which is very difficult and tough task for micronutrient analysis. We have developed geospatial map for block-wise geospatial maps are there. This is available for 640 districts. And we have also developed how the multiple micronutrient deficiency is coming up in a big way. Though these maps has been also translated into the regional language of Tamil, Telugu, Odia, then in Marathi, Bengali, Gujarati, for the use of the farmers and other stakeholders, so that they can make their recommendations in their field as per the soil test based. Actually, now the question is how to manage soil health for achieving the agriculture sustainability. There are new terms coming up in a big way. You all understand that is the natural farming, organic farming, we can call it regenerative farming. Actually, what is there, the organic and natural farming continues to face implementation challenge due to limited consensus of the scientific community in favor of organic and natural farming. Why? Because they are looking with the single point of view, yield loss. But there are several other arenas where we have to focus. How the natural farming, organic farming or regenerative agriculture is contributing to the society. How much we are improving the soil health. How we are contributing to the cleaning the agro ecosystem. That matters much, and particularly the economics. And in this era, we have a very huge exchequer of the fertilizer, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus. How we can reduce in future, that is there. Sir, strengthening how we can move forward for strengthening the soil testing and mapping facility. Several institutions has developed that facility, but still there is need to scope to develop some more simple and wet chemistry methods with help of in collaboration with the IITs of different institutions. And then every university and institution should have a central soil health laboratory. Instead of soil testing laboratory, they should have soil and plant health laboratory. A number of samples should not be collected in a huge amount. There should be some scientific criteria for collection of the samples, and based on those criteria, we should develop the maps, and then those georeference maps, we have to develop the validation trials, conduct validation trials, and develop the recommendations for the farmers' use. Of course, upgradation of skill, knowledge, farmers, extension workers is needed here. The another important point is strengthening database, research and delivery system. This is very, very important. We don't have database on natural farming or regenerative agriculture. How we can have a different projects in some selected universities or institutions to generate a long-term database so that it can give answer and make a modification in future in different, the existing natural farming concept that is based on 4 pillars. We can have 6, 7, 8 pillars. We had recently have a conference in our university on 3rd where Honorable Minister was present. Many farmers have made a wonderful presentations, and they have come with the large number of innovations of the natural farming. That actually can our scientists work on what are the molecules present in the Agniastra. There are many, farmers are putting some leaf, root extract together, and then they are controlling the insect, pest and diseases. What are the chemicals actually there? How we can make the permutations and combinations of those chemicals, those leaves and extract to control a specific insect and pest and diseases. All those things are there. Actually, the most important thing is that we should select some institution who can relate the soil health with human health. That is very, very important. We have worked with the, AIMS Bhopal and comes to know a very good conclusion. I have not put that slide here. Actually, the soil zinc status is very much related to the blood serum zinc in a human being. And that is why we have conducted research in Mandala, and Betul and Jhabua. These are the tribal areas where we found that stunting is 48% stunting is there because of zinc deficiency. There are several other regions of stunting, but 48% population is facing stunting because of zinc deficiency. Several anemia deficiency is coming up. So an immune system is, declining very fast. We have seen the COVID and last times, and that is there. Actually, how to move forward? That last 1 minute, sir. Actually, we need education. Farmers and stakeholders, they need a kind of education how to go forward. Then we need to have a thinking. There is need to have a think tank how to implement this kind of the farming. Then planning and execution. This is here the role of government and NITI Aayog comes. Identify which soil health management strategy will be useful and need carefully. And then there is need to develop the plan and practices accordingly. And discussion and reading. More discussion and more reading is required. Require investment. Investment is also needed. The very important concern is keep patience, because we have got degraded our soils in last 40 years. So for improving the soils, it is not an overnight process. It will take some time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shukla, for a very comprehensive presentation. And many of the steps to be taken you have suggested. Now I will request Sri Jigmet Takpa, Principal Chief Conservator from Government of Ladakh, for his viewpoint. We have been talking about soil degradation also, and it has been happening all across, and your experiences will be a little bit different than what we have been seeing in other areas. So we will request that you may focus on those areas also, that how degradation can be neutralized.
Respected Chair, Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, distinguished panel, respected and distinguished participants of today's function, I first of all like to thank NITI Aayog and GIZ for inviting me to the World Soil Health and for sustainable farming. And on behalf of Government of UT of Ladakh and Ministry of Environment and Forest, which I represent most of the time, I was Joint Secretary looking after the desertification cell. So today's my talk will be on land degradation, desertification and drought. That's the key point for the soil conservation and management. Ladies and gentlemen, desertification means loss of the productivity of land, soil, and especially in the area of arid, humid, and dry areas, and it results in aggravating economic, social, and environment problems like poverty, poor health, lack of food security, water scarcity, reduced resilience to climate change, and pose serious challenge to sustainable development. So I would like to give the perspective of the global as well as Indian prospect, so that to have a bigger vision about understanding the issue of land degradation, desertification and drought, and soil management. So only 20% of the land of the earth is habitable. And every minute, we are losing about 23 hectares of land due to land degradation and desertification, and 24 billion tons of fertile soil lost every year, and 7.3 million hectares of forest. So in 1960, every individual was having about 0.5 hectares of farmland. Now it is reduced to 1/3. 2/3 of the land is lost due to desertification, land degradation, and poor soil health of the soil. And IPCC reports in the report, which was a special report on land and climate change, which states that 1/3 of the emission of greenhouse emission comes from land. And as per IPBES report, it says 75% of the earth land surface has been exposed to degradation. Ladies and gentlemen, 3.2 billion people are trapped and experiencing extreme poverty because of land degradation. So in India's context, it's very, very peculiar. We have only 2.4% of the world's land. In that land, we have 17.7% of the world's population and 12.8% of the livestock. We have the highest livestock in the world. And we get only 4% of the rainfall, precipitation. So you can well imagine what is the pressure on land and how it can be sustained. But India has been doing remarkable work, especially on production side. We have at the time of independence, it was just 50 million tons of the food grain production, cereals. Now we have almost touched more than 300 million tons of food grain. Production-wise, we have gone very high due to green revolution, use of chemicals, fertilizers, synthetic fertilizer. The productivity has gone down, but at the same time, the land fertility has gone drastically low. What is the cost? Two costs that India can stand up and say we are the largest producer of food grain. Only two reasons. One is use of excessive fertilizers, chemicals. Second thing, we have convert all the land, available land for agriculture. The net sown area in India is the highest in the world, more than 41%, compared to 10% of the rest of the world. So and second is use of excessive chemicals. In the process, we have poisoned all our land, we have poisoned the groundwater. Now we are in a condition we cannot consume anything. Production-wise must have gone up, but at the same time, India is the highest in terms of drawing groundwater. 1/4 of the world groundwater is drawn by India and is exported out in the form of cereals. And we did a study with NITI, with theory, and we have found that cost of land degradation in India is 3.17 lakh crores, and cost of reclamation was 2.9 lakh crores. And to your surprise, if you put all the funds from all the ministries, all the state government, we have done a rough estimate. It comes to about 7 to 8 lakhs crore per year. But still, our lands are getting degraded. And this is a global perspective of the land degradation. I won't go because time is very short. How it impacts climate change and biodiversity, and how it is important for sustainable land management and soil conservation. And I will just stress on the India's scenario. We did a study with the ISRO, Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, and we found out that out of the total degradation, total agriculture land is 166 million hectares, out of which 44.39 million hectares is degraded, which comes to about 26 million hectares. Forest land, it is 28 million hectares, and the common property, the revenue land, which we say wasteland in India. I don't know how we term the land a wasteland, land which cannot be used, and it is a wasteland. Can anybody give me some 1 hectare of land, of wasteland? Not available. There is nothing called wasteland, but we call wasteland, and has been degraded to the highest extent. 45% of our revenue land, common resources, is degraded. So you can see the image, which is not under control of anybody, neither revenue department, agriculture, neither in the forest. It is a common property resources. Most degraded is the area which is common property resources, the revenue land. So that is the area of concern. And land, how it impact? It impacts everything. SDG 15 is for the life of land, and it impacts your no poverty. SDG 1, 2, for zero hunger. Gender, 5, reduce inequality. Responsible consumption and production for SDG 12. SDG 13 is the climate change, and even the SDG 14, which is life underwater, is impacted by the land because of the pollution it creates. ladies and gentlemen, another point that UNCC, how it calculate land degradation is dependent on three functions. One is land cover and land use, second is soil organic carbon, and third is the land productivity. Land productivity is a function of NDVI and the soil moisture, and it is a concept one out, all out. Means if any of these three are not well, then that land is degraded, soil is deficient. So another term is land degradation neutrality, means the amount of land that is degrading and amount of land that is recovered comes to a point which net result is zero. So coming to agriculture, India is ranked among the highest net, I said so. Okay, sir. I won't go much about the statistics. There's no much time. Economics of land degradation, I already said. One thing that during my time, because I was looking after the land degradation, to say if you want to promote these sports, you must have Olympics in that country. That country immediately changes its things to in the sports, all the infrastructure, plus the sports activity. Similarly, what we did was, during my tenure as a Joint Secretary, we organized, hosted the UNCCD 14, and it was attended by more than 6,000 delegates from 198 countries. What is a big, big success. And in that COP, Prime Minister declared that India will achieve land degradation neutrality by 30, and we will restore degraded land, 26 million hectares of degraded land by 2030, and we are going to have the expertise and experience we will share through a center of excellence. And these are the achievements of the COP14. This is the key area we will be focusing. And these are the various programs of the ministry that we are monitoring. And in conclusion, what I would say, land degradation, desertification, along with climate change and biodiversity loss, is a serious environmental, economic, and security and social challenge. And there is a cost-effective, which is acceptable, socially acceptable, to address with the support of all the stakeholders. We need to completely transform our economic and financial and the agricultural production system. Our national ambition on sustainable land management must be raised so that to achieve sustainable and equitable future. So in the end, as I saw just in the morning at our gate, is a sign for soil health management for sustainable farming, take a U-turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much for talking about land degradation neutrality and also investment in land, and also the role of Center of Excellence in this respect, and also the climate change and other issues which you have highlighted. Now the next speaker is Professor Sanjeev Chauhan. Excuse me. The next speaker is Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director CSIR ISBT from Palampur. And definitely I assume that some new viewpoints will emerge with the findings of CSIR and the good practices which are happening at the institution level and also at the field level.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Chairman. First of all, my thanks to NITI Aayog and particularly Dr. Neelam Patelji, who gave us this opportunity, and to GIZ for this wonderful program. Since the program is on success stories, I'm sorry, I think I had given you this presentation, right? Doesn't matter. Just, Dr. Sir, just 1 second. I think. Yeah, I think it's there. So I thought, rather than just speaking, I'll give you some hardcore stuff as well. Will it work? By the time I think this presentation is opening, let me just give you that in our institute, that why I am here. Actually, in our institute, what we do, we use the bioresources and use the relevant technology platform, and then try to generate some entrepreneurship so that economy could be generated. That is one of our major theme. And when it comes to for today's topic, you know, we thought there is lot of opportunity in the environment. For example, we have so much waste and there is hardly any utilization of that waste. Plants have so much microbes, we hardly make use of that microbe. We have so many properties. Then we have things like, you know, seaweed and lot of again waste product which can be converted to biochar. So here I'll give you some examples that we made use of these things and took it to the society, and ideas actually worked. And my journey starts from high altitude region, which are very cold region, and you'll be surprised, their toilets, they don't have water and they accumulate all the fecal material in their house. So we thought, why don't we make use of that fecal material? It's already digested food, number one. Secondly, what we also realized that there is a lot of kitchen waste, food waste. During cold season, it does not get degraded. We thought, why don't we use that? So that has been our approach, and then we try to link it. And our concept was, you have a eating, then you excrete, compost it, and use it for the plant growth and development, because it adds lot of value to the soil. That has been our overall motive. And here challenge was, can we have that microbial consortium that works at minus temperature, that works at low temperature, and that has been our major achievement. We have several hundreds of those microbes that we evaluated for functionality at low temperature. We evaluated for various activities like protease activities, cellulose activities, xylenase activities, so many activities. And not only from Himachal Pradesh, but also from Sikkim and other parts of the Himalayas, because our focus was to cater to whole Himalayan range. And once we had all that, then we tried to pin down some of the microbes which had several activities together. And based on all that, we then evaluated whether they have safety attributes. For example, we did various experimentation. We ensured that they are safe for human consumption once it goes for the degradation purpose. We also checked there should not be any phytotoxicity. We checked that one. And also very interesting thing, once we made a consortium, and one fantastic thing this microbial consortium did, that they reduced the phase where foul odor was being produced out of that fecal material. So now their house is just, you know, foul odorless. It's very nice house. Earlier we used to go their homes, it was full of foul odor of the fecal material. Now there is no foul odor, right? So our microbes had the capacity that they reduce all those phases which was creating those foul gases. And then we made it in a formulation in such a way that it is just in the form of powder we give to the local people and they use it in their houses, right? And for that we needed some carrier. So we made biochar out of bamboo, out of all the waste material, using a very simple clean technology which in the village people can use it. And we did complete you know, characterization through SEM and all those analysis. So we had very precise mechanism whether our biochar is perfect or not. And today you can see all those things. We have biochar, we have startups which are using, and they evaluated, you know, like nitrogen content if you see, phosphate if you see, and ratio of C and N ratio. I think it is fantastic in our composting system, whatever we developed. And just to tell you that not only fecal material, even from kitchen waste, it's functioning very efficiently, particularly for cold regions. It's working very, very well. And not only that, even agriculture residues, we have special compost boosters which degrade the agriculture waste as well. And if you see the lab experimentation here, control versus test, you can see the fantastic improvement in plant growth. I think with that, we then also evaluated this micro from Sikkim, as I was mentioning. From Sikkim region also we evaluated all those, and we have various you know, microbe which can degrade agriculture residues. And then once we have all that, we also develop some microbe which can function under anaerobic condition, so that we can develop some biogas plant. And today now you see, we put one biogas plant in Himachal, one in Sikkim, and they are doing very well. At low temperature, they are degrading all our waste. So from the lab, it has gone to the gram panchayats and the villages, and it is functioning so well. And our lab to land program, how we are working, you can see we have industrial partners who are making these microbes. We have gram panchayat and self-help groups which are involved in making these microbes. Can you believe that villager is making this microbial consortium? And we have the government partners, government of Sikkim, government of Himachal Pradesh, they are working very closely with us. Even in Ladakh, you will appreciate through Mr. Swagat Viswas ji, we have distributed for the evaluation and they were very happy. And then our Ministry of MSME, through that we established 2 clusters, one in Himachal, one in Sikkim, and can you beat, they are supplying to the army guys. So army is using this consortium, local people are using this consortium, and these 2 clusters, MSME has, which has funded so well, and it has been covered so well, and they said that we are earning more than 60 lakh rupees just by sale of this micro composting. First of all, soil health is being improved and people are generating employment. So I thought that using waste, how we can reclaim our soil and also how we can enrich our local communities. I felt that it's a fantastic example. And just you see, more than 60 lakhs, this is our Triloki cluster, they earn every year. This is one example. Second, we thought, why don't you use microbes? And Himalayan, you have very fantastic niches from various places. So we had found very nice PGPRs which have plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, and they can do phosphate solubilization, they can do nitrogen fixation, then they can do a lot of good ACC deaminase activity, they can do iron uptake, they can do oxygen production, then they can tolerate a lot of stress condition of the soil, whether temperature, whether desiccation, they can tolerate all that, and then you see the result in farmer's field. For example, garlic and brinjal, around 50% saving of NPK. As in the morning, our honorable minister was telling, and Sri Rameshchandra ji was telling that along with NPK, what else can we do? Here, microbial consortium can be so useful. And again, in farmer field, you can see in peas and potatoes, you again save 50% NPK. In cauliflower, you can save around 25% NPK in all in farmer's field. In maize, for example, under acidic condition and sodic soil, around 50% NPK sowing. So our farmers are pretty happy. And even saffron, in saffron there was a challenge. Can we double the size of the comb so that you get the desired yield of the saffron? And using these microbes, the yield was approximately doubled. Size of the bulb was almost doubled. So even saffron cultivation, it is helping a lot. And once we had all those consortium, we had all that data, then we totally optimize the culture condition. And today we have a technology partner, Multiplex Biotech, who has already taken our technology, working it and giving it to the farmers. Then we have a startup. He has started up with Golden Rice. This is his brand name, and he is giving to the people. Can you believe, for rare endangered plantation, if you have to put back into the nature, we are using microbes as a biopriming agent. And importantly, not only it was limited to the lab, but we took collectors. Now they are working with our institute. Using this biopriming agent, all these rare endangered medicinal plants are being put back into the nature using of this microbes. So I feel that they are doing wonderfully well. Similarly, just last 1 minute, Chairman sir, just to tell you that using biochar, can you see that biochar not only improve the yield, but biochar can also do lot of advantage in terms of organic carbon and soil pH. That has been our data. Not yet gone to the field, but just giving you that this is a possibility further. And one last thing, that these seaweeds, they do wonderfully well in terms of improving microbial respiration, in terms of improving microbial biomass carbon, in terms of bacterial population count,
This seaweed is again very well doing, and this we are working with the help of one our sister institute at Bhavnagar. So both of us work together, and this seaweed has come up as a very potent thing, and not only soil advantage, but it also improves a lot of yield in terms of, say, for example, just to show you an essential oil of German chamomile, right? So just wanted to share some of our experiences with microbes, with waste degradation, agriculture residues, and also with seaweed, that we have certainly very confident that it has improved the soil health, and it is with the general public who is utilizing it. So I feel that it's a success story, and this is the idea that has actually worked under the field condition. So thank you so much. So these were the team who has contributed all that, and several funding agencies. So thank you so much, and also to this distinguished gathering into this hall. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, for highlighting some of the products from your institute and how well they are fitting into the sustainable farming systems. Now I will request Professor Sanjeev Chauhan, who is Director of Research from Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry. And Dr. Kumar, while Chauhan making presentation, may also focus on natural farming, the kinds of successes you have been able to achieve.
Right.
Through
Thank you, sir.
interventions of
Thank
the
you very much.
university. 7-8 minutes only. Now time is running.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's my honor that I have been given an opportunity to interact here, and Honorable Vice Chancellor has reposed faith on me to represent the university. Basically, I'll not be going to the details of what has already been discussed, but basically we are emphasizing, since these are some of the parameters, but my emphasis is that we are focusing on only two parameters, that is declining organic matter and poor biological environment, specifically through natural farming, because our Honorable Vice Chancellor, he has been on the forefront from last 4 to 5 years as the CEO of the natural farming, and then presently as Vice Chancellor. So we have been focusing on these two issues. Of course, as a university, we are basically trying our best that whatsoever the knowledge that has been generated in the university, that should be disseminated to all the institutions. And more specifically, we have been providing all the human resource, rather you can say. Very recently, of course, we organized one national level ICR KBK workshop, and thereafter we have been providing the resource persons to the Atari 1, Atari 7, and very recently we are going to the Atari Jodhpur also. So in addition to that, we are providing the resource persons to all the different universities as well. Tomorrow, our scientists, they are visiting University of Horticulture and Forestry, Barsar. Of course, the Gujarat University, we have the MOU, their PhD students, they are visiting our institute on 10th, and then around 40 students on 24th. Because that is basically, we are emphasizing on natural farming. That does not include only the fertility and productivity. Of course, when we talk of natural farming, the first question that comes broadly is the productivity, how that is going, you are going to address that. Of course, we are at the initial stage of our experimentation, where we have reached in organic agriculture. That has taken 70 years. So we are already only in 4 to 5 years in this natural farming. So ultimately, we have to wait for good productive results. Of course, I'll be making presentation of 2 to 3 years of results, what we are discussing here. Skipping this as well, these are basically our 4 pillars, which we have been emphasizing upon. Not life without soil, no life without soil, but our emphasis is that the soil without life cannot sustain productivity. Therefore, that's why we have been emphasizing more on natural farming, so that our microbes, microbe, moisture, and all these issues, they are addressed through the natural farming. And the more important is our cost of cultivation, making use of all the inputs by the farmers from their own way as well. Because basically in case of organic farming, that itself is becoming not becoming cost effective as such. I have the honor to, rather we can say, in last 5-6 years, I have served in Ladakh, then PAU Ludhiana, and presently at UHF Solan. Of course, the conditions in all the 3 states, that means very different. So therefore, we have to emphasize on specific issues, specific sites, and specific states. That's why on December 19th, we are going to have him sambad, so that we may address the Himalayan ecosystem. In spite of that, we are providing the resource person and all those facilities to all the different institutions. These are some of the, rather we can say, some of the experiments which we have conducted. Specifically, they are emphasizing on the microflora, rather you can say, bacteria, actinomycetes, your fungi, and all those. And over the years, these are the results of only 2 years. We can see that the change which we have recorded in case of natural farming in comparison to our conventional farming. Same is the situation with the other arthropods, whether that is different insect and all those. So they are also improving in natural farming. So an additional component that is basically forestry that already Takpaji has already emphasized. Basically, I remember that the slogan of Honorable Prime Minister, Har Med Pe Ped. Basically, that is for the regenerating agriculture. Basically, we are not emphasizing on that. Specifically, in case of Punjab and Haryana, we have already, rather you can say, wiped out all the trees from the landscape. So, of course, the situation is very different in Himachal and other Himalayan states. That is basically our compulsion. Ultimately, regenerating agriculture, we need to emphasize on all these issues. So, well, of course, on the occasion of World the BUT initiative which we have taken today, we are going to celebrate World Soil Days in our university itself. Today, almost 600 hectares of our agricultural land, our university land, that has been divided into different grades. And today, a comprehensive soil sampling that is going to be taking place in the university campus itself on all the 600 hectares. That is a sort of, you can take it as a baseline, or we can say that is going to be targeted sampling, so that over the years we can build upon all those issues, so that our sustainability in future that is taken care of. Of course, that is as it has been suggested, it should not be soil and leaf analysis. Basically, we have included, earlier it was soil and leaf analysis laboratory, which is rather you can say established with the support of World Bank. Now we are going to have, already we have put our microbiologist, biochemist on this particular land. Ultimately, that is going to be soil health laboratory. And all these facilities, they are available for each and everyone, of course, at a cost, but that is the minimum possible, which we are charging from the different stakeholders. Thank you very much. Of course, that is in brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chauhan, making a special mention of natural farming. Now I will request Dr. P. Balasubramanian, Director Natural Resource Management from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University.
The most respectable chairman of this panel discussion one, Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, and panel members, Dr. Kamboj, Vice Chancellor of the Hisar University, Haryana University, Hisar, and my good friend, Dr. A.K. Shukla Ji, Vice Chancellor of Gwalior, Dr. Takpa, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Government of Ladakh, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director, Palampur, Dr. Sanjay Chauhan, DR, Y.S. Parmer University of Horticulture and Forestry, and Dr. Pradeep Dey, and my dear good friends and delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. See, today morning, our Dr. Ramesh Chand has done an elaborate aspects of the soil resources. So recently, there was a Indian Society of Soil Science annual convention held at MPKV Rahuri. Our Jagdev Sadhguruji has given a lecture of 2 minutes. He said that the soil has to, the scientists has to come to the land
to discuss the soil, to save the soil. At the outset, I want to say the soil has a unique aspects. Even if we have a handful of seeds in our hand, we do not know which seed is going to germinate, which seed is going to compose it in the soil itself. But the soil knows well. The good seeds will be germinated, the viable seeds will be germinated, the dead seed will be decomposed in the soil itself and converted into nutrients, manures. This is the nature gift as given to us. So the soil, we say it is a cyclic process. So we have a home, we have a house. There is a difference between the home and house. The soil, though it is a house, we should make this house as a home by nourishing, enriching. So there is a cyclic process. So we say the cyclic process is, basic thing is microbes. The soil has to give food for the microbes. The microbe has to make a process in the soil, give food to the plants. The plant has to give food to the animals, and both plant and animal has to give food for the human beings. The residues of all these components has to go back to the soil in order to enrich the soil and give the food to the microbes again. This is the cyclic process. Unless this cyclic process continues, the sustainability cannot be possible. So we need to ensure the cyclic process has to go simultaneously for sustainable agriculture. Our government of India, our Prime Minister Ji said the doubling of farmers' income and that is yield and tripling of farmers' income. The Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore, is our government of Tamil Nadu go hand in hand with achieving this target. The most important thing, so all the panelists has discussed about the importance of organic matter, fertility. So the TNAU has done a lot of work and developed a lot of resources, lot of facilities for the scientific research. And the scientific research has to go to the farmer's field, to the land. The farmers has to use those resources. That's more important. The resources are available, but farmers has to use. For example, the soil health card the university is giving. How many farmers are using the based on soil health card, the fertility management? It's inquestionable. The TNAU has made an integrated approach, that way of integrated farming system. So we have developed a technology for the integrated farming system, for wetland system, for garden land system, for dry land system, and also for the improving the livelihood security of the salt affected land areas, the farmers of salt affected land areas. So each system has its own component. This system will give a sustainable farming and sustainable soil health management, because every component has its own merits. Every component contribute for the soil health in the integrated farming system. So in addition to that, the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University has established a lot of things. Our government of Tamil Nadu has last year has declared a separate budget for the agriculture. And also they named as the department, that is the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare in government of Tamil Nadu. They have, the last budget they have declared for the natural farming, that is an organic farming, that is Nammalvar Organic Farming Center. Declared separate Nammalvar Organic Farmers. Nammalvar is a person who has initiated the organic farming in very ancient places, ancient days. So the TNAU has a wide contact between the linkages with the KVK and farmers producer organization and self-help group. Each and every department, every directorate has a link with one farmers producer organization in their locality. The TNAU have 40 research stations across the Tamil Nadu and 14 KVKs and 14 colleges are there. So each and every center has to link with one farmers producer organization for the better that is a transfer of technology to the farming community. The farmers producer organization, they have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 farmers in their members. So each one, in every village it goes. The TNAU, under the natural resource management purview, there are 5 departments are coming. That is soil science, environmental science, agriculture, microbiology, remote sensing and GIS and nanotechnology. So these technologies developed. In addition to that, the TNAU has a center of excellence for soil health management at in center part of Tamil Nadu in Tiruchirappalli, that is Anbil Dharmalingam Agriculture College and Research Institute. So these are all the facilities created for the researchers. We have a lot of facilities like GCMS, LCMS, FTR, MALDI-TAF. These are facilities available. In addition to the TNAU, Coimbatore has established the unique center of Rhizotron facility. It is across the Asian countries is available in TNAU. No other places it is available in Asia. So what is there? In rhizosphere region, what is happening in the rhizosphere region? Without breaking the cycle, which I said in the outset, the rhizosphere region, it has a lot of root exudates are coming. It is a sensor, biosensor, based on the root exudates, the microbes will flourish. These microbes, when it is flourish, when not the process of conversion of the manures into available form of nutrients will be happen, the plants will absorb those nutrients. Similarly, we have nanotechnology. Our own university has the member in the parliament committee also for our nanotechnology, Dr. K. Subramaniam. So these are all the facilities available in TNAU. In addition to that, the remote sensing GIS department has established and developed a digital soil mapping and also soil dock. The farmers in his mobile app, he can able to assess his soil data, soil quality data. He can choose the fertilizers which is available. We recommend always to the farmers, whenever we give training and we are through KVKs or FEOs, we suggest use the local resource, don't purchase vermicompost. You prepare vermicompost and use it. This is the slogan we tell to every farmers of the TNAU and Tamil Nadu government. So in addition to that, the crop residues. In olden periods, our people used to grow the tree crops in the bunds of the rice that is a Kaveri Delta zone in rice farming area. So every year, for example, the Glaricidia, every year they cut the trees, that means cut the leaves, and they use as a organic, that is a green manuring. So when they cut the leaves, when you use it for the same field for organic green manuring, naturally that is space will be available for growing up the crops. So next season, again the leaves come to the, trees, that is an integrated approach of the agroforestry system. So this is the important aspects in which the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University is doing. The impact of all these things leads to the reduction in greenhouse gases and improving and enhancing the carbon sequestration and improving the soil health and soil microbiome and ultimately sustaining the soil health and improve will achieve the farmers' income increase by the way of the natural farming and organic farming. We can use fertilizers, which is required, which is the balanced way. That is possible based on the soil health assessment. With these few words, thank you very much for the Madam Patel ji and other GIS scientist Dr. Naveen ji for the opportunity given. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Balasubramanian, for sharing your views. Now, the session time is over, so even now, if somebody from the panelists has some pressing point, for half a minute, I will request if somebody is willing to give one or two ideas in points mode only, not much elaboration. Yes, please. Okay, from that.
You see, the soil health, I'm from organic farming since '92. The soil health, I think, should be considered as a like essential commodity or something, and its parameter of health should be fixed. Otherwise, we don't know what's the soil health in Tamil Nadu and what's the soil health it's supposed to be in Punjab. So this has to be like that way. Plus, instead of irrigation, the word moisturization should be there in the books, because irrigation, you see, encourages to a lot of waste of water as well as nutrients, which reach below the root zone. And there are some more points I think somebody else wants to do.
Thank you.
I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you. You can give in writing to the organizers. Anybody wants to put?
Sir, I want to ask one question. How do you see the role of drones spraying fertilizers or micronutrients, improving the soil health? The question is to the panel, if anybody can answer the role of, because that there will be no direct application.
Okay, we have understood your question. Let Dr. Shukla respond.
Actually, you know, we have prepared soil fertility maps where, you know, that is a special distribution map are there. So if we put some kind of sensor in the drones and the soil fertility map is there, so it can spray the micronutrient accordingly in different crops as per requirement.
Sir.
Yes.
In Karnataka, all the agriculture universities in association with Water Resource Development Department and World Bank aiding, they are doing the cadastral level soil mapping here, wherein we don't do the soil health card, we do the LRI cards. So we get all the information about the land, including the soil, water, climate, and also we are doing the crop suitability as per the FAO guidelines. So every farmer is getting those cards, and based on which we are promoting the judicious use of fertilizer, and also the suitable crops are being grown there, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My question is to Dr. Sanjay Kumar. And the question relates to the use of human urine. Has there been any experiment in India on reclaiming human urine for use as fertilizer, safe fertilizer?
Hello. So actually, I cannot say exactly for the urine, but this fecal material that we have, it has urine component, it has fecal material component, all component compound, all combined together, that we can convert into the organic matter. Because I don't think we are separating urine from anywhere from the fecal material, so we take a combined one, right? But as such on urine, I will not make any separate comment.
So, what's the last one, please?
I'm from Bio Development Research Foundation. I just wanted to know, because livestock is also one of the important component, because livestock and crop systems, if we do not integrate both in the farming systems, the soil fertility is dependent on the both integrated system. Therefore, promoting livestock related cropping system, or livestock and crop integrated systems, that kind of a model should be promoted.
Oh, that's right. Dr. Shukla in his slide he mentioned about integrating livestock with the cultivation.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will summarize in brief, 1 or 2 minutes. See, many of the viewpoints have emerged, and if I look towards the efforts made in the past by Indian Council of Agriculture Research, there has been huge, you can say, efforts on this direction in terms of identifying different kinds of microbes, also producing different kinds of biofertilizers, biopesticides, and so many other technological aspects which are now available in the public domain. Even mini soil labs were also developed by our institutions in the past, and they are in use. The farmers and even entrepreneurs, youth can use them. Then vermicompost as a mission started now all across the country. We find at the farmers level it is happening, also on the commercial level. Crop residue management was an issue, especially of paddy in this part of India, basically 3 states, Haryana, Punjab and Uttar Pradesh. And in situ kinds of practices which were introduced almost reduced 52% of crop residue burning which used to happen. So that was also a quite successful interventions for crop residue management. Pusa decomposer is the recent one which has come up, and it also facilitates decomposing in 15 to 20 days the rice straw. So these are some, you can say, new technological products which has come up from the council. And on awareness front, massive efforts have been made in the past. Every year, all the institutions of ICR, 700 plus, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, 74 agriculture universities, all are celebrating this day, 5th December as Soil Health Day. And you will find that thousands of farmers and other stakeholders are collecting. Almost 300 to 400,000 farmers across the country, they are gathering at the institutions, and different kinds of interactions are happening, and also the demonstrations take place on the campuses. So this is the bigger picture which is coming, and more important thing that the public representatives are also associated with these kind of events. And I remember 3-4 years back, on one day 350 parliamentarians went to the KVKs across the country. So that was the massive awareness created alongside in the country that how important soil health is. Now today's discussion have given some viewpoint that how we have to move basically the institutions and academia. We have discussed that the new technology tools, microbes and knowledge which is there, it has to be further, you can say, research developed and also made available in the public domain. And this is one suggestion which is coming, and the findings which is coming up. Data and resource mapping is very, very important. The second aspect which was just narrated by the panelists and also being asked by the participants. And more importantly, how to use all these databases and maps which we have. I know that many of the digital maps are already in the public domain, but how the farmers and other stakeholders can be brought to those facilities which are available with us. Now integrating livestock and other systems is also very, very important. Even agroforestry system, the integrated farming system, all these practices are very, very important, and we have to look into that, not basically soil, but all related aspects need to be focused, which are building, you can say, our soil health. Crop sequences were talked about, crop rotations were talked about, systems were talked about as such, microbes are being talked about, so all these need to be integrated. And there we have to work on the research front as well as the development front. The other aspect which has come up, that how we can integrate the efforts of institutions. Many are working in different areas, CSIR, some other kind of information came, might not be with the ICR system what the kind of research outcomes they are coming with. Or even ICR which has probably might not be with them. So we should have a kind of platform through which all these informations which are getting generated from the academia and institutions can be brought at one place. Awareness has to take at every level, right from the school to the, you can say, the farmers level, the FPOs and others. Soil health management as a technology capsule has to be emphasized, which is not going that way. Much is focused on the crop varieties and other technology, plant protection technologies, but soil health as such is not emphasized in our practices and also advisories also. Somehow we are assuming that soils will maintain themselves and we need not to take care of them, only fertilizers will do whatever is required at the farmer's level. So that part I have been working across the country through KVK, and I understand that this part doesn't go well with the advisories. Soil health, the way it has to be emphasized, water management has to be the way it has to be emphasized, integration the way it has to be emphasized. In totality, we have to look into this aspect. Then policy guidelines also. Some state governments are coming that how the land has to be used, and particularly the state of Haryana and Punjab, they have come up with certain capsules and certain guides for the farmers and certain incentives for the farmers. that what kind of crops if they are going for, they can incentivize the farmers, those who are going for these crops. So if these kinds of policy initiatives are coming, soils can be enriched, soils can be saved, and whatever we aspire for the sustainable farming, regenerative farming, those goals can be achieved. So thank you very much all our very senior and experienced panelists and all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the session chair and to our eminent panelists as well. I think that was indeed a very productive discussion, apprising us all of the path-breaking work that our academic research organizations and state governments are doing in this field and what more can be done. So thank you for taking us through that session, that vision as well, and thank you, Dr. Singh, once again for steering that session so wonderfully. I'm going to request Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, to please join us on stage and first help us thank our chair for this panel discussion, Dr. A.K. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Central Agricultural University, Jhansi, with a small token of her appreciation. Can we once again, ladies and gentlemen, hear it for our chair, Dr. A.K. Singh. Thank you very much, sir. And I'd like to invite Shri Rajiv Ahel, Director, NRM and Agroecology, GIZ, to please do the next honor, to Professor B.R. Kamboj, Vice Chancellor, Chaudhry Charan Singh, Haryana Agricultural University, Haryana. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor B.R. Kamboj. Madam Dr. Patel, may I request you to please step forward and present the next felicitation to Dr. A.K. Shukla, Vice Chancellor, RVSKVV, Gwalior. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Shukla, please? Thank you very much once again, sir. And may I request Shri Rajiv Ahel to please step forth and present a small token of appreciation and gratitude to Shri Jigmat Takpa, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Government of Ladakh. Let's have a big round of applause. I request Dr. Neelam Patel to please present to Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director, CSIR IHBT, Palampur, Himachal Pradesh. Let's have a big round of applause. May I invite Mr. Mohammad Al Khawad, Cluster Coordinator, GIZ India, to please step forward. Please join us on stage and present the next one to Professor Sanjeev Chauhan, Director Research, Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And madam, may I request you, ma'am, to please present the next one. Thank you very much once again, sir, for doing the honors. I'd request Dr. Neelam Patel to please present to Dr. P. Balasubramaniam, Director, Natural Resource Management, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore. So let's have a big round of applause for Dr. P. Balasubramaniam, Director, Natural Resource Management, TNAU, Coimbatore. Now, if I could request you for a group photograph, yes, we will be calling everyone for lunch, but I request you, ma'am, and I also request Mr. Khawat to kindly be there in the picture with us for the group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, before we disband for lunch, here's a very, very important announcement. I'm going to request you to please make a note of this. For any travel support and any submissions of travel claims, please do contact Sumit at the travel desk. And meanwhile, lunch is exactly at the same place where tea coffee was, in the main dining area of the AP Shinde Symposium Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we have only about 40 minutes for this lunch break because at 2 p.m. we have a very, very interesting panel discussion, Inspirations from Around the Globe, Sustainable Soil Management with Nature-Based Solutions. I'm going to request you to please join us for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, post-lunch session is on Inspirations from Around the Globe, Sustainable Soil Management with Nature-Based Solutions, to be chaired by Shri Rajiv Ahel, Director NRM and Agroecology, GIZ. And we've got very eminent international speakers for this. I'm going to request you to please come back in about 40 minutes so that we can start that session on time. Thank you very much. He has over 33 years of experience of working with international agencies, governments, civil society, and the private sector in India and African countries. He loves to write when he can and has published fiction as well as non-fiction works. A very warm welcome once again to you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let me also invite Ms. Sangeeta Agarwal, who is a Senior Sector Specialist, Natural Resource Management, KFW, who's also going to be joining us on the dais. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sangeeta Agarwal comes armed with over 25 years of experience in community-based natural resource management, working both in the forestry and agroecology space. She has been with the KFW for the last 10 years, promoting natural resource management programs for Indo-German bilateral financial cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Shri Ahel and Ms. Agarwal, I'd also like to apprise all of you that we have speakers who are going to be joining us online. So this is more so like a hybrid session where we have our chair and co-chair sitting on the dais, and we also have our panelists who are going to be joining us online. Let me just introduce you briefly with their designations, and then I'm going to do elaborate biographies when I invite them. So we have Professor Dr. Markus Fischer, Member of Council, German Advisory Council on Climate Change, WBGU, Germany. Dr. Chris Dickens, Co-Lead Agroecology Initiative, Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. Dr. Anneke Trux, Program Director, ProSoil, GIZ, Germany. We have Ms. Nicole Harari, Executive Team Member, World Overview of Conservation Approaches and Technologies, Switzerland. Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar. He's going to be joining us as well, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, Director, ICRAF World Agroforestry, India. And Mr. Joseph Kinsley, Lead Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Italy. And with that, I think I'm going to hand over the proceedings to Shri Rajiv Ahel, our chair and moderator, to first set the context, and then thereafter, so we'll invite the speakers. So please take it away.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to those in India from a lunch break, and probably those in different parts of the globe through their early morning breakfast, coffee breaks. Happy to have all of you with us. Because you have received a communication from us, I'll just take a second to share with you the broad contours of the design that NITI Aayog and GIZ have put together for today's program. We had a session in the morning where at a very high political level we heard from the Honorable Minister, the Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog as well as the CEO of NITI Aayog, and also the advisor, the Senior Advisor Agriculture, and also Dr. Rameshan, about the different governance perspective thinking on sustainable agriculture in India. This has been followed by a session just before lunch where we had research institutions, academic institutions, all related to the field of agriculture, forestry, horticulture, and as well as from the Forest Department, sharing about their own experiences in India in terms of what are some of the solutions or way forward for the challenges that we face vis-a-vis the whole aspect of soil health management within the overall aspect of looking at an ecologically balanced and sustainable world, India, and a village. I will not get into the details of why soil health is important, because I'll be speaking to the converted. We're all here because we know it, we understand it well. So today, this session is actually about listening to the global experiences, especially from all of you who are there. Something that COVID taught us, that is possible to learn from each other, even at a distance. So this is one session where the only two people who are physically moderating it are here, and rest of you are in the Ethernet on the internet. So without much further ado, I will hand this over first to Dr. Markus Fischer. We are asking you to keep the presentation. We've already shared the guiding directions of what we thought could be useful to learn from you, but you will have your own lessons that we are open to. Requesting you to remain very focused so that there's time towards the end for some questions and answers. So please introduce Dr. Markus.
Thank you, sir. So Professor Dr. Marcus Fischer, ladies and gentlemen, is an ecologist and biodiversity researcher at WBGU, German Advisory Council on Global Change. Professor Dr. Marcus Fischer is Professor of Plant Ecology at the Institute of Plant Sciences since 2007 and Director of the Botanical Garden of the University of Bern since 2010. He's a spokesperson of the DFG Infrastructure Priority Program, Biodiversity Exploratory since 2006, Chair of the DFG Senate Commission on Fundamental Questions of Biodiversity since 2018, and member of the Multidisciplinary Expert Panel of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES, since 2018. He's also a WBGU member since 2020. Mr. Fischer also was filling the previous gap in the WBGU in the field of ecology and biodiversity. And with that, Professor Dr. Marcus Fischer.
Dr. Fischer, can you hear us?
Can you hear me as well?
We can.
Okay, good. So thanks for inviting me on behalf of the German Advisory Council on Global Change, and that will allow me to put soil health into the land context. This advisory council consists of an interdisciplinary team of 9 professors who take up questions from science, society, policy and turn them into policy-relevant information. And that is done by means of flagship reports, special reports and policy papers. In the past, we had introduced the concept of tipping points. We have suggested a 2-degree goal, which then evolved into the 1.5-degree goals about 10 years later, which is now the Paris Agreement. We have introduced planetary guardrails and social justice as an idea, and introduced the concept of transformation more than 10 years ago. And in 2020, we published a report called Rethinking Land in the Anthropocene, From Separation to Integration, which posits a trilemma of dealing with land, of handling land, introduces 5 multi-benefit strategies, all related to soil also, and 5 governance options to promote those. So obviously we want to produce food on land, and we know that with climate change there are multiple risks to land, including soil erosion and various others which are already very pertinent and feelable currently. At the same time, the land sector has to contribute to climate change mitigation. About 20% have to be contributed by land. Phasing out of fossils is simply not enough. We also know that biodiversity is declining worldwide, and with biodiversity also all these ecosystem services or nature's contributions to people listed here are also declining, with the exception basically of food production. Or termed differently, by prioritizing food production, we have compromised all the regulation services and all the non-material services that we receive from nature. So we have a trilemma of land use. We want to provide food security, but at the same time we also want to provide climate protection and biodiversity conservation on the limited resource of land and soil. For us, this is therefore key to global sustainability, to overcome this trilemma, and we think that an integrated landscape approach, where the different demands from local, national, international stakeholders are negotiated in a fair and equitable way, is the way forward to do justice to all these different demands. In that context, it's very important to realize that there are actually multiple benefit strategies. And I walk you through the 5 very quickly. The first one is ecosystem restoration, which not only allows to sequester substantial amounts of CO2, but it also promotes biodiversity, and it promotes food production, for example, by fostering pollinators, pest control, or water relations. Similarly, protected area systems or other area-based conservation measures are crucial not only for maintaining biodiversity and, climate mitigation, but they also provide similar services as just mentioned for restoration for food production. Looking at farming systems, we think that diversifying and ecologically intensifying agriculture is the way forward to overcome the trilemma. And now it depends on what system you are currently having. If, for example, in the European Union, you have mainly industrial agriculture, it means de-intensification, ecological transformation. And here soil degradation is basically from too high inputs, fertilizer and pesticides and so forth. Whereas if you are at a low productivity systems, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, but of course also parts of India, then you have different problems of soil degradation, which is simply exhausted. So maybe some fertilization is actually required here. So what we are saying is we should find a sweet spot between these two situations. And there is a number of options depending on your topography, geography, ecosystems and societal conditions at the site that we're talking about. And agroecology, climate smart agriculture, agroforestry, and so forth. I don't read them all. I leave it to you to have a quick look at that list. Are all valuable options, and given that India is so large and so diverse, I think that all of them can find their place. Hand in hand with food production, of course, also are dietary habits. And currently in many parts of the world, we have too much use of animal-based products, and moving to something, for example, like the planetary health diet would not only transform the demands, but the whole chain of production and consumption. So it's also very important. Finally, we consider that bioeconomy, economy with natural products, is very important, and especially timber-based construction, because working with concrete is a major climate burden, and timber-based construction, if combined with the right forestry management, can be very beneficial for biodiversity also, and provide co-benefits for food production. All of that would require a global land use transformation, recognizing the systemic interrelations, recognizing the need for synergistic interaction, and assuming responsibility in a solidarity-based fashion. And that requires, of course, also some governance interventions, and here we recognize 5 strategies. The one is promoting change agents. There is always pioneers who do something very well. New implementation, local regulation, marketing, labels, and so forth. There is many options where pioneers can have a very good upscalable effect, and they need to be promoted. And I think the state can have a very important role here. Then the state can also work proactively in overcoming, in its regulations, overcoming the externalization of environmental costs of production and putting the regulations accordingly, for example, subsidies. The European Union or African Union or other associations of states or alliances of states very often have common policies, for example, common agricultural policies, and they can, of course, very much be improved by making them more sustainable. International cooperation between the food, biodiversity, and climate realms is still quite scattered, despite considerable efforts for cooperation, but that should be strengthened very much. And finally, new cooperation alliances between states sharing knowledge, between countries who want to take over joint stewardship of systems that they are all neighboring, or global alliances to take care of global commons which are important to everyone in the world can also be considered. And all of what I have said of the between country options here would of course also apply to between state or between county corporations within countries. So in conclusion, how we handle land and soil is key for a sustainable future. Multiple benefit strategies allow us to overcome the trilemma, and they need suitable framework conditions and incentive systems at various governance levels. And I want to draw your attention to this website, wbgu.de, where you can find the full report and also a concise summary for decision makers, and of course other publications. I thank you again for the invitation for this very important symposium on soil health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fischer. And I think what's been useful is to see how you are bringing a systems level integration of not just the horizontal layers of the work that we've been talking to since the morning, but the vertical levels, but also the horizontal integration also at a policy level, systems level, and how even elements like governance that we need to think about. And I think with NITI Aayog here as the advisory and think tank for the country, especially in advising policies, I think this would be a very useful input. We'll come back to you if we also have some more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. I now request Mr. Chris Dickens, who is the co-lead for the One Agroecology Initiative for CGIAR. What is very, I think, useful is to see the multiple CGIAR institutions picking up focused topics for integration globally. And we are very keen to hear about the larger program, but also the exact program in India and what implications it has for us. Over to you, Dr. Chris.
If I could just take a moment to introduce Dr. Chris. Dr. Chris Dickens is the Principal Researcher, Ecosystems, International Water Management Institute, Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chris Dickens is an aquatic ecologist with 35 years of experience working in 4 main areas: aquatic ecosystem health, water resource protection, including environmental water requirements and resource targets, water resource management and governance, and agroecology. He is presently researching the involvement of water in agriculture, including digital innovations for management as well as agroecology, the initiative to bring ecosystems back into agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chris Dickens.
Greetings, everybody. Is that showing the proper presentation mode? Because unfortunately it insists on showing my second screen even though I turned it off. Is that okay?
Chris, you have to change the setting.
Change from what to what? Just help out.
We see.
Okay, there we are. That's right, eh?
It's working fine now.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak. So I'd also just like to credit some of my project co-team members, particularly Sarah Jones from Biodiversity, but there's a large team of us. And so we have this CGIAR initiative on agroecology, which we're calling the agroecology initiative. And I really would just like to present that in overview. So, you know, we all know that about the green revolution, which has transformed food production in the world since really the 1960s. And this is a very imperfect map, but it's a map of the global status of a human-induced soil degradation, just as an indication of how the green revolution is going. And you can see that although it's an imperfect map, it's pretty horrendous. There are large parts of the world where soil structure and soils themselves are being severely degraded. And according to the FAO, about 65% of agricultural land is severely degraded. That's not a good situation. So, and that particular approach of agriculture was dominated by mechanical the systems of planting and irrigating food and so on, the chemical side of it, pesticides, etc., but also the social side of land tenure and things like that, and aggregation of farms into bigger units, have all made highly productive agriculture, but with this kind of consequence. Now, I really like this diagram from the TEEB, and so we've got agriculture and food systems. We've got the inputs at the top here with breeding, fertilizer, machinery, irrigation, pesticides, etc., the traditional things. But what is missing from this lot is all of these largely invisible benefits. There's the pest control, the decomposition, the carbon fixation, all of these things, I'm not going to go through them, which are working on every farm and are benefits which need to be considered. But there are also these costs to certainly traditional agricultural systems over here and up here and over there. So agriculture is, the way it was practiced up until recently, has been pretty unidirectional and focused really just on production and producing raw materials and maybe a bit of agritourism, but it wasn't holistic. And this diagram, although I say I like it from the TEEB, it's really also missing a large aspect of the benefits of agroecological systems, which are the social and the economic ones as well, economic beyond just food production. And this is the approach of agroecology. It's an approach to creating more sustainable agriculture and food systems. And this diagram here is from the HLPE, and we call it the 13 principles of agroecology. So essentially, you've got included in sustainable agroecology, you've got things like land and natural resource governance. You've got connectivity, and that's both biophysical as well as social. You've got recycling, animal health, soil health, input reduction, biodiversity, economic diversification, social values and diets. And social values can be everything, including the well-being of the people, their economic status, their education levels, etc. There's fairness, equity, and there's participation. And all of this centered around the co-creation of knowledge, because on any one piece of land, right down to the farm scale, you'll have a different combination of these things which are really important. And that's really an important part of the agroecology initiative, is to bring in the co-creation of knowledge at a local level. So what we have in this particular project is we've got what we call agroecological living landscapes, and we've got these what we call living landscapes. One in Burkina Faso, India, Kenya, Laos, Peru, Tunisia, and Zimbabwe. And the project is basically trying to get the whole holistic agroecology working. So we've got one package on business models, we've got one package on policies and institutional arrangements, and we've got one package which is understanding the behavioral changes that are needed to actually encourage people to adopt agroecology. And then lastly, we've got one on collecting the evidence to demonstrate that agroecology is either working or not working. And the issue is really, what are the catalysts? What are the things that would actually kickstart agroecology in an area? And there are no generic solutions, or very few generic solutions. They generally need to be discovered at a local level. And there are a number of different ways that you can try to uncover what are the catalysts to doing that. But in a way, this is one of the mysteries of agroecology, is just what is it required to kickstart that either at a farm level or in a regional or country level. So there are a number of transition pathways which can be followed. So if you've got, for example, a very low productivity with low external input use, and you would go through a process of introducing innovations, and the innovations would be technologies, farming practices, policies, business models, or even the markets, social movements. Introduce all of these things dependent on that particular area, and we might call that agroecological intensification. If you have a system of low product profitability with high external input use, so this is really poor farming really, you might then redesign it. If you've got a high profitable and high external input use, which is a bit disastrous for the environment, you might then need to convert it into an agroecological system. So very briefly, unfortunately I don't have a presentation on India here, but the case studies in India follow the same kind of format, where we basically characterize what the agroecology is. In this particular case in Zimbabwe, we've got maize, vegetables, livestock, very low in chemical input, but also very low productivity. And so we're introducing things like integrated pest management, improved crop livestock integration, no-till labeling, and hopefully those. And then as we go on we conduct a visioning exercise with the local stakeholders to find out what are the things that make agriculture, societies, and economies in that region work, so we can actually include them, if appropriate, into an agroecological design for the area. Tunisia, a very dry area, livestock production, very low diversity, high chemical input use, moderate productivity, low profitability, and weak market linkages. So we would build local knowledge to improve the dairy value chain, just to make sure that farmers producing milk that carries right the way through the chain, strengthen the links between cooperatives and consumers, enhanced crop livestock integration through forage crops, improve quality of forest services delivery to farmers by cooperatives. So basically trying to get agriculture, particularly livestock, working better. And this includes things like improvements to genetic makeup and so on, which are more traditional approaches. But what is a really key aspect of this project is that there's no point carrying out a trial on agroecology if you don't assess its performance. So you need to be able to assess the performance before and after the intervention of various new innovations on how to farm. So each of the living lab has got approximately 200 farms, and then we have an assessment framework which covers those 13 principles of agroecology I showed you earlier, and they are evaluated and scored, and they all have to be present and they all have to be functioning. You can't have one where there's simply high production happening. The other aspects need to be included, the environmental, the social, and the economic. And there are some key performance indicators, and again, they are spread holistically around the agroecology initiative principles. So what are the takeaway messages from the project? Farms and food system performance needs measuring using holistic metrics. So you have to have a metric that covers all things. You can't just measure food output, for example. There are many transition pathways that are possible, and that's why local participation is really necessary. There's currently a limited understanding of what enabling environments and what interventions catalyze change from farm to food system. And agroecology will apply similar approaches to trial, monitor, and scale agroecological transitions in these countries: Burkina, India, Kenya, Laos, Peru, Tunisia, and Zimbabwe. So the project has only just completed its first year. It's still got a couple of years to go, and hopefully a few years beyond that as well. But it's a large project, and hopefully it's going to bring about some kind of transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dickens. And I think in India, if I'm not wrong, you picked up the state of Andhra Pradesh as the pilot location. You're going to work with the system of natural farming with RYSS, and going to look at it and apply these formats of measurement and looking at the process transition pathways there, right? So thank you very much, and we'll get back to you for more. We have changed the program a little bit. Dr. Anneke Trux, you'll have to wait a bit. Dr. Biradar from ICRAF, he needs to leave for the next meeting, and because we're running a bit late, we wanted to accommodate him. If it's okay with you, can we have Dr. Biradar now?
Yes. Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, ladies and gentlemen, is the Country Director for CIFOR ICRAF India, International Center for Research in Agroforestry. He's a landscape ecologist with broad experience in executing agro-ecosystem research, as well as outreach across diverse landscapes in Asia, Africa, and the Americas, focusing on equitable agro-ecosystems approaches and ecosystem restoration based on ecological principles. He also has passion for trees, forestry, agroforestry, and regenerative agro-ecosystems. Dr. Biradar has over 20 years of experience serving as a researcher, principal scientist, manager, head of units, and research team leader, and has published over 325 research articles. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Biradar. Ladies and gentlemen, here he comes, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar.
Thank you so much for this accommodating the last minute request, much appreciated. I know that the time is very limited. I just quickly go through the innovations in terms of nature-based solutions across the different parts. I'll take a couple of examples in Egypt or in Africa, as well as some part in India. Thank you so much. And as you talk about the soil health, is the thematic area, and often we think about the health, the definitions is the state of complete wellness, physically, mentally, socially. Often the ecological aspect is completely neglected, that one. So whether health of the soil or health of the people, health of the animal or planet, it's all the combined together. Look into just a gut biome and the health and wellness, how that interlink to the healthy soil. Because so that's what you heard about the gut and the mind connections. And this is where the real health begins in the soil. That's the thematic area. And we look into the health is a continuum of the living soil, and plant, food, and human animals are the smart food that connects to this continuum. One side is the way we produce the food, another way we consume. How that connectivity happens, that's where the food is become one of that links to the every sustainable development goals, that links to the, again, coming back to the ground, that's the soil. And this is where we try to understand how the diet diversity, landscape diversity, farm diversity, that link to the gut biome. That's what the biodiversity and the smart food, nutrition, health, and resilience. And often when it comes to in the last 30, 40 years our productions is more focused on the yield centric. We're looking at only yield. And often the forget the structure and functions. And this is where it comes to the diversification of the tree systems, the mainstream agriculture with the crops, trees, and livestock. That's where the working in harmony with nature, that sync with ecology and economy. So that when you then bring the more trees and crop diversity into soil, into the landscape, into the farming systems, and the production happens. And the services will begin by default. That's what really you talk about the total factor productivity. And looking at that one, the roadmap and the restoring the natural resources, soil health is very clear. And we have to link it back to the natural, the nature-friendly farming to the nature-friendly eating. So you heard about the life mission. We talk about the lifestyle as well as the forest and environment. How that connect to the community, whether the producer or the consumer, that connection is required and needs to restore the soil health. And why trees and the forestry, agroforestry tree-based systems is very clear. I'm not going to every aspect of how the trees play the vital role in restoring the soil health and the elixir life and water cycle and carbon sink, and also the important thing, basically talking about both reductions and removal. So when looking to the dry land landscape on the left side of my slide, on the satellite images, and complete 6 months, complete the dry spell, it's still some of the landscape still is green. They're vital. Then it's dry to the landscape. We found that those are the agroforest system. Those are agroecological landscape. So this is where, when you grow the trees or farming system in agriculture, ecology is taken care. What is required is the economic scaling. How best you can link the ecology to economy? This is one of the aspects you're looking here. Just to take an example of the using the heavy machineries and the monocropping systems, heavy doses of the synthetic fertilizers and pesticide into the soil, that really linked to a lot of the soil compaction. So when looking at the global soil compaction database in the monocrop agriculture system, is very clear why there is the soil become dead, why the flood happens, because there is no percolation mechanism. Soil lost its sponge capacity. And that's what leads to the flood. And floods and soil the consequences of the drought, degradation, desertifications. And look in the left side of the pictures, where one side is the deforested area, that a lot of the soil erosion happens, other side is the lot of the green covers, then all the working happens. And I can look in the other picture in our farm, and the peak rainy season soil, the water flows in the subsurface. There is absolutely no surface runoff. That means the soil became the holding the reservoir of the water, and that leads to the reducing the loss of the erosion, loss of the compactness, and also the restoring the what you call a functional properties of the soil. That leads to the less the risk in growing the crops. This is where we call it the future of the healthcare system. I talk about healthcare system, not only human beings, but entire planetary systems, whether the soil biota is one of the largest, the diversity of the living space, that's in the living soil. And how best we can nurture our soil, water, and food by growing the adoption of the tree-based systems and natural farming and agroecological principles that bring the more interaction of the trees. That the background you can see what is our dryland farm in the 500 meter rainfall, and that's where the intervention happens because of the bringing the more trees and crop diversity. And this is where our colleagues in Africa, in Kenya, they're working on a number of this, the LDSF framework, combining the technology, remote sensing, citizen science, and integrated dashboard system to monitor those landscapes. That's how best we can bring the alliance of the system together. We are working the different, identifying the right tree for the right place for the right region, to the right crop and combinations, to the in practice during in-growing seasons, how the minimum tillage and the zero tillage practices, incorporating a lot of the mulches into the soil surfaces, and also how the post-harvest technology. This is where really you need to bring it to the dashboard of the systems to monitor what's happening in the soil organic carbon level, how best you can restore the diversity. Just to take example of here, I'm giving one, and the other one is the Egypt we were working on earlier when I was there in Ikada. And looking into the variability of the soil, the productive losses happening, whether at the landscape level, whether within the farming system, between the farming systems, that's very clear. A lot of variabilities happen. One farm to other farm, there huge variabilities there. Just clicking that particular one farm, you can look into that. What is the potential of particularly the gap, whether in terms of yield gap, in terms of the water use efficiency gap, in terms of the income gap, health gap, ecological gap. So this is what you need to understand. Just look at an example where the tree-based systems with the monocropping systems, it's very clear that amount of the soil organic carbon restored, and that's much higher in the diversified cropping system with the trees than the monocropping system. So this kind of the monitoring systems really help us to understand the soil monitoring of the food and nutrition security and climate change action, the ecosystem restorations. So this is the LDSF framework developed by our colleagues Lee and the Tor, and they're really expanding that into Africa as well as in the Asian the framework. This really given the very high quality, the on-site information, so like a field data that link to the satellite data to come out with the monitoring system, how the variability of the soil degradation, soil health, and where you can really do the interventions is required. So like that, we're using the number of applications with the Green Africa, Odisha Agroforestry, Geogro apps to pinpoint that how the variabilities of the soil health is happening in the landscape level. So this clearly brings back that when a diversity of the choices of the food with the great flavor, taste, and nutrition happens when there is a soil health is restored. The soil health, everyone knows that when healthy soil has more resilient, a source of the resilience and source of the nutrition. And this is where we need to be looking at that one. In order to the mission life begins, where the soil health restored and paradigm shift in the system transfer is required to diversity and lifestyle. And this is one example, the vision I talk about like a 30-30 or 50-50. And by 2030, at least 30% of the population shifting to the food growing in the healthy soil, and that too usually the fruits and vegetables in daily diets. I think that's what required the common enabling factor, creating the knowledge augmentations and the return of the investment. If you address this one, definitely we are heading towards the restoring the soil health. That coming back to the production follows functions, we have to let's leverage technology, diversity, local intelligence, indigenous knowledge, and rebuild the broken food system by restoring bring the more crop diversity, more tree diversity into mainstream agriculture. That's where we are reaching the planetary health and the sustainable soil management. Thank you so much. That's my last slide.
Thank you, Dr. Biradar. I think the frameworks and approaches that you have presented in different scenarios of on one side, while there is innovation and championing happening because of local energy, but then in a structured manner, how do we really look at the landscape available in India, the various contributing factors, and then strategically move towards designing a larger program for intervention in India, could learn and use some of these experiences that you mentioned. Thank you very much for staying on and being with us to present this wonderful insights.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for accommodating the last minute request. Much appreciated.
Thank you. I now invite a very close colleague, Dr. Anneke Trux, with whom I work very closely as part of the ProSoil project. She is the global head for the multi-country project, and she will present it. Thank you, Anneke, for your patience, and I am handing it over for your introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Anneke Trux is head of program ProSoil GIZ, soil protection and rehabilitation of degraded soil for food security of GIZ since 2018. Now this project, ProSoil, commissioned by the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, is implemented in the countries Benin, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, India, Kenya, Madagascar, Tunisia. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Trux has also worked as scientific advisor at the German Parliament, being a co-author of Germany's first global report on climate change scenarios, their impact, and subsequent policy recommendations. Dr. Anneke Trux, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for your very kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I couldn't agree but more with the previous speakers, and I'm going to take you on a little journey down to the farmers, because what's important when we talk about agroecology or natural farming is the last mile. How do we get farmers to adopt what science does suggest to us? So I'm talking on behalf of a global program on soil health management for sustainability, for restoration and rehabilitation of soils. We are working in 7 countries, amongst them India, and you see them all on the map. Just let us have a very quick glance at what the program is doing and has achieved by now. And that's a matter of exception. It has a rather long duration, starting in 2014 and running until 2027. It's commissioned by our Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. It's Germany also having an agreement with India on a lighthouse program on agroecology, which is quite close to us, and we are co-funded by the European Union and by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, with quite an important budget of 228 million euro. What did we achieve up to now? There are more than 560,000 hectares of rehabilitated soils, benefiting to more than 1.5 million people, a lot of them being women, and we have a 30% share of women among the users and the about agroecology and sustainable farming. One key indicator is, even if agroecology is much more than increasing yields, is a yield increase which amounts at an average to 40%. And we will come back to that later. Before zooming into 2 of the countries we are working in, just a quick look, what are we talking about when we are talking on soil protection and rehabilitation based on agroecological principles? We always have to be aware that we are facing different realities at the farm level. We are dealing with substance agriculture, and we are dealing also with industrial in agriculture, and there's a lot of farm types in between. These are only those extremes. Still, agroecology is not the monopole of one and the other, but when we are talking about agroecology or natural farming, we are talking about pathways to transition. And we always, when addressing the farmers, we have to be aware where is their reality, where do they start from, and what could be the pathway that addresses their needs. And they are diverse. It's often in subsistence agriculture, intensification, and in industrial agriculture, often more the sustainability, but both of them need knowledge. When we talk about agroecology, we talk also about a knowledge intensive approach, which provides also for some challenges. Let me zoom into the example of Ethiopia, sharing some features also with India. In Ethiopia, we have more than 40% of agricultural soils that are acidified, and that makes mineral fertilizer, which is predominant in most farm types, makes them quite inefficient. Lack of organic matter means often that when applying mineral fertilizers, we use 50% of their effectiveness, but we get negative climate impacts, negative impacts on the water regime, and by the end still poor yields. In Ethiopia, we have been working in more than 60 districts and have rehabilitated approximately 170,000 hectares of previously degraded land, with a very important yield increase of about 67%.
Anneke, your slides are not moving. They're beginning to move now. Yeah.
Yes, it's moving by now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That was only the introduction. So, how do we reach out to farmers, and how do we reach the last mile? I talked about the acidification of large landscapes and agricultural land. So one of the first steps has been liming in order to cope with the very predominant problem of acid soils. And lessons learned start there where the farmers have a felt need and where the predominant problem is. The next problems farms face is the lack of organic matter. And so slowly after addressing the acidity problem, we start to introduce pulses in order to increase nitrogen contacts, but with residues also increasing the organic matter. Another approach is applying compost, and here you see the nice vermicompost, turning basically garbage into gold. It's a very fertile product. And slowly but surely, we introduce to the farmer a whole set of technologies being composed of not only the liming, but also of introducing pulses, introducing improved seeds, rhizobia, inoculum, the vermicompost, biochar, and also traditional methods. So building up from very simple to more complex technologies, because it's a learning journey also for the farmers. So lesson learned, don't start with the complex, start simple. When you turn success into scale, you also face additional problems. So it's the labor. Farmers start to work again on formerly degraded lands, but that putting more workload on them. And one of the solutions, and we shouldn't neglect also the workload aspects, is introducing also small-scale mechanization, which is adapted to the context and also the practical conditions. You see here 2X a tractor, and the whole challenge behind is not just buying the tractor, but setting up behind a whole system of reparation, purchase, also sharing of organizations working together on a pool of mechanized support for agriculture. And then what we often forget when we scale, where does the material come from? I addressed in the very beginning the issue of liming. And now you can purchase or import or buy lime on a limited number of farms. But what if all farmers go and request for more liming? Neither you as a project nor the State Extension Service is in a position to satisfy the needs of farmers. So whatever solutions you think about, introduce or integrate also the private sector. And we started first making lime being adopted as an agricultural commodity, and then working with the private sector, which now is also selling the lime to the farmers. Yes?
Anneke, 1 minute left, sorry.
Okay, then I have to speed up. Okay, so lesson learned, go from the simple to the more complex and define your quick wins, your midterm and your long-term goals. This is just a short look to another aspect quite important. We are about to introduce in Ethiopia a fertilizer decision support tool based on a long-term data collection and evaluation. And the challenge in here is really to convince institutions to cooperate and to share within a coalition of the willing their data. And the idea behind is we can come up with better data and better evidence on soil features. We can come up with a much more precise recommendation on the use of the still predominant mineral fertilizers, thus reducing costs on the one hand and also ecological damage on the other hand. And if, Rajiv, you allow me still a quick look at Benin, a country in West Africa where we sharing the same problems than Ethiopia. We have the challenge of 60 to 90% soils with a problem of soil fertility and health. We are going along the same lines, introducing pulses. Here you see an association of maize and mucuna, introducing biochar, something we are doing also in India. But the point I wanted to raise here, one of the major challenges when you go for these knowledge-intensive approaches is how to reach people and how to design extension approaches in a way that you can finance them on the long run. So we have adopted here a multi-cascade approach, starting with this soil mobile. This is a bus equipped with a lot of material on sensibilization and information on soils. And within an evening session in a village, we address up to 1,000 people. And then once the villagers request more support and more information, we start with a farmer multi-cascade approach. That's to say everybody receiving support in the villages from the project is signing a contract to support at least 5 other farmers. So we try to spread out while minimizing costs for extension, which can provide for a major bottleneck if you don't have a look at it. and especially in a context with poor digital literacy and equipment, we need to rely also a lot of face-to-face communication.
Last 30 seconds, sorry.
Yes, okay. So next challenge is the integration of also integration of soil health technologies into the agroecological value chain approach, starting from provision of inputs, storage, addressing the transformation product, and also valorize agroecological products. Last sentence, what are challenges that remain? First, we always need to be aware that it's a knowledge-extensive approach. So we need a long-term solution for advice, learning, and support in rapidly changing rural systems. Right. Another major challenge is we are talking about organic fertilizers. We need to consider more what are our innovative resources in order to come up with biomass and other sources to produce organic fertilizers. And another challenge will still be the issue of the institutional context, things such as tenure, polities, and so on. No. Thank you for your patience.
No, thanks a lot for sharing these two very interesting experiences. Since you can't see all, you'll be very also happy to know that the ProSoil implementation partner in India, NABARD, is also very much here with the DMD, Mrs. Suryakumar, and also senior colleagues here as well. So look forward to them also responding to this later on. Thanks, Aniket, thanks a lot. And we'll get back to you if there are any time for questions. Now we go over to Ms. Harari from WOCAT. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Nicole Harari, research scientist at Center for Development and Environment, and she's, ladies and gentlemen, a research scientist at the Center for Development and Environment, University of Bern, in the Sustainable Land Systems Impact Area, managing the world overview of conservation approaches and technologies, WOCAT, Global Sustainable Land Management Network with its UNCCD recommended global SLM database. Ms. Harari has extensive experience in knowledge management and decision support for sustainable land management and has been guiding stakeholders in scaling up SLM interventions in over 20 countries. Before working from 2013 onwards at CDE, Ms. Harari also worked for the UNRWA as Environmental Research Officer in Jerusalem, Palestine, where she established and managed the environmental impact monitoring in order to survey and document the impacts of the West Bank barrier. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, Ms. Nicole Harari.
Thank you, Ms. Harari, and you have 7 minutes, at most 8.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. But if you can put it on the full mode, yeah, it's perfect now. Over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for giving us the floor. It's an honor to speak at the symposium today. I'm talking on behalf of WOCAT, as was being said, the Global Network on Sustainable Land Management. No, I cannot switch. Here we go. Okay, it works now. So WOCAT is a global network established basically after the Rio Summit in 1992, where there was a lot of talk about what is going bad, about land degradation. And so WOCAT was basically formed by concerned stakeholders saying, well, we should not only showing bad practices and degradation, we should also be showing the green spots or what has been achieved by farmers and land users around the world in good land management. And therefore, WOCAT was established to support the compilation, documentation, evaluation, sharing, and wide dissemination of sustainable land management knowledge. And as just has been said, in 2014, WOCAT's long existence and growth has also been recognized by the UNCCD, and its database hosting those global good practices has been recommended by the convention. You can see here on the slide also the consortium partners of VOCAT. So there are several CGI partners on board, as well as FAO, and of course GIZ, our colleagues also from ProSoil, but also from headquarters, very much working with us closely on scaling up sustainable land management. VOCAT works around 4 pillars. So we have been hearing a lot now about science, and Anneke, you have been mentioning how does this go now down to the farmers. So VOCAT is really about bringing this knowledge together in a network, bringing sustainable land management, agriculture, water, etc., experts together in an open network. So whoever wants to participate is invited to join this network, to make use of the database and contribute to the global sustainable land management repository, and I will come to that in a minute. And then VOCAT is very much engaged at different levels in supporting the building of capacities, and more than that, also works with different partners, including also the CGIAR, to harmonize tools and methods together. So having said that, VOCAT works in and with over 60 countries around the globe, and facilitates knowledge production and exchange, and particularly also learnings, or south-south, north-south, south-north learning. It promotes, as I said, standardized tools and always open access data. It strengthens participation and equity in decision making, and it supports scaling up processes. And at the moment, VOCAT is very much engaged in setting up also its regional representation and further working on the issue of South-South collaboration. Here, just a glance at the different countries where knowledge has been documented, or there has been and is a collaboration with projects, programs. So that is through government or non-government actors or international research organizations. And yeah, as has been said, I think key to VOCAT is really the collaboration with the UNCCD, and here a glance at the history. So since 2014, when the recommendation of VOCAT's database was recommended by the UNCCD, there had been several other key moments. So in India in 2019 at COP14, VOCAT's efforts were further acknowledged by the parties, which led in 2020 to a partnership agreement with the UNCCD to boost the uptake of sustainable land management practices around the world. And this year in Abidjan at COP15, there were several decisions again made by the parties in support of VOCAT to build capacities of parties and UNCCD stakeholders on sustainable land management, including also working more closely with the Global Environment Facility and supporting also policy frameworks, and particularly also the topic of gender, and I will come to that in a minute. So at the heart of VOCAT is really this global VOCAT sustainable land management database. You can see it on the screen, and it's basically what it allows. It allows for free upload and sharing of good sustainable land management practices in different languages. It contains of over 2,000 good practices from more than 130 countries. You can see the map there in gray with the different good practices submitted. It has also a filter which allows you to find relevant good practices for your area, for your landscape, your land use, and it allows also the talking with national platforms, so that that national platforms or databases can access to the VOCAT database through its API. And for the UNCCD parties, they are invited to submit their good practices to VOCAT in the UNCCD reporting system, which is called the PRAISE. So you can see also in terms of visitors, the blue map, basically there is stakeholders from all over the world accessing the database and making use of the existing knowledge. Here is a bit You can see the world map, and just to emphasize, so the database includes sustainable land management technologies, so that's the green dots. So that's really what's happening on the ground and on the farm, and then the approach to it, so what is the enabling environment that facilitates the implementation. And here are some key numbers, but I will not walk you through them due to lack of time. What you can do with the database, and I'm inviting you to access it and explore it further, you can generate this summary, which is automatically published for each technology, and you can see it shows you basically what the technology is about, where it is being implemented. It shows you technical specifications, very important, of course, the establishment and maintenance cost, where it is being implemented, so what's the natural environment, and then also what are the impacts, different impacts, and also what are the benefits and what are the farmers telling are the benefits of these technologies. So these summaries are then being used for good practices, compilations, material knowledge products for extension services, etc. And you can see an example from the Philippines here as well. Now, traveling to India, what we can see here are the different technologies and approaches submitted by different institutions in the VOCAT database. So you can see a broad variety. So just to show you a few here from Uttarakhand, for instance, there are the stone check walls and check dams for soil and water conservation, which have recently been added to the VOCAT database by colleagues. And then there is supplemental irrigation in a legume cotton production system from Madhya Pradesh. So just to show you a bit the diversity of these different technologies that are being shared in the VOCAT database. Here an integrated farming system from Orissa, and then very prominently also different approaches on community forest management here. And moving out from India into the region, I wanted to just
so you have 30
show
seconds.
you also 30 seconds. Wow, that's tough. Some other examples from the region. So there is keyhole garden or mushroom cultivation. So Bangladesh, India, or Sri Lanka, sharing what they are doing, what farmers are doing in terms of good land management. And if I may have 1 minute, because I think it is important that we do also talk about gender. So just a few words to show you how important it is that we take gender and especially women's needs also into consideration when we are thinking about scaling up technology. So technologies are not gender neutral, and you can see here different sustainable land management technology groups and the involvement of men, women, or both within these groups. So there is a tool out there, I'm inviting you to visit this, where that can help you to assess the gender responsiveness of sustainable land management practices to really improve technologies and stepping up adoption, not only by male farmers, but also by female farmers. And that is a tool we have developed together with the UNCCD Secretariat. And what does it help you to look at? So it looks, as I said, at technology-related aspects. So it looks at access and control to different elements such as labor, equipment, plant and animal material by men and women. It looks at gender roles in sustainable land management. So we need to understand these before we are deciding where to invest, which type of technology shall be scaled. And eventually, again, I'm inviting you to look at this publication. There are different technology group profiles available looking into this aspect of gender responsive SLM and how women and men are involved. So there are examples on soil and vegetation, on nurturing the soil, agroforestry, home gardens, water, feed and fodder for livestock and forests, and they give you an overview on gender responsiveness in sustainable land management. So that's where where you see some of the details, but due to lack of time, I will not go into details, just to show you that there is a lot of knowledge, there is a lot of evidence there, and the idea of WCAT is really to make this available, open access to everybody who is interested, to allow for a global sharing of these
Thank you. Right.
of these good
Yeah.
practices. And just to end, assessment technologies are not gender neutral, and technologies and the enabling environment need to be adapted to the needs of both women and men. With that, I thank you very much. You can find here the links, and you are very much invited to join WCAT. We have been starting activities with the ProSoil colleagues. There was a WCAT training done 2 weeks ago, I think, or 3 in India. So please also, if you are interested to join WCAT, reach out to Stephanie or Jonas, who are in the room, and yeah, please follow us and join us in the network. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I think as we start realizing that most of the agroecological approaches are more knowledge intensive than resource intensive, yet there is a contextual differentiation. Therefore, there's a need of a lot of this knowledge products, and the WCAT as a repository, a global repository for all such practices with all the details, also becomes an important way of how do we structure knowledge sharing in India, how do we connect with WCAT globally, and also use it in case of India to look at UNCCD approaches. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Hariri. And now for our last speaker, I request Mr. Joseph Kienzel from FAO to share with us in about 8 minutes his insights. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Joseph Kienzel holds an MSc in Agricultural Engineering from Hohenheim University and a postgraduate certificate for advanced training in agricultural development from Berlin. He currently leads the Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization Group in the Rural and Urban Crop and Mechanization Systems team in the Plant Production and Protection Division of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Mr. Kienzler's work emphasizes the crucial role of farm power and of innovative and efficient mechanization solutions, including digital solutions, precision agriculture, and autonomous equipment. Mr. Joseph Kienzler, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him. Yes, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me in this meeting, and also want to comment on the very good presentations before me. And maybe I will be able to have a slightly different angle, starting from the implements, from the mechanization side towards the smallholder farmers. At least that's my intention. So I will introduce, if I manage to get this slide moving, okay, good. Very briefly about the role of the smallholder farmers and the
we cannot, Mr. Kienzler, we can't see your slide as yet.
Okay.
I think they're trying something.
It should.
Still not there.
Did you see my first slide? Or no slide yet?
No slide as yet.
Okay. I mean, I can start sharing again, but
I think they're working on it. I think your sharing from your end hasn't completed fully. Could you reshare, please? Should we try and upload from this end and move it as per your instructions?
We can try. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, so we're just putting it on. See, can you see it?
I can see it, yes.
Okay, perfect. So over to you, and you give us the prompt to move forward. You have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Next slide, please. I mean, it's not moving from, I mean, I cannot see it move here, so.
They're trying to make it big. Yeah, okay.
Yes, fine. Yeah, we'll very briefly talk about the role of smallholders and entrepreneurs, about the concept of conservation agriculture that is fitting into agriculture in our view.
Click on the enable editing.
Can we make it bigger?
Sorry for this. It's taking a bit longer.
I wonder if I should not try it again, but maybe not.
Should we let him try from his end? Why don't you go ahead and try again, please? Rukna ek minute. Okay. Whoever uploaded it, it works. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, over to you then.
And I can continue. I was going through the content, which is fine. Let me start here on the role of smallholder farmers. We must acknowledge that they are producing 80% of the food in developing countries, and they are struggling with the small tools and hand tools, which is really hard labor, and we have to acknowledge that. And inputs are rarely applied, and if they are applied, they are often late and not good enough, not precise enough, which is maybe a waste of resources in that case. We also know that in sub-Saharan Africa specifically, we have hand labor of about 65% compared to the other main regions where the hand labor contribution to farm power is about 25%. And this animal traction plays an equal role in of around 25% in most of the developing world. But the engine-driven type of mechanization is in Africa below 10% or just about 10%, while it is otherwise about 50% of the farm power contribution. We have talked about the paradigm shift that is required. The Green Revolution has a lot of success stories, but
you'll have to prompt us to move to the next slide because we're still on the first one. And I'll also give you a tap at 7 minutes so that you know there's 1 minute left. So please let us know when you want us to move to the next slide. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm briefly talking about the paradigm shift that is required, and my previous speakers have actually emphasized this a lot, that we need to change in order to put soil degradation on a hold. And and part of the issue is the issue of continuous heavy tillage, and that is where I want to introduce the concept of conservation agriculture in my next slide. With conservation agriculture, we can sustain or even increase production anywhere between 10 and 100%. We do increase soil moisture, soil fertility, and overall soil health. And we have less need for external inputs if the system is fully working. And we saw elements of it in the previous presentations. Can I have the next slide? The main part for us as being the mechanization team of the FAO is that it's clear we need to reduce the tillage part in agriculture. Minimum mechanical soil disturbance either with hand tools, hand chop planters, or animal-drawn direct seeders, or tractor-drawn implements that are able to work with permanent soil organic cover. That's the principle number 2, to keep the soil covered at any time in the season, but also afterwards, if possible. And the third element is to introduce a conducive species, crop rotations that make sense, no avoiding of monocropping of cereals, mix it with legumes, and so on. The next slide. So in essence, we want to reduce the mechanical tillage part and increase the biological tillage, meaning using soil processes. Like for example, microorganisms, but also the famous earthworms are very important. And this helps to increase soil organic matter. And with more soil organic matter, we do have more drought resistance. The soils are even able to store carbon, which is a great need these days, as you have heard in the recent COP And while mechanical tillage is actually burning off the carbon out of the soil and leaves sandy soils behind without soil organic matter. Next slide. Yeah, these are the earthworms putting in this case, a leaf of maize into the soil. That's biological tillage as we see it. Next slide. This is a photograph, two images from Kazakhstan, where on the top left you see a soil that is bare and which was a tillage plowed soil, and with wind and wind erosion over the winter time, you lose a lot of topsoil and we have a lot of dust bowls moving on. And while if the stubbles are kept there and the soil is conserved and protected by the soil cover, and in this case stubbles from the previous harvest, and this helps a lot in this case in Kazakhstan. The next slide. While we have here in this case in parts of Africa the famous soil disturbing disc plow that we really try to avoid and get rid of, but it's very hard for some reasons that are beyond our control. If there's any tractor coming into a system, there's always a disc plow behind, and never more intelligent and more lean mechanization tool, like for example this innovation on bottom right, where we have one row direct seeder behind a two-wheel tractor in testing phase. So this is the way we have to go with our mechanization and machinery, let's say, drive. Next slide. So how do we bring CA to smallholder farmers? We need tailored production systems. We need a multi-year transition period, and I have been happy to hear that the soil health program of the GS8 is a 10-year program, which is really a very good example that you need a long breath to rehabilitate soils and soil organic matter in soils. We need to understand, in this case, the overall productivity that is more than just increasing yields. I mean, yes, increasing yields is an indicator, but having the overall soil health gradually improved will sustain yields also through droughts, which is maybe more important than a short-term heavy increase through inputs, for example. And for that we need acquiring and sharing know-how, and it was mentioned before, and we need to make that information available in extension works, advice, government support and promotion. Next slide. Yeah, so for that, in FAO, we normally work with governments directly and to create that enabling environment, also for sustainable mechanization systems and for capacity development at all levels. And then the next slide. So what is sustainable agricultural mechanization? We define it as application of different forms of power sources, hand, animal traction, mechanical, to be used with appropriate tools and implements that are kind of more lean and more intelligent than simply the plow, and it should go along the value chain, including transport and market access, which is very key in this case. It does reduce drudgery, it improves productivity and contributes to the development of equipment and food supply chains. And there is also a gender element in it, because mechanization inputs do change the way of labor division in households, and that has to be recognized as well. It can be positive, but can also sometimes be negative.
Mr. Kinzel, 30 seconds for you.
Okay, next slide. As it was said before, you can move on. Introducing an equipment also means introducing a new system, a new supply chain, repair, services, spare parts. So it's not just about an equipment, or in this case a seeder, but actually it's about the whole system. And the next slide. This is a very great success story from India, the happy seeder. I'm sure you all know about it. That is having the rotavator in front of it to treat the stubbles, but then does not disturb the soil while it is placing the seed into the covered soil. And I think this is a true Indian success story that is everyone colleagues are trying to introduce it in other countries, for example in Ethiopia, and which is a good thing. Next slide. Yeah, simply to say, farmers need a higher productivity overall. That makes them having more savings. That will increase the demand for mechanization, and the higher demand for mechanization will help them to improve their income again. So it's a little bit of like a cycle that has to get going. So in order to make mechanization input sustainable. Next slide. And the key to sustainable mechanization is the higher service. And here we have learning tools, higher service as a business enterprise, because the equipment is now too expensive for individual smallholders. So there's like a new brand of the type of entrepreneurs that are hiring out machinery in their local districts and villages. And this is often been the missing link between for accessibility of smallholders in the rural areas. Next slide.
Last slide, please, if you can put it up.
There is a great need for potential of ICT technologies, for example, the Uberization of the tractor hire services, as we can track them and can call them like we call the Uber taxis in these days. Next slide. Yeah, this is the last slide, and just to say the mechanization in agriculture is crucial to increase labor productivity and timeliness of operations, and specifically the timeliness is something that is often overlooked. It helps in eliminating drudgery, increasing adoption and productivity of innovations, mainly in Africa, to overcome this bottleneck of 65% hand labor. The upscaling of conservation agriculture means mechanizing it, and in a way it's a type of precision agriculture with precise application of seeds and fertilizer, and making use of available technologies. And here's the element of technology transfer very important. We need skilled farmers who can deal with good agronomy and machinery and business. They need skilled service providers that operate and provide the service to the smallholder farmers. And we are sure that mechanization creates a different set of jobs. And with that, I say thank you. And maybe the last slide, just what a thank you one.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. So this has been a very enriching session because we've been looking at the Indian experiences before this, and we've already had the World Council, which has been advising on change processes in Germany. We had CGI, 2 projects, FAO, ICRAF as well. We had a knowledge network, WOCAT, and we also had a BMZ supported project, multi-country on the same topic. So I want to first ask my colleague Sangeeta, what were the key takeaways for you vis-a-vis, especially with respect to Indian, what we're trying to do here in India and what we are still not doing in India? Over to you.
Thanks, Rajiv. So I think it was a very wide spectrum of topics which have come out. And it's kind of, it was interesting to see that there were these different pathways and frameworks which were talked about. So I think one of the principal message which came across is that there are different pathways to follow. So it's not a one solution which works for everybody. So that's very important to keep in mind. And as we all know that India has so many different agroecological zones, so I think we have to be very careful about what we prescribe as to be able to work in the different agroecological zones. The other important message which also came out is that agroecology is knowledge intensive, and as we have seen that there are various pilots being implemented across the country, across the globe, and I think it is very difficult, as has been said by your GIZ colleague Rajiv, that how difficult it is to upscale these small examples, these heavily knowledge intensive examples that we work on. And how it is very important maybe from the very beginning to integrate private sector also in our processes and thinking processes. I think Ms. Nicole Harari also pointed out that how we need to look at planning and implementation from the lenses of women, and how that will help us to look at even technology from a different perspective. So that was a very important aspect, and it kind of ties up with the last presenter who talked about mechanization and how important it is. But there again, it would be important to understand how conservation agriculture then integrates women into their processes and thought processes. Yeah, so I'll just restrict myself to that.
No, thanks a lot. I think that's a very succinct summary, and I don't want to add more except to say that it's quite clear that even as the national level policies and programs like National Mission for Natural Farming start taking shape, the statewide realities and building the necessary policy and ecosystem at a state starts becoming important. But at the same time, picking up on the grassroots level experiences and also building from there to move up. So I think we need to move up and down, and knowledge would be a key driver in all of this. So how do we really, despite this diversity, use the digital transformative potential that India has with its huge penetration of cell phone and mobile phones, a lot of tools and approaches that have been done, massive open online courses. So a mix of, and I think one thing becomes important, and I think that's the topic for the next team as we leave this, is how do we create a really knowledge-rich, practice-learned, scientific community of extension workers who don't need any sort of an incentive-based program from the government or international partners, but actually it is part of the value chain itself where their own income without conflict of interest comes from the very nature of working on the agroecological processes. Some work we've been doing on sustainable aquaculture moves in that direction, where the CRPs are actually also earning from the knowledge that they're giving out, the products that they're giving out, the IPM approaches that they're training, and then they're selling the products off. So this could be one also takeaway of extension processes and really deepening it between the farmer and us all who are working to reach there. So thank you very much. It was a slightly delayed start and also slightly elongated session. Idea here was to also connect you to many of the global processes. It was not enough, but I'm sure you will all get in touch with them. The details and presentations would be shared with everybody, and this could be also the step for future connections as well. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to extend a very
good afternoon, sir. May I have one question, sir? I have to add 2-3 points, sir, in this because most of this our session was regarding the nature-based solutions of the soil health management. So for this purpose, we should think of the one concept or intervention is that is rhizosphere engineering. So rhizosphere engineering that is very much required, one kind of concept that we can, that simply we can say that it is engineering of the soil through addition of the microbes. Definitely there is requirement of organic matter or biomass, plus we have to enrich the organisms or beneficial organism into the soil. So there must be practical approach which should be farmer friendly in the countries like India and even African countries. So how we can enrich the soil with beneficial microbes. So one concept or one technology or one some intervention that is popularized by our organization, that is NIPHM, National Institute of Plant Health Management. So that on-farm production of microbes, even biopesticide and biofertilizers we can produce, or farmers can produce. So that can produce in a simple method, and their population or their number of the microbes is increased, and farmer they can use in their own field and whatever system they are adopting in that. So that concept should be included in the very much this agroecological concept. So that will be very much useful. So this rhizosphere engineering and on-farm production of microbial biofertilizer and biopesticides should be included and popularized in at the all levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this has been also endorsed by many of the practices that we see. And if you share some of these, then these could be picked up. So I think this knowledge repository which brings all such things together.
So NITI should also involve some organizations or institutes like NIPHM, NH, who are beyond the ICR. So that will be very much useful for giving the inputs on such things.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So with that, I think we must thank our chair and moderator, Shri Rajiv Ahel, Director NRM and Agroecology, GIZ, and Ms. Sangeeta Agarwal, Senior Sector Specialist, Natural Resource Management, KFW. Thank you, sir and ma'am. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on quite immediately into the next session. But to transition, we will take only 1 minute to reset the dais. So we will just very quickly reset the dais, ladies and gentlemen. The panelists are here with us right now, and we are going to be inviting them very quickly. The panel discussion for the next, the next panel discussion, the theme entails blueprint for actions, ideas for transformation, and roadmap. And this panel particularly is going to be key to consolidate and collate learning and experiences from the event and highlight the critical takeaways for policy and strategies to promote sustainable farming and soil health management in India. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the overall aim of this event is to bring together thought and policy makers, scientific community, sector advocates, and stakeholders together to understand key initiatives in India that have the scope to catalyze transformation towards resilient and sustainable food systems economic development, food systems which include nutrition security, as also improving rural livelihoods through green and inclusive development. The conclave will highlight the role of soil protection, restoration, and sustainable soil management to prepare for an agroecological transition and promoting sustainable agriculture and soil health in India. So as I was saying, the insights from this panel would also provide inputs to programmatic design on a mission mode for promoting nature-based solutions for sustainable farming as well as soil health. The panel session would provide insights from key lessons and experiences learned from India, especially from the research, academic, and implementation efforts by state governments. So ladies and gentlemen, let me now, at this juncture, for the blueprint for actions, ideas for transformation, and roadmap, invite the chair for this session, and it gives me a lot of privilege to invite him on stage, Shri Charanjit Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Namaskar and welcome, sir. Shri Charanjit Singh, ladies and gentlemen, is an Indian Forest Services officer of 1990 batch, Madhya Pradesh cadre. He has an extensive experience as a civil servant with a Masters of Philosophy in Strategic Studies from Madras University and Master of Science Zoology from Kurukshetra University. He is an environmentalist with vast administrative experience in central government and state government functioning. As Additional Secretary, he is presently heading the Rural Livelihood Division in the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, with the responsibility to execute the vision of the government to strengthen community institutions under National Rural Livelihood Mission. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite our eminent panelist, Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog. Let's go. So, ma'am would rather not be introduced, but I'd just say that she's worked extensively on precision farming technologies, development as well as dissemination, and has brought several innovations at Center for Protected Cultivation Technology, ICAR, IARI. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite Shri PVS Suryakumar, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Shri PVS Suryakumar, ladies and gentlemen, joined National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development in 1986 and has handled a variety of functions, appraisal, funding, and monitoring of projects, headed and implemented various types of programs, training, policy advocacy, and Communications. He's a Commonwealth scholar, and he's moreover an associate also of the Indian Institute of Banking and Finance. He's an author of cases, contributes to newspapers on policy issues, and has also published 2 books on cases and sustainable agriculture. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me invite back on stage Shri Rajiv Ahel, Director, NRM and Agroecology, GIZ. He was the moderator and session chair for the earlier session and has been introduced to you. Let's welcome him back on stage with a big round of applause. He's Director, Natural Resource Management and Agroecology in the Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resource Cluster, where he leads bilateral projects on water security and climate adaptation and global projects on sustainable soil management. Let me invite on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Pradeep De, the Principal Scientist and Project Coordinator of AICRP, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please. He comes armed with more than 29 years of R&D experience, ladies and gentlemen. He's also instrumental in creation of CSSRI Vision 2030 and member secretary of Research Advisory Committee of CSSRI. And so far, he contributed to 173 research papers, 14 books and monographs, 30 book chapters, 33 technical bulletins, 94 extension bulletins, and 98 popular articles with major emphasis on sustainability of soil and crop. I'd also like to inform all of you, ladies and gentlemen, that Dr. Pradeep De, his salient awards and honors include 2 gold medals from IARI, 6 scholarship and fellowships, and 40 professional recognitions. A very warm welcome to you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor. I request our chair to kindly take over the proceedings. It's over to you, sir. Shri Charanjit Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank NITI, Aayog and GIZ for giving me this opportunity for, I think it's such a powerful panel. So it covers all the spectrum. There are policymakers, there are implementers, there are bankers, there are scientists, there are international organizations. I don't think there can be more powerful panel than this. So thanks a lot to the organization for thinking this and inviting me. And this gives us also an opportunity, because if you go to a panel, then you need to study yourself first. So I needed to spend at least 3-4 hours for preparing for this. And then I came to know a lot more things. So this helps both ways. It doesn't help only you, but it helps us also to learn a lot of things. So thanks for that for giving this opportunity. And second thanks is due to that also, that this is a very important day, that 5th December. So it's a World Soil Day. So I was going through some documents that this is a very important day, and we started celebrating this day, I think, from the year 2014. So this was also a knowledge to me that that such types of days are being celebrated from the year 2014, that the world has already started thinking on such an important topic, that why this day is important. And the theme for this year is soils where food begins. So this is also a very important thing. And I was going through one more document where I found this quote very good, and I would like to share this quote with you. All life depends on the soil. There can be no life without soil and no soil without life. So this is a powerful statement. So the life cannot be without soil, and the soil also cannot be without life. So it covers both ways. So I found this very powerful statement. And so there are so many experts, and they must have covered all the topics, but some of the things I would like to highlight, given the opportunity that I am chairing this panel. So I will utilize this opportunity to give some food for thought for this house also, which I feel is very important, and which my fellow panelists and the house may also like to think about it. The first thing I wanted to say is that now India is predominantly an agriculture-based economy. And 58% of our population is dependent as a primary source on agriculture. So this is very important thing. And you will be surprised to know that the small and marginal holdings constitute 86.08% of the total land holdings of the country. So whenever we make any policy or we think about any intervention, we should remember that we are dealing with small and marginal farmers. So whatever we do, it is going to make a very strong impact on their lives. And in fact, the average size of land holding is 1.08 hectare only. So this shows that the land holdings are very small in our country. And as Dr. Neelam Patel is sitting with me, she knows that our country has covered a lot of ground, and we need to congratulate ourselves that we started from 1947 when there was so much food scarcity in the country, and we used to suffer so many famines, disasters, so many people used to be pushed back into the poverty, many people used to die also due to that. So we covered a lot of ground for that policymakers, administrators and scientists, they need to be congratulated that the green revolution was there and a lot of work was done. Now we are food surplus. Now we can think about such things that we need to take care of this natural farming, climate change, climate resilient things, etc. So as we move ahead in times, the scenario also changes, the challenges are also different. So as we are now in 2022, the world is facing this, the issues of climate change, etc., climate resilient, and these things impact our marginal and small farmers a lot, which I think we should deliberate upon, and we should find some solution as we move ahead. And as our Honorable Prime Minister says, that the Amrit Kal has started. The next 25 years are very crucial for us. That up to 2047, when our country is going to celebrate 100 years of freedom. So we should keep this vision in mind, that where do we see ourselves in the next 25 years, and we should move accordingly. And so this platform gives us a very good opportunity. So let's brainstorm on this, and that how we move ahead in this direction. So as I mentioned that we did a lot of work in the green revolution, but some of the things we need to ponder also. So I was going through this document that the fertilizer subsidy in the year 2021 was 1,38,500 crore. So this is a humongous amount. And if some of this can be spared through the interventions like natural farming, etc., this will be a great impact on our economy also. Not only that, foreign exchange is also involved. A lot of fertilizers are being imported also. So that also we need to ponder. And then there is a declining fertilizer response ratio also. That is the impact of the same fertilizer on the same soil becomes less and less as we put more fertilizers. Then I was going through one more document. They say that there are 292 pesticides which are registered in our country. Out of that, 104 are banned in 2 or more nations. So those are also being used. And the total market of these pesticides is 197 billion in the year 2018. So these are the amounts I'm telling you. So I just wanted to paint a whole canvas that how the situation is, and a lot of work has already started, and I would like to mention particularly about the National Rural Livelihood Mission, of which I am dealing myself. So this is a mission only for the rural poor women, and we have covered around 8.6 crore households. So even if you take only 5 members in a household, we are working with around 43 crore population of this country. So this is much, much larger than in many of the countries. And we are already working on agroecological practices, and we have covered around 1.92 crore women farmers already. And sometimes I feel that we don't give the due to the women farmers which needs to be given. A lot of work is being done by the women farmers only. So I would like the House to keep this also in mind, that a lot of work is being done by them, and they need to be appreciated for that. And as Rajiv Ahl was mentioning, that we have got these community resource persons. We have got more than 3 lakh community resource persons who are experts in various fields. They give 24/7 hand-holding to the villagers in the village itself. And out of that, around 65,000 are the Krishi Sakis, who are experts in these agricultural interventions. So I feel that they should also be kept in mind whenever we think about any intervention. They can provide very good extension services, and they can be helpful in any intervention we envisage. So that point I also wanted to make. And then one more thing I wanted to say that natural farming is really very nice thing, and you will listen from the experts also. But my only submission will be that we need to develop some monitorable indicators also as we move ahead in this direction. So what are our goal posts and what are our milestones also. So we should know that we are moving in the right direction, and if we need certain course correction, that also should be taken care of immediately. As I mentioned earlier also, we are dealing with the small and marginal farmers. So I wouldn't take much time now. I just wanted to introduce the subject so that you may have a fair idea that how the government thinks and what is the situation in the country and as we move ahead. So I think we have got how much time? 45 minutes or how much?
30.
4:30, and we have got 4 panelists, and we should give, I think, 7 to 8 minutes. I think 7 to 8 minutes.
Open up also to others.
And then we can open it to the house also. So let me start with Dr. Neelam Patel, because she comes with such rich experience, and she's seeing the developments in the country also, and what is the policy structure she envisages that as we move ahead, we would like to listen from her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charanjit Singh ji. And he has covered most of the thing you have seen. Here I am representing NITI Aayog. You know the NITI Aayog is country's think tank, and we are working on competitive federalism and competitive federalism. Means we are working with these states, and also we are creating the competition among these states. So here today's celebration we planned that in the inaugural session, Honorable Minister pointed out about the 11 and 12 crore soil health card. But the recent situational analysis survey assessment was made, and there the 45,000 farmers were contacted. And out of this 45,000, only 2% of the farmers are having the soil health card. Although the soil health card were dispatched to all the farmers, but during the assessment, only the 2% of the farmers informed that they are having the soil health card. So it means whatever the analysis we are doing, we are dispatching the soil health card, but the farmers not able to use them. Second thing, when the question was asked from them, out of these 45,000 samples, that do you use the recommendations given in the soil health card, then only 42% farmers told that they are using it. So you can see the analysis from the 11 to 1200 crores, dispatch of soil health card, analysis of the soil samples, and then used these recommendations by the farmers and the ultimate impact. So here I would like to listen from somehow since morning, nobody has touched this point. How we can ensure that our farmers should use the soil health card? If there is some lacuna, some challenges, how we can overcome it? Second thing is, we are not using the strength of IT sector in the soil health assessment, in the soil health management, and the this availability of the soil health card. How we can use this IT? Like this COVID we have seen, if you find that in the airport somebody is asking where is your vaccination the certificate, you can download immediately, you can show them. This based on your Aadhaar card. Now when our more than 95% population is having Aadhaar card, can't we link this soil health card with Aadhaar card? Can we send it through this phone? And because this is very difficult to read interpret the information written in the soil health card, can we send the audio message, simple video message, so that the farmers can use them? In fact, these things have not been touched in the morning. So I would like to listen from you. We are running several policies, but how we can use those policies effectively at the ground level? Second thing is, we are talking about the use of crop residue. You know, in a country we are having the maximum number of livestock and our deficit in the fodder is more than 65%. So, once we are talking about the use of crop residue for this agriculture means mulching in natural farming, in organic farming, then also we are promoting the compressed biogas, our Satat program, Govardhan scheme, biogas, the several schemes, there we are going to use this crop residue. But can't we have the partitioning? In which state, how much crop residue can be used for the fodder? What percentage should be used for the agriculture? Means we are, all the ICR institutes are promoting, there is the decomposer. Means you use decomposer for the decomposing the crop residue. But what should be the percentage we can decompose it? These things of data are missing and really it is becoming very difficult because at the NITI Aayog level, we used to see the schemes and programs of various ministries, then these are not clear. One in the ministry, this livestock, dairy and fisheries, they are asking about the deficit of the livestock, this fodder, and then the ICR institution are working on decomposer, decomposing of crop residue, and the third thing, we are running this biogas, Govardhan and Satat program where again we are using the crop residue. So this is the another area to introspected. Third, when we are working on the sustainable technology, we are promoting zero tillage, we are promoting conservation tillage, we are promoting this our organic farming, we are promoting natural farming. But what is the standard protocol? Because since we don't have a standard protocol for these things, so therefore it is very difficult to bring them under the certification process. Once we don't have the certification process at the national and international level, then it will be very difficult to export our product. And I don't know how many you are aware that we are having the difficulty in this because of the phytosanitary measures of the produce and during the export. So, and these are directly or indirectly related with the soil, your soil health. If you will apply the appropriate amount of the fertilizer, appropriate amount of insecticide, pesticide or biopesticide or promote in natural farming, then you are going to open the market of this, international market. And also, like the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences in NASC, their policy document, they have written the NPK ratio in the 4:1. But all the scientists are aware that nobody is following this ratio 4:1. So, if not 4:1, what should be the appropriate NPK ratio now in changing scenario? And then the package of practices, all our package of practices developed during the 60s when this country was working to promote this green revolution to attain the food security. But now this is time to change our package of practices recommendations also. Particularly, I would like to listen since our from Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, they are sitting here. And this is one of the important organization working in this sector. What is the takeaway? Since myself and Charanjit, we both are working on policy making, policy formulation and then execution. But these type of data and the analysis is missing, and therefore we are finding it difficult how to work over it. So in this, during the World Soil Day that we are celebrating today, so we have to work on this some very challenging issues, and I have thrown these 3-4 challenges, and I would like to listen from you. Not today, you can share your input, but please all your input should be based on the country level or the state level with the firm data, so that it will help us to analyze the total scenario. And you know that we are working on natural farming. So if the natural farming, since about 11 states are there, they are working, and we have covered more than 1 million hectare area in 2 to 3 years. So now we are going to have a very soon National Mission on Natural Farming. So in the National Mission, again, there is a need to standardize all the practices followed by the farmers. because all the 1 million hectare area that is under the natural farming, is farmers are practicing on their own. So how we can scientifically validate those practices? And as the Charanjit ji pointed out, can we have some indicators so that we can tell the people, okay, just see, we have brought this mission and we are doing well. So with indicators, and if some mid correction is needed, then we can do it. So these are the few things. So and with this, Charanjit, I will not take much time, and I want to leave some time for the discussion also, so that you can share your input on these issues, how we can go about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Patel, for giving such nice inputs that, and it shows the sensitivity also of the policymakers, that they know that what are the issues being faced in the country and how we need to move ahead. And we will listen to her further also during the discussion, as we want to leave some time for discussions also. So now I will request Dr. P.V.S. Surya Kumar, who represents NABARD, and I think NABARD has also very important role to play. They are already implementing one program, Jiva program, which is concerns this sector also, and we would like to listen to the financial issues also, because these are the issues being faced by the farmers in this sector, that how he feels that they can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. For those of you who don't know what NABARD is, we are a development bank. We deal with all the rural banks in the country. We supervise them. We give them money. We finance state governments for creating rural infrastructure, and we work with a whole host of civil society organizations. To present the bandwidth, as NABARD, we can go and talk with the highest office in the country to the farmer. That is the bandwidth which we operate. So let me just present what exactly we think about this particular area. The reason why I can talk with a considerable amount of conviction is, as an organization, we have invested of almost 45 billion rupees in the soil and water conservation. We worked with around 2.5 million hectares in the country with all the civil society organizations. We work with bilaterals like KFW and GIZ. We work with the World Bank, ADB, and other organizations. This is what we do. So basically, when we just simply to get the hang of what exactly we are thinking and doing since morning, I think almost 100 million hectares is degraded, and we're talking about, it's called the UN Decade for Ecological Restoration. And I think we should understand one little thing here. Morning Dr. Ramesh Shinde was talking, agriculture has done immense good for the country. Chemicals have done immense good for the country. He is absolutely right. But then we should also understand a little bit of history to understand why a particular department of the government works in a particular style. See, I think if I just simply, let me just take you down the memory path quickly. Like Bengal famine came in 1943. Almost 3 million people died out of the 60 million people which were resident in the country. It is a big scar on the people's mind. It is a big scar on the politicians' mind. It is a big scar on the bureaucrats' mind. 3 million people out of 60 million people is a big number. Then independence came in 1947. So then we were borrowing food from the PL 480 program. It talks about a lot of self-esteem and how people, when someone goes and says, you give me money, you give me food. So how much of humiliation those people might have felt for asking that. So we should also understand one more thing, why this really has happened, why Bengal famine has happened. I'm not a historian. Since I've studied agriculture and I've worked all over the country, I can definitely tell with a great amount of conviction. We were a sustenance and a sustainable farming system as a country. We moved into the what you call commercial farming or a market farming after the British came. Somewhere there was a disconnect. The whole continuum has been broken. Then Bengal famine happened, and this is the scar which we had. Then what happened? Then we were forced to forget what we have been doing because it takes some time, because the system has been broken. Then we went into Green Revolution. When the Green Revolution came, I studied in Andhra Pradesh Agriculture University, and I'm a product of Pusa Institute. So, and worked in NABARD and various places. So when Green Revolution happened, so what was the government doing? What was the government departments doing? Government departments were providing a particular subsidy, government department was providing a particular know-how that made agriculture bloom. After some time, government receded to the background. Government was only giving subsidies, departments across the country were giving subsidies, and a good part of it has been taken by the private sector, the commercial establishments. So now we are saying, oh, while agricultural scientists have done immense good, suddenly this problem is really coming. Let me also tell one little thing. Sometime back, I was in a public meeting with some PE people. They said, people from agriculture, ICR and agriculture universities are the third-rate people. He came from Harvard Business School. Third-rate people because they don't know ag-tech people come from there. Then I told him, hang on, just don't talk this nonsense in a public forum. So because of the agricultural system, we came to the food security. So now the ag-techs and that are two different things. So coming back from the mental frame which we are there, right now we are working with mental silos. Say for example, agriculture system works in a particular style, research system works in a particular style. Say for example, when so many natural farming systems have been working with reasonable finesse and financial independence, why the research system doesn't find the research behind it? Recently I had been to a farm which is a 100-acre, 100-year-old farm which has been doing pretty well. That is just 2 kilometers to an agricultural university. Agricultural university doesn't talk with that. So somewhere we are caught with our mental silos because it is challenging our system. So when we want to move to the next level of agroecology, with all the presentations we have been seeing since morning, unless until we look the whole thing de novo, we can't really do anything. I think let me just complete by presenting what we learn, what we have been, when we're running these programs across the country, what exactly is the feedback. So when we invest money in a watershed program or a natural resource management program, we invest almost 3 crore rupees of grant. We work with the community for almost 5 years. The NGO is there stationed completely. So that means there is no management issue there. Once the program gets over, people relapse and get back into the water intensive crops. The moment the watershed program is over, people start getting into the water intensive crops because these people want to mimic someone who's having assured irrigation. Then that is leading to, when again we created a watershed, we created all those things, then poor soil fertility is coming in. So when we are constantly not able to manage the sustainability issues because these people think that someone is getting more money, I anyway saved money, and sustainability is not happening. So the simple point is, if you want to really get into the agroecological system, the way the research works, the way the line department works, the way the banks work, have to be looked in a different way. Banks simply give money if a particular project is financially viable. But transition to normal agriculture to agroecology is a huge task. We are working with that, so we know how painful it is. But then the point is, unless until the research system, all of us work together, this is not one man's journey. This is a collective journey of a nation. That is the reason Prime Minister often talks about it. That is the reason why we don't really have many regional models. Unless until those models, regional models are possible, we will only be talking like this and not move much forward. There will be brilliant examples, but they will not become a program. Example and a program are two different things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Surya Kumarji. And your this issue of working in silos is government is seized of this, and now there is.
Until silos, I said, sir.
Yes. No, that's also right. But now the approach of the government is that there should be whole of government approach. All the departments they should work on one, and they should converge their energies together, and then they should find a solution. And as our honorable Prime Minister says, not only whole of government, there should be whole of society approach also. Because everybody should be involved. Why only government, civil society organization, private sector, everybody should work together so that the solutions can be found. Now I would like to take this suggestion further because we have got Dr. Day also, so we should listen from the scientists also that what do they think and how we need to move ahead and what are their thoughts on this. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairman, Madam Patel, Surya Kumar ji, DMD, NABARD, or Rajiv ji, GIZ Director, and Honorable Vice Chancellor as well as delegates for this particular conclave. Specific thing that was asked by Madam Patel about the soil health card, how we can go ahead with that. Naturally, 22 crore soil health card distributing to farmers at any level, that is a very big thing that was done by Government of India, not only here, but in GIZ World Soil Week, I visited Germany, Kenya, everywhere it was praised actually. And many world leaders there was stuck that such a great thing has happened. And it has also reduced fertilizer use by 8 to 10% as it is told, and 6 to 7% yield enhancement was possible. But well, there are some issues in that. We have completed 2 cycles and also village model program already completed, 3 in fact, 2 cycles as well as village model program. One is sampling, of course, starting with the sampling. We did one specific study with GIZ project because I am in their national steering committee, so one was implemented actually, that is related to taking soil sample directly from the field with the cadastral map and sitting with the villagers. Takes time, but you save lot of extra number of sample analysis and make a cluster and take sample. Uptake is very easy because they are part of the planning process. Immediately they take up and they sit down together and say they decide whether this field is having good yield, this field has bad yield, so this is water stagnant over here. Like that they first cluster together with the I think the NGO was also involved in this ProSoil project, and they sit together, then they made cluster and we draw limited number of sample. We save on sample, but more investment was there on planning process. So that type of sampling we have seen that uptake is easy and it is good actually in the field condition. Number 2, cycle. Cycle for all the nutrient 2-year cycle is not necessary actually. Well, that is what we have seen that for say those which changes very frequently, nitrogen and phosphorus particularly and organic carbon, these 3. Okay, 2-year cycle is good, but for potassium we can have about 5-year cycle, no problem. For metal cation, our respected Vice Chancellor is here, he worked lot in this micronutrient, but from micronutrient only metal cation part I am telling, zinc, copper and manganese, these 4, they don't change. Even in 5 years you can go 5 to 7-year cycle. So a boron will be lower cycle. Boron because that changes with time frequently. So we can have cluster of sample and then have the cycle of analysis. There also we can save and we can save some time. And third one is inclusion, because we have seen that about 65% of variability is captured by this chemical aspect. It is about 2/3. 1/3 is left If you want to capture that, then we have to include some physical and biological parameter. So 2 physical parameter that is which can be done easily, that is, one is bulk density, another is penetration resistance. These 2 may be included, and 2 biological parameter. One is respiration rate and another is dehydrogenous activity. Out of lot of discussion with different biological scientists, soil biology scientists, I could zero in these 2 parameters. So if we include these 2 physical and 2 biological, we can further improve our soil health card scheme. And the carbon part, there are 3 cycles, different cycles with 3 different pathways we can follow. We have about 600 plus million tons of residue. So we can expect about 1/3 only we can use for our purpose, agriculture purpose. Others are having competing uses. So in that 1/3 also, can we have some clustering of the zones, like FIM and compost can go anywhere, but all cannot be converted. Number 2 pathway is conservation agriculture, where we retain residue, crop diversification, and your retention residue, minimum tillage or zero tillage that we follow. And 3rd part is biochar. Biochar can find a pathway in say 10.7 million, 10.72 precisely as on today, the data, harmonized data says 10.72 million hectare is our acid soil. Biochar, in fact, whenever we do biochar, pH is a bit higher, because ash formation is there. So all the acid soil can find a place for biochar, because there we need to raise the pH, in fact. That will be a win-win situation. So biochar for the acid soil, conservation agriculture mainly for the Indo-Gangetic plain, and rest we can go for this compost and FI. So 3 pathways. And also biochar, that our German these friends, they have the small equipment also, small instrument, where dual purpose of energy and biochar can be done. So that type of thing we can do, where energy plus biochar can be done simultaneously. Press mud is another one where 3G biofuel now it is going, but 3.7 million hectare we have sodic soil. Press mud is very good because it is having sulfur, so all the press mud should go to sodic soil. Then grazing, it was told already, grazing is a main driver for erosion. So can we have Stylosanthes hamata type, which is self-seeding, nitrogen fixer, and can be accommodated in multi-tier system. That type of fodder-based system can we have. Another is eco-zoning perspective. Of course, that is a different issue we can discuss later on. But economic incentivization for credit and compensating, 2 ways we can do compensating. There are some issues on that, but we have to zero in on that also. But credit or no credit, carbon sequestration is very important. We have to do that. But if farmers get some credit, that is better, or incentivization. And last one I would like to focus is not only technological parameters, but non-technological parameters we have seen is also very, very important, like land governance, cooperation, local governance also. Gender aspect already mentioned, all those, and then this refinancing like through NABARD, those things should be done. And with this, I think, as our Prime Minister said, economics, system, demography, and the supply chain and basic infrastructure, these 5 mantras he told, these should be together, it should be given, and organic linkage with PMKSY. If we want to include any biological material, then we have to increase the soil moisture holding capacity of the soil and moisture retention. So organic linkage with PMKSY, NMSA, this is very, very important. So with this, I think we can do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Day, for giving such beautiful insights into so many things, biochar, carbon sequestration. I think we need to further deliberate also, and I will talk to you separately also, because you gave some very good suggestion. I think we can take them out under NRLM also. So rest of things may continue, but we can also work parallelly. I think that will be a good thing. And now I would request Rajiv also, because we feel that we need to learn from the international experience also, that how the things are moving ahead in the world and what are the best learnings we can take, and so that we can do the things in a better way and in a faster mode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Picking up on the international experience, is also about 70 years of the Indo-German development journey in India, where it started with initially projects on poverty reduction and agriculture, and also support to green revolution, and then moving more into the watershed, understanding that it has to go beyond agriculture, then getting into issues of biodiversity, climate, because these are the give and take of the interaction, and then working also on value chains, and now a more integrative framework of agroecology. I think looking at the Indian context as to where we are now, I think a few things stand out very strongly to me, and we share it within our system as well in discussions. I think the current political, technical, social compact on looking at sustainable agriculture creates a very strong basis for coming together of various different forces. And clearly, National Mission on Natural Farming, which has been set up, the 1580 crores that has been initially deployed by the Ministry of Agriculture, forms one strong pillar. NRLM, by the 86 million SHGs directly on the ground, women in agriculture, needing productive, local energy, local solutions, local nutrition, local markets, shorter product paths. I think an amazing possibility that you're already working on. NABARD, with a market capitalization of 93 billion euros, a presence in every district in India, and in already having had this work on an outreach in 2.5 million hectares. I think the cooperating forces, and then not to forget, a whole host of civil society organizations which have been working on their own on different aspects of regenerative and conservation farming for the last 40 years. So we have the National Council for Natural Farming, we have also the RRA network, multiple formats where civil society organizations are also coming together. So I think there's a coalition of the willing that is forming. I think what is very important is somehow that to all of this, we put together a larger programmatic shape. It was mentioned we should put some milestones, some achievements, not just as mere targets as to number of farmers, but also impacts on the ground. How much do we want to see change in what area? And two ways to grow that could be, one is to already move with states that are already early movers like Andhra, Himachal, Gujarat, multiple states which have already initiated. How can we strengthen them? But not do this in isolation. Can these instruments come together? And I think the role of NITI in being the honest broker and coordinating for, aspects that you are able to help bring complementarity between these. So one is supporting what is already there. Second is to look at areas that need help. So we know from our discussions as well that almost 14% of in India, the rain-fed farmers and the level of fertilizer consumption is very low. So these areas already form a natural organic, area that we can easily work with. Many of these are tribal areas where it's also possible to go to millets and other crops which are increasingly also finding market favor. So what is strengthened, what is going on, look at areas that need to be strengthened. And here I want to also mention that the Indo-German Development Cooperation is now working on a cross-Himalayan approach as well, because it will be coastal would be different, central India would be different, islands would be different, mountains would be different. So there is also programmatic design of working across India, Nepal, Bhutan, and see how these experiences could come together and we can learn practically and contribute to each other. I think the other aspect, of course, is the need for research. But I think this is important, but not something that can stop us. Many of the interventions that we are doing are do no harm principle. Even if not measured, they're not doing harm. But I think it's important then in the time being to set up the processes and protocols for research, agree to what does soil health mean. As it was said in the morning by somebody, what are the indicators, what are the metrics, how will we measure them in a cost-effective manner? Can remote sensing be used? Can artificial intelligence be deployed? And we're already doing some initial work on all of this. So Could this be something we pick up? The KfW, the development bank from Germany, has supported government of Andhra and through NITI Aayog to set up a Indo-German agroecology research and learning center. Can that become a more of a national center where all knowledge, information is being shared, experiments are being done? There's a clear direction to all state agriculture universities and KVKs, and already initial uptake on setting up, we heard about 100 acres in Karnal. Now, how does all this knowledge from different universities feed into best practices? Can we use something like VOCAT or some sort of a network to share this information so that the research doesn't need to be reinventing the wheel all the time? I think a lot of the research we do in India is always reinventing the wheel. So can we already see best practices, agree where they work, deploy them, where there are gaps, do research and work on them? With NITI, we're also working on holding webinars on how to design research for natural farming, from learning from other countries as well. I think one is proposed in January, where German and European universities which have already worked on what are the basic designs of looking at agroecological research, what things should be considered, how to structure it, how to factor it, what could be methodologies, tools, approaches. So, and the Indian universities who are also wanting to do this, bring this knowledge together. So I think in a sense, this is something we can really look forward. I think the last thing I want to add is to also add to this whole topic of incentives. Now, with the current fertilizer subsidy bill being about almost 250,000 crores, Neelamji, would I be right? 220, 250,000 crores. 85% of this fertilizer subsidy only is taken up by 290 districts, which is 85, so almost 85% of the subsidy is going to just 290 districts. Now what if, and this is not my idea, this is an idea also by Mr. Pawan Agarwal and others, what if we were to incentivize institutions at a district level or at a state level in these 290 districts, that if you are able to get into natural farming, and there are ways to 8 or 9 parameters on which you can check it, that whatever reduction in fertilizer uptake that you do, and we are just approximating something like 10 crores per district per year, not more. They're spending 200 crores a year, each district, in that sense of investment on fertilizer. Only saving of 10 crore, 100% this is your money to implement and drive sustainable agriculture. And then next year 50%, next year 25%. If you really look at the numbers, and this can be further worked on, with very little additional money, just redeploying the existing money, we can create incentives to move districts institutionally in a mindset where spending is not important, but redesigning it could also be helping. So I think there are ways by which we can further think of incentivizing instruments at a district and local level. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Rajiv, for providing such good insights, especially this redeployment of the money. I know I also feel very strongly about this, that as I mentioned in the beginning of my inputs also, that we are spending a lot of money on the chemical fertilizers. Chemical fertilizer is one thing. Then you require water also. Water is also such a costly, that we don't count into the picture. And if we start counting the climate impact of the manufacture of the chemical fertilizer, then the whole scenario becomes further aggravating. So as we go deep into these things, so the situation becomes worrisome. But the happy thing is that this is the beauty of our country, that once we decide something, there are so many forces working already. So I was reading that Isha Foundation is also working on this. So there will be some international organization, KVKs will be working, some NGOs will be working. So the momentum has started, and now I think we are moving in the right direction, and the things will improve further. Now I will like to, okay. So you may start, so you raise your finger first.
You see,
just identify yourself and whom do you want to ask the question?
I shall. My name is Harpal Singh Grewal, and I am the first organic farmer in North India. And when the first steering committee was formed, organic steering committee, I was its founder member. And till date, I'm doing farming at my farm in Sirsa. And so far we haven't compromised at all. We haven't burnt anything, not even a stubble.
We haven't used any weedicide so far. We haven't used any chemical, any sort of chemicals. And till date...
So a huge round of applause to him that is doing such wonderful thing.
And one by one, I'll cover all these gentlemen. We are, ultimately we got down to taking care of the biomass. It's a long story, I'm trying to cut it short. And we have reached the energy level. And we have got some patents where with the biomass, we can create the energy storage and we'll be self-sufficient. To my calculation, almost 5 billion tons of biomass is available in India. Only I'm talking about agriculture as well as forest. I'm not talking about cities, let them take care of their own self. They didn't take care of us. But this biomass can change the entire scenario. Because from biomass, what we are doing, we are getting through a pyrolytic process, we are getting biochar, we are getting bio oil, which has bio-insecticide, pesticide and fungicide. In certain cases, bio-weedicide as well, but I'm not touching it because I am thinking in a very different way. Then it comes this thing, syngas. We get about 60% of it, approximately. With syngas, we're running the engine, just with the biomass only, because it started all, there was a shortage of electricity and we wanted to cover it up. So we had to work on it. We're working on it since 2004-05. It's on a very shoestring budget. Then comes the thermal energy. I have tied up, our company has tied up with the Canadian company, which runs a cold storage with the thermal heat. You see, when we are talking about warming the planet, we are not talking about polluting the planet. This is the terminology. Global warming. It's not global polluting. So nobody is bothering about the kind of heat we're releasing. It's not only the stubble burning which is done in a very short period, and it's being, the farmers are being blamed. But what happens, the industry throughout the year, they are polluting as well as warming the atmosphere. So we worked on the heat part, the thermal heat part. We worked on the pollution part, and everything is usable. The patents have been filed. We are looking for some finances and a lot of things. It's just for the information of the biochar you can use for the soil. It's got more than 78 uses. You see, it's a gold mine. And if anybody wants to see, because the universities haven't started, I tried. Most of the universities know me very well. And they have no answer. And most of the time I'm blamed that I ask sarcastic questions like doubling the farmer's income. So I asked them very simple, is it net income or gross income? They didn't have an answer.
Sir, at least some income should be doubled, sir. Gross or net, I am fine with that. You ask a university, what is the plan for that? There is no answer.
See, they never have an answer. The dais never have an answer.
Okay, Harpal Singh ji, now I think we should give an opportunity to everybody. Thanks for your comments. Thank you.
Can I ask, please? May I? May I?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Sir, I want to understand that I'm K.S. Gopal, Center for Environment Concerns, Hyderabad. This is a workshop on soil health which we feel we failed in history. My questions are, why is truth being so obliterated? Let me give you 5 quick examples. State of the art in irrigation is drip because it's water efficient. But its principle is field capacity to wilting point. What does it do to the microbes in the soil has never got our attention. Precision irrigation is what being promoted, but what is it? It's basically a plastic mulch over drip laterals. What does it do? There is no aeration into the soil, there's no sunlight into the soil. Oh, that's my second point. My third point is Ministry of Agriculture is now fostering biomicroorganisms. Do you know that if these are invasive, they're going to eternally ruin some role to the soils? They have to be native. They have done it with our plant species, invasive ones. We must understand that. The fourth point is that everybody is so proud about vermicompost and precision. And now what I said, vermicomposts are hybrids. They are only moving horizontally. Traditional earthworms moved vertically. They till the soil. That is zero tillage. Our science has never bothered to tell. Finally, my one question. The Sardarji asked earlier, I have to tell, the question is, the world says how much water is required to the plant. The world has yet to answer how much moisture is required at the root zone for plant health, yield, and microbes to multiply and foster. I think there are certain practices that can just be closed by introducing a fiat by your government. I think that will allow new ideas to take forward and move. That's my submission.
Permission of Chair, all the points that you have raised, these concerns, these are already covered in the natural farming. The farmers, those who are practicing actual natural farming, they are not using vermicompost, they are not allowing anything that is coming from outside, they are producing it, and also they are using their own microbes, not multiplying. That is the success that is coming out of by adopting the natural farming. So the points which you have raised, the farmers they are doing, and that is the success. And for your information, we can tell that when we started in working on natural farming in 2018 at NITI Aayog, and then we worked 3 years extensively, and we understood the practices going on outside in the name of regenerative agriculture, agroecological farming, and this is simple natural farming. Then first time we made this BPKP, the part of Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana PKVY, because we were not sure how the farmers will take. And you may not believe that in 2 years about 6.5 lakh hectare was covered under this, and then now we are bringing this. So the points which you have raised, these are very pertinent and very scientific questions. So I think some of them we are going to address through natural farming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I am from Odisha government. So we are facing a challenges, particularly for treatment of problematic soil. As regards to acidic soil, actually we are having 40 lakhs hectares under acidic soil, 2.4 lakhs hectares under sodic soil. So as I told by Dr. De, that new concept regarding biochar. So ultimately we are on behalf of states, we are advocating the farmers to use certain liming material which is little bit costly. So any environmental friendly technology or intervention or something like biochar that needs to be popularized, I think. So is there any pilot project being operated, implemented in India? I want to know. Otherwise, or else I would request NITI Aayog to incentivize certain, bring out certain incentivization program, particularly for certain states, because we are facing these challenges. We are providing materials, liming materials, so to say paper mill straws, which is a little bit costly. So it is a request to the NITI Aayog to bring out some policies, some incentivization program to certain states which are facing. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Rajiv would like to answer that.
No, I think it's a very important topic for most of India now. We were talking about regression and we're trying to reclaim. So there's been work under the Indo-German cooperation where we've been working with international organizations to look at biochar, how is it produced. There's a study done of the different technologies for biochar. We've also seen they're trying to look at their cost effectiveness. We're also now into the second year of biochar application where we are working with universities and also partners on field samples to really see what changes happen. I'll also request Dr. Day to add to it, but some of the evidence is beginning to gather. One important thing is, of course, biochar is an aggregator. It will absorb and release slowly. So it creates this ability to transform soil, but you also have to put other things along with it. So we're also working on a multi-nutrition approach. So we think that even though what Sir said is we have 5 billion tons of biomass, but there's also a biomass conflict or competition in the villages for different uses. So what we are doing is we are advocating a multi-bioresource approach that you do where biochar or woody elements are available which are not compostable easily, do biochar for that. Where farmyard manure is available, do that. Where inoculants are possible, and anyway they must be done everywhere, do take the simple biogas slurry, add phosphate to it, make bioprom from it, And for each of these, we are trying to develop in the projects that we are working in, business models that can be models at self-help group level and also at an FPO level, where this could be then replicated. And some of the work is happening with NABARD for its further development of a financial business model as well. Yeah. So we could share that with you. Would you like to add, Stephanie?
So, important point, the PROM is taxed. All bio inputs are taxed.
It's fine.
Please.
The only thing is, along with that, whatever he told is comprehensive. We also reviewed something in our National Steering Committee of Brussels project. For coastal zone, this shale-based system, because now transportation cost of lime is very high, that's why it is not economical nowadays. And number two, dose of lime. Earlier we used to, whatever lime requirement used to be calculated in the laboratory, it is now reduced to 1/5 to 1/10 only, and during each crop, and band placement. So you can reduce the lime requirement also about 1/5, and then some shale-based thing can be thought of for the coastal region only.
Hello. Sir, may I hear?
Okay.
In this end.
Myself, Dr. Sachin Nangude, MPKV Rahuri. It was in addition to what Dr. Day said about the soil health card, which is having some of the chemical parameters as well as that needs to be added with the physical parameters. So in that physical parameters, along with the bulk density, if we can have the textural class as well as the soil depth, which will be very important to understand the soil erosion, because that is a major threat now. For the soil erosion estimations, if we have this textural class as well as the soil depth in the soil health card, that will be a great help in enriching our soil health card and getting the more and more information out of it at the every level, because soil erosion is becoming major problem with the frequent floods and all these things. So these two parameters can be added, and along with that, the next part in the carbon sequestration, we can get the carbon credits for the forestry, agroforestry and all, but at the same time, the conservation measures are also providing a better carbon sequestration. So we have in our MPKV Rahuri watershed data, where from last 4 or 5 years, almost more than 12 to 15% of improvement in the carbon.
Applications of biochar is being done with IS Bhopal. So we are training the farmers on production of biochar, and besides that we are doing scientific applications with different feedstocks also. Farmers in Odisha, Nuapada and Belpada district we are working, where they have lots of cotton and pigeon pea feedstock which farmers were usually burning, with which we are producing biochar and applying it to the agriculture fields. So sir, we are doing in Odisha. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Stephanie Katzir, working also with GIZ in India. And maybe to close this whole discussion that came up now on the dissemination of knowledge and having the right platforms for exchange, GIZ India has launched the Indian Biochar and Bioresources Network this year. And I think we would invite all of you to come and join the network, exchange there, produce knowledge for practitioners, and yeah, be active and make this a successful network.
Okay, thank you very much, and I thank my panelists. Okay, yes, no, he's my batchmate only. I have to listen to him, otherwise I can't go out.
The biggest challenge actually in India and for the whole world is the classification. Every department, every ministry, every region, every university has its own classification of land, classification of soil, because of which we are not able to communicate between the ministry. If Ministry of Agriculture comes up with some issues, so they have a different classification. Environment Ministry, we have another classification. So until unless NITI Aayog takes the initiative to harmonize all the classification, and climatic and edaphic value and put together as a classification, and based on which, at the international level, UNCCD or any other organization, they should come up with a one universal classification so that we could understand the soil and land degradation. Otherwise, it will be so difficult. And some of the ministry, as I said in the starting of my my lecture, we have wasteland, we have fallow land, we have cultivable, non-cultivable, cultivable fallow land. So many classifications. So you have no idea what is the land you are talking about. You know, what is the content, what is the soil, what is the moisture. So we need to have, the NITI Aayog should take the lead, you know, to classify land so that it is, whole ministry is, you know, they are in one line. And about the land degradation, we have, every ministry has different data. Every ministry has a different data. There's no, you know, even among the space agency, Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, or NASC, called National Remote Sensing, they have different data. So we don't know anything, you know, the basic data we must have, classification we must have, so that, you know, we understand every institution is on same line, and let the, I think, NITI Aayog take the lead.
So I think, like you provoked me to say something. I think all agriculture students even now study soil science from a book called as Buckman and Brady. That Buckman and Brady book was written by those people in Tennessee Valley Corporation long back in the US. US soils are temperate soils. Time has come, Dr. Neelam Patel, I think we need to have some soil scientists write a book for Indian soils. I think the whole mess is happening because of that. Suddenly I remembered that. Buckman and Brady written a long back. So I studied it, even now people study that. So I think what happened to all these scientists who worked on soils? We need to do that. That is the reason I said we need to come out of the mental silos and put things together. As a country, when we could send on a frugal cost, what you call Mangalyaan we could do, which much lower than what the NASA has done. India has so much of science, so much of knowledge. Only thing is we need to come out and put things together, roll our sleeves, and start talking to each other, then something will happen. I think on this note,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks to my co-panelists also, and all the audience also. It was really very fruitful and invigorating discussion. So I think many of the issues have been thrashed out, and let's keep this discussion going on, and so that let's usher in a better future for our country. And I would just like to add one more thing. As you mentioned about the silos, I think we need to move from our ecosystems to the ecosystem. Yes. Thank you very much.
Very correct. Very, very correct.
And I think because the time was short, so all of you must be having some good idea. So please share with us. We all are here to work in a team. We have got so many ideas, but now we have to work together in a team. Since you are all very senior people, so please keep posting your thought process so that we can evolve them in our ongoing policy program. If you have to bring something, as you have pointed out, then we will work on that. We are working on carbon credit and everything. So we would like to have you also with us. With this, Charanjit, thank you, and for chairing the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sir, Shri Charanjit Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, for that wonderful steering of the session. And thank you for filling us with hope. When we foray ahead with a righteous intent and aim-oriented action plan, success can never be out of reach. I'm going to request Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, to please thank him with a small token of our appreciation. Ma'am, I request you to please present a very small token. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our chair, Shri Charanjit Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. And I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Mohammad Al Khawad, Cluster Coordinator, GIZ, to come and thank our panelists also. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists have affirmed the promise that sustainable farming holds in achieving soil health and meeting the food security challenges we face as a nation today. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists. I'm going to request you to please present first to Shri PVS Suryakumar, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD. Khawad sir, I request you to please present. Yes. Me? Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for Shri PVS Suryakumar. Dr. Neelam Patel, Madam, may I request you to please thank Dr. Pradeep De, Principal Scientist and Project Coordinator of AICRP, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to request Mr. Mohammad Al-Khawad, Cluster Coordinator, GIZ, to step forth and actually thank Madam Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog. This is the last panel. Ma'am, please accept. I think. This is my honor. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Neelam ma'am, I'm going to request you to do two honors. One, of course, to your fellow panelist, Shri Rajiv Ahel, Director, NRM and Agroecology, GIZ, and also Mr. Mohammad Al-Khawad, Cluster Coordinator, GIZ. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now to Mr. Mohammad Al-Khawad, Cluster Coordinator, GIZ.
You do?
Yes. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think the photographer will need a group photo opportunity with all of you. Yes, you can also, the dignitaries can step ahead of the dais as well. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have another round of resounding applause for all our esteemed panelists. And with that, before we disband, we also have a very important vote of thanks to be delivered by Mr. Mohammad Al-Khawad, Cluster Coordinator, GIZ. So I'm going to request him to please do the honors, sir.
Thank you, Madam, for the moderation during this whole day and for steering this this important day. I've been here since morning, and I've been listening, and somehow I have the feeling the workshop should start now and continue, and it should not end. How to use all this intelligence in the audience and on the dais for sustainable agriculture is my question. How to prioritize and really what to do next. What to do next. And I am sure that somebody in this room and on the dais, we have Mrs. Patel, we have Mr. Singh, we have Nabard, Sudhir Kumar, we have Rajiv, we have the academics. I am sure that there is intelligence and someone will steer this in a good way. So I will refrain from giving advice and I will just stick to the vote of thanks. We are, of course, very honored that the Honorable Union Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Sri Narendra Singh Tomar, was here at the opening in the morning and gave an important speech. We are very happy from the German side that Mr. Dirk Steffes from the German Embassy, Deputy Head of Development Cooperation, participated and will take this forward. We are very happy to have had eminent speakers, Sri Suman Berry, the Honorable Vice Chairman of NITI Aayog, to have Professor Ramesh Chand, the Honorable Member of NITI Aayog, and to have Sri Mr. Iyer, CEO of NITI Aayog, all here for the opening, together with the vice and important vice chancellors of the different universities who I really cannot name in person here.
as well as, of course, the senior government officials from the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, the Ministry of Rural Development, and of course, NABARD. We have had international speakers, the German Advisory Council on Climate Change, WBGU. We've had the Consultative Group of International Agricultural Research, CGII. We've had GIZ Germany participating, the World Overview of Conservation Approaches and Technologies from Switzerland, ICRAF, World Agroforestry India, and as well, of course, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. I would like to thank them for having been here and been part of this discussion. And like I said, I hope that this will be taken forward by the intelligence that's in this room. I'd like to give my special thanks and our special thanks to the hosts and organizers of the event, which is, of course, NITI Aayog and GIZ, which is doing this on the behalf of our German Ministry for Cooperation and Economic Development. Special thanks to the organizing committees, the ones who've been doing the work behind the scenes, the ones who have been seeing that the tokens and the presents are on the dais on time to be given to the honored, the event management, the catering, and of course the viewers online. I would like to thank the delegates who have participated all here, and I'm really very happy that we did have a farmer, one of the first organic farmers who participated here. Thank you very much, and go home, come home safely, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a beautiful cultural program on the other side of this high tea break, which is in the same dining area where we had lunch, which is the main dining area in the basement of the AP Shinde Symposium Hall. I'd also like to inform all of you, ladies and gentlemen, that we also have a museum right opposite the registration desk. So once you have high tea, please do spare a few minutes to visit the lovely soil museum that you're going to see opposite the reception downstairs. And post that, ladies and gentlemen, come back here for the cultural program. This is going to be a very powerful cultural program called The Soil Speaks. And this is going to be performed by the Bastar Band, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be truly unmissable. Please do come back for this. The other thing I would like to inform all of you once again is that for any travel claims or travel-related support, Sumit is also at the registration desk and he's going to help you. For those of you who are traveling tomorrow, a checkout from respective hotels is going to take place at 12 p.m. Thank you once again for being here with us, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on the other side of this high tea break and then announce the cultural program. It'll be my honor to see you back again. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen.
No, she's an independent.
May I invite the GIZ team members as well as the agriculture vertical team to kindly join us on stage for a group photograph. Good evening, and I may have to bend a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. We're changing the rules a little bit because it's time for the cultural program. आप सभी का एक बार फिर से बहुत स्वागत है to the cultural program on the occasion of this national conclave on soil health management for sustainable farming. It's been quite a day. It's been a long day, but a very meaningful one. And now we're going to close it with a performance that's going to take it to the next level, where we will all be energized. So let me just say that Bastar Band, a music and dance band from Bastar, Chhattisgarh, which was formed 2 years back, aims at taking different tribal dance forms and music to the doorsteps of the urban folk. The band is touring different parts of the country in an attempt to showcase the beauty of tribal dance forms of tribal people living in Bastar region, and also to create interest in it so that the dance form is passed on to the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to also be saying something as per the director's vision, which he's obviously given me this note in Hindi. चिन्हारी द्वारा संयोजित बस्तर बैंड समूह का परिचय. बस्तर बैंड धरोहर कलाकारों का समूह है. बस्तर बैंड की प्रस्तुतियों में बस्तर के लोक एवं पारंपरिक जीवन का व्याख्या है. इनमें सदियों से चली आ रही आदि संस्कृति की अनुगूंज है. इसमें बस्तरिया कला परंपराओं का लयात्मक संवाद प्रचलित एवं दुर्लभ होते पारंपरिक प्रतिनिधि लोक एवं आदिवादियों नृत्य गीत संगीत के माध्यम से अपनी सामूहिकता में अभिव्यक्त होता है. बस्तर बैंड धरोहर समूह बस्तर के समृद्ध आदि लोक संस्कृति के संरक्षण, संवर्धन, प्रदर्शन, चिंतन एवं विस्तार की दिशा में सतत सक्रिय है. तमाम प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों के बावजूद बम, बंदूक, बारूद की कर्कश हृदय विदारक ध्वनियों के बीच बस्तर बैंड ढोल को सहेजते हुए जीवन के सुरीले प्रतिध्वनियों को विस्तार दे रहा है. बस्तर बैंड एवं बस्तर बैंड के कलाकारों ने अनेक राष्ट्रीय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतिष्ठापूर्ण समारोह जैसे भारत महोत्सव, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स उद्घाटन समारोह दिल्ली, आदि रंग महोत्सव मुंबई उद्घाटन, भारत रंग महोत्सव दिल्ली, लोकोत्सव गोवा, आदि महोत्सव दिल्ली हाट, इंडिया हैबिटेट सेंटर दिल्ली, पृथ्वी थिएटर मुंबई, लाल बहादुर शास्त्री नेशनल अकेडमी मसूरी, टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंसेज मुंबई, वर्ल्ड बुक फेयर उद्घाटन समारोह, राष्ट्रीय शिल्प मेला इलाहाबाद, देशज महोत्सव पटना, देशज जमशेदपुर, देशज महोत्सव गुवाहाटी संगीत नाटक अकादमी दिल्ली, भारत पर्व स्वतंत्रता दिवस समारोह राजपथ दिल्ली. इन सभी जगहों पर और इंटरनेशनली भी अनेकों जगहों से सराहना बटोरी है. So what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that these are the places that this band has performed at, the several festivals, the national festivals, etc. And I think what you're going to see is going to be truly commendable. Let me now describe their performance. देवपाड़ एक ऐसा सांस्कृतिक विन्यास है जिसमें मृदा यानी माटी, धरती और पृथ्वी के प्रति कृतज्ञता अर्पित की जाती है. उन्हें माता और देव के रूप में आह्वान करते उनकी सेवा अर्चना की जाती है. देवपाड़ प्रस्तुति में देवताओं का संगीत प्रमुख केंद्र में है. पाड़ का अर्थ सांगीतिक शैली से है जो लय सुर में निबद्ध है. पाटा का अर्थ गीत से है. देवपाड़ यानी देव संगीत प्रस्तुति में प्रदर्शनकारी हृदयबंध लयात्मक स्वर तथा परंपरा से ग्राह्य अंग संचालन के सहारे कथ्य को विस्तार मिलता है. So like I said, they're getting a lot of attention, and Devpad is actually one of their dance forms, one of their performances, ladies and gentlemen, where they're going to be focused on actually praising the Lord, the God and goddesses. So they're going to be, it's going to be music of a different level. So I think at this juncture, I should be inviting Shri Anup Ranjan Pandey, who's the director of the Bastar band, to please step forward, because he's going to be describing. Sorry? do the performance first. Okay. Naveen from GIZ is also going to say something, and then before that, after that, I guess I will invite the director. Please.
I just want to take this opportunity because thank yous are incomplete without thanking the very beautiful and talented Master of Ceremony. So please put up your hand together. So thank Aishwarya for sharing this entire day for us. And then over to the Buster Band and Aishwarya.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. But ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, this performance is going to be incomplete without the director coming on stage and taking a bow, because I think he's done such a good job. He's going to come in the end. Last May, Pandey sir kya karenge? He's going to introduce the band completely for all of you, but that is going to happen in the end. I'm going to now very quickly bring the band on stage, because I think the ladies are also waiting to now perform. It takes a while for everyone to put this together, because there are a lot of people behind this. So good luck to you. I think we should have a roaring round of applause for our performers before I can call them on stage. Let's have a big round of applause for the Bastar Band. Let's go. Let's begin.
कौन मनावे भैया धरती औ पीरथी कौन लगावे अमडारे दिर भैया कौन लगावे अमडारे बैगिला गावे बैगा मनावे भैया धरती औ पीरथी बैगिला गावे अमडारे इधर भैया बैगिला गावे अमडारे बैगिला गावे भैया रे अमडारे रे पीगा धरती मनाए इधर गा बैगिला गावे अमडारे दे यार बैगिला गावे अमडारे कै खंड धरती कै खंड पीरती कै पेड़ लगाए इधर गा बैगिला लगाए सते खंड धरती लो खंड पीरती बैगा खिला मारियाए दिर भैया बैगा खिला मारियाए दे राम बैगा खिला मारियाए बैगा दे भैया खिला मार जावेगा जलमल धरती डोल इधर गा दलमल धरती डोल दलमल इधर भैया धरती डोलेगा बंदर भालू मकी लगाए इधर भैया बंदर भालू मकी लगाए ये दे राम बंदर भालू माँ की लगाए जरे गा बंदर भालू माँ की लगाए गा बंदर भालू माँ की लगाए
Yeah.
Bye.
Please come over.
I also take this opportunity to thank Deepak, who has been sitting here, and the beautiful figures that you have been seeing online on the screen. He has been documenting it as pictures. So please give a round of applause to Deepak as well. And of course, the star of the evening, the Buster Band. Please give it away for Buster Band once again.
मैं थोड़ा सा और समय, हालांकि काफ़ी वक्त ज़्यादा हो गया है, लेकिन मैं सब कलाकारों से आप लोगों का परिचय ज़रूर कराना चाहूँगा। और सबसे पहले मैं आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा, आपने हमें बुलाया, GIZ, नीति आयोग और जितने भी आयोजन से जुड़े हुए संस्थान हैं, उन सब का चिन्हारी की तरफ से, बस्तर बैंड की तरफ से आप बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद। मैं ऐसे सबसे पहले मैं इन कलाकारों से परिचय कराना चाहूँगा और आप जो सबसे पहले वहाँ बुधराम सोरी जी हैं। बुधराम सोरी दंतेवाड़ा के रहने वाले कलाकार हैं, जरीपारा गांव के रहने वाले कलाकार हैं। और उस्ताद बिस्मिल्लाह खां संगीत नाटक एकेडमी अवार्ड कलाकार श्रीनाथ नाथ, आप ग्राम नानपुर के रहने वाले कलाकार हैं और मंगलवादी के उस्ताद कलाकार हैं। ये दोमार सिंह बैगा है और ये ग्राम डगनिया अचानक मार रिजर्व टाइगर एरिया के बिलासपुर के मुंगेली जिला के रहने वाले कलाकार हैं और ये बैगा लक्ष्मी सुबरी ऐसे ये दोनों नेतानार क्षेत्र के कलाकार हैं, धुरवा समुदाय के कलाकार। सुलमती और धनाय, ये दोनों ग्राम रेमावट के कलाकार हैं और बुटुल मुड़िया कम्युनिटी के कलाकार हैं, नारायणपुर जिला के रहने वाले कलाकार। लक्ष्मी सोरी, दुर्गो सोरी, ये दोनों दंतेवाड़ा जरीपारा के कलाकार हैं और उस्ताद बिस्मिल्लाह खां संगीत नाटक एकेडमी अवार्ड से सम्मानित कलाकार हैं। कचरी बाई और गुरुमाई रघुपति मानिकपुरी, ये दोनों उहार गांव के और गोरमा के कलाकार हैं और आपने बिल्कुल जो उसमें आपने देखा जो मटकी बजाते हुए धान कैसे इस धरती पर आया उसकी गाथा एक गाथी ने, उस परंपरा की गुरुमाई कलाकार है और आपको भी राष्ट्रीय अहिल्याबाई सम्मान से सम्मानित किया जाएगा। मानकू नेता, आप बालेंगा के रहने वाले कलाकार हैं। कोंडागांव जिला के। छन्नू दादी, ये जरीपारा दत्तेवाड़ा के कलाकार हैं और आपने देखा बंगाली लक्ष्मण वयानी केसापुर के कलाकार हैं, जिला दंतेवाड़ा है, महिला जिला की पहाड़ी है उसकी तराई के क्षेत्र में। नवेल प्रोग्राम आप रेवामठ के कलाकार हैं और मुरिया समुदाय के कलाकार हैं, खुद परंपरा के कलाकार। शिवनाथ और कमलेश नाथ दोनों नानपुर क्षेत्र के कलाकार हैं और ये श्री नाथ जी के पुत्र हैं और उसी परिवार के हैं जो एक परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। आयतु, ये आयतु नाग हैं जो नेतानार क्षेत्र के कलाकार हैं और जहां भूमकाल विद्रोह अंग्रेजों की मुखालफत करते हुए जिंदा हुए क्षेत्र के कलाकार हैं। ये दोनों कई तरह की बांसुरी बजाते हैं, तार वाद्य बजाने के उस्ताद कलाकार हैं। राम सिंह कावड़े पूजा कमेटी के कलाकार हैं, ग्राम रेवावन के कलाकार। युद्धक राम रेवावन के कलाकार हैं, मुरिया समुदाय के कलाकार। विक्रम यादव जी ये ग्राम खैरा जिला राजनांदगांव के कलाकार हैं और फूंक कर बजाए जाने वाले वाद्यों को ये बनाते भी हैं और बजाते भी हैं। लगभग 80 साल की उम्र है और उन्होंने भी दुनिया की बहुत यात्राएं की है। ब्रेमर शेक्सपियर कंपनी से लेकर बॉन और बहुत सारे जगह में इन्होंने परफॉर्म किया है। मिडसमर नाइट्स ड्रीम जैसे नाटकों के अंदर में इन्होंने एक एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट करने के लिए अपने वाद्यों का वादन भी किया है, विक्रम यादव जी। और आपको भी राष्ट्रीय तुलसी सम्मान से सम्मानित किया जा चुका है। आप ग्राम बालेंगा के कलाकार हैं और जड़ी बूटी और तमाम तरह के पारंपरिक जो इलाज के तौर तरीके हैं उसके ज्ञाता हैं। आज यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, कम से कम 200-250 लोग इनके घर में भी इंतज़ार कर रहे होंगे, जाएंगे तो फिर उनका उपचार करेंगे। बालेंगा के कलाकार हैं। मेरे साथ जो लाइट पे थे राहुल चौहान जी, राहुल जी ट्रायलॉग थिएटर कंपनी के कलाकार हैं। इनका स्टूडियो थिएटर है। भारतेंदु नाटक एकेडमी से इन्होंने ड्रामेटिक्स की पढ़ाई की है और लगातार लाइट्स की डिज़ाइन करते हैं। दिल्ली में हैं इस वक्त, पहाड़ क्षेत्र के रहने वाले हैं राहुल चौहान। बहुत खूबसूरत लाइट। विक्रम मोहन है जो पूरा सहयोग कर रहे थे और बहुत खूबसूरत कोरियोग्राफर है। दुनिया की इन्होंने भी यात्राएं की है। इनको भी उस्ताद बिस्मिल्लाह खां संगीत नाटक एकेडमी अवार्ड मिला है। और ये मूवमेंट्स पर, ड्रामेटिक मूवमेंट्स पर, कंटेम्प्रेरी थिएटर डांस के ये उस्ताद कलाकार हैं। और कोई माइक वाले जो दादा थे इनका बहुत सहयोग रहा, लाइट वाले दादा का सहयोग रहा, वीनस कंपनी का जो यहाँ लगातार हमको सहयोग की, उनका बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन था। रवि जी का कंट्रीब्यूशन था, इंद्रनील दादा का तो था ही।
हमारे तरफ से अनूप जी, आप हमारे कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं जिसके कारण ये कार्यक्रम सफल रहा है। हमारे तरफ से ये धन्यवाद।
और ये कलाकार पूरे बस्तर क्षेत्र के कलाकार हैं और आपने आज सुना जिस के तहत ये कार्यक्रम था उसके जड़ से जुड़े हुए कलाकार हैं और प्रकृति के सेवक हैं। मिट्टी को बचाने का काम वर्षों से करते आए हैं पूरा परंपरागत रूप से। आज इनकी गायकी के अंदर में भी आपने देखा कि कैसे उसके प्रति आह्वान प्रकट किया, कृतज्ञता प्रकट की। और मिट्टी सारे अनुष्ठानों के अंदर में सारी चीज़ों के पहले जो है मिट्टी का ही उपासना करना है, मिट्टी की ही पूजा करना है। मिट्टी कैसे सुरक्षित रहे, कैसे बचे, ये सारा भाव इनके चीज़ों के अंदर में है। ये कलाकार दिखने में सब एक जैसे हैं, जैसे हम सब लोग जो हैं, लेकिन ये ऐसे दूरी रहने के लिए जो है अगर भौगोलिक रूप से देखा जाए तो ये 200 से 250 किलोमीटर की अंतर है। सब अलग अलग क्षेत्र के अंदर में फैले हुए कलाकार और पूरे बस्तर क्षेत्र के कलाकार हैं, अलग अलग समुदाय के कलाकार हैं। और आप जानते ही हैं कि धीरे धीरे बंदूकों की संख्या बढ़ते चले जा रही है, ढोल कम होते चले जा रहे हैं और बंदूक जो है जीवन की धड़कन को विराम देता है, ढोल जीवन को विस्तार देता है। हम सब ढोल को बजाने वाले। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आप सबका हृदय से धन्यवाद।
हमारे तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक ग्रुप फोटो।
मैं अगर किसी को गिफ्ट करना चाहूँ तो किनको किसी को अगर चाहिए।
कोशिश करो। हाँ। It's difficult.